Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 701. Punishment, Determination, and Salvation. 3. Cerna looked at Setadel and smiled slyly. Right, I promised you. Once all of this is over, I would die by your hand. I couldn't do it before even if I wanted to, but now it's quite possible. This would be your chance for revenge, since you have a weapon and all. Cerna muttered while looking at the sword in Setadel's hand. Instead of answering Cerna, Setadel raised the sword in his hand and brought it down, right next to Cerna's face. Toward Cerna, who was looking at him with puzzlement, Setadel spoke with a voice full of anger. What are you trying to do now? Did you commit all those atrocities up until now just to collapse here? Are you trying to meet such a hollow ending like this? Get up and fight. Even if you die, die fighting. You endured through those long years and came this far for that purpose. That's what you have to do. Cerna's eyes widened. You're right. Cerna forcibly raised his barely moving body. His legs were shaking and trembling, and his vision was blurry from the blood flowing from his wounds. His sense of direction and balance were also somehow off. He wanted to collapse right away and close his eyes. Still, he didn't forget what he had to do. That was what I had to do. Gripping the sword Setidal had handed him, he looked at Archines beyond the curse doll. He felt his head become much clearer. Inhale. Exhale. Breathing in the clear air, Cerna looked at the curse doll. The curse doll was just quietly staring at Cerna. There was no awe or question towards Cerna, who wouldn't give up and got back up despite suffering such wounds. The curse doll was, after all, just a creation that was nothing more than a fragment of Lumensis. Other than sealing the saint and eliminating intruders trying to save her, it had no reason or emotion whatsoever. I really don't like it. Cerna didn't like the cursed doll's eyes. The way it treated everything except itself as inorganic matter was exactly like its master, Lumensis. Cerna let out a hollow laugh at the fact that he disliked such things. I really have changed. Cerna had lived for long years receiving hatred, disgust, contempt, and anger. An apostle who lost his guard and was left alone in the world was nothing more than an object of fear and terror. Cerna thought that was natural, so he treated them the same way, fear with fear, disgust with disgust. Cerna could learn everything, but what he learned while living were only methods to kill someone's swords, magic, black magic, and such. The first person to treat such a Cerna differently was Archines. As soon as she saw him, she said he was pitiful. At first, Cerna couldn't understand those words. He even felt anger toward them. He fought saying, "What do you know?" and was defeated. And he was defeated next time too, and the time after that as well. He couldn't understand it. What kind of conviction did that carefree woman possess to be this strong? Archines accepted his challenges every time he picked a fight, and always sent him off with a smile. That feeling was a first. He could accept defeat after fighting a strong opponent, but being treated warmly with a smile without truly showing negative emotions toward him was too awkward. It would have been better if I never knew. But Cerna had learned the warmth of others. Once learned, he could never forget it. His power had become a curse that bound him. The fights with Archines drew out the poison that filled Cerna's body. At some point, the number of times he conversed with her increased, and he even played along with her pranks. He listened to trivial stories, and sometimes asked about things he was curious about. Back then, he didn't know why he was hanging onto such meaningless time. But now he knows. He has come to know. Did she act that way knowing I would become like this? He rather hoped that all of it was behavior done under calculation. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why he was so devoted to something like this. It felt like his ego was shaking. It would have been more comfortable to be forcibly controlled and used by someone superior to him. But the more he denied reality like this, the clearer the answer became. Right. You wouldn't commit such scheming acts. Wasn't she someone who wouldn't do it even if told to? In the end, him going this far was because of his own will, not anyone's coercion. I just wanted to save you. For that purpose, he brought about all the chaos in this world. Grasping the existence within the judgment eye, shaking the continent, destroying the religious order, toppling nations, using demons, causing civil wars only to save one person. Let's pour it all out. During the long time from birth to living to reaching this point, all the techniques he had seen, heard, learned, and realized flickered in his mind. Everything, until my insides feel refreshed. Dark mana rose around Cerna and wrapped around his body. All kinds of black magic doping techniques were applied to his body. Finally, the curse that Cravat had used settled in his body and flowed out black energy through the sword. The aura bloomed on the sword mixed with the curse and turned into pitch-black aura. Blue mana spread behind Cerna's back and drew a spell formation. Besides that, beast tribe spirits, druid's power, and all sorts of sorcery swirled around his body. The cursed doll moved. The cursed doll instinctively realized it would be dangerous to leave things as they were raised its blade-like arms and rushed toward Cerna. With a thud sound, the figure disappeared. With a slight time lag, the ground where the cursed doll had been collapsed. Pure white flower petals scattered along the path the cursed doll had taken. The cursed doll that had approached right up to Cerna in an instant swung its arm. It intended to cut Cerna along with his sword. Crash! Cerna deflected the cursed doll's arm by raising the one arm holding his sword. Screech, screech, screech. The cursed doll's sturdy arm couldn't break Cerna's sword and was blocked. Even when it tried to press down with force, unlike the trembling arm, the sword showed not an inch of retreat. What? It wasn't actually that big a deal. Cerna chuckled at the cursed doll's appearance. Crack. Cracks like glass appeared on his face. Gathering all his power into one and containing it in his body, the vessel couldn't withstand it and began to crack. I can see it all, that dirty, sticky malice of yours. Crack, 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 crack. The number of fine cracks on Cerna's body increased. Cerna paid no attention to it and put strength into his sword while emitting intense light from his eyes. Pitch-black aura surged up like rolling waves and swallowed the cursed doll. The cursed doll hastily retreated backward, trying to escape from the black aura. It saved its life, but the cursed doll's arm that had touched the sword rotted into the blade. The cursed doll quickly cut away the rotted part and regenerated its arm. Thoom! The cursed doll's body shone white and divine power flowed out. The momentum, being stronger than before, seemed to be crying out that it was angry. Right. You have to come out like that. The cursed doll and Cerna rushed toward each other simultaneously. The two collided, and tremendous roar and flash confused eyes and ears. In less than a second, they exchanged hundreds of life-and-death attacks. In that fleeting moment, they crossed the boundary between life and death several times. Creak, creak, creak. Branches sprouted from behind the cursed doll and turned into arms. The number of newly added arms was 6 in total. Adding to the existing 2 arms, over 8 arms pressed Cerna from all directions. Cerna faced them with only one sword. Stab. One arm pierced his thigh. Cerna's sword cut off the arm. Slash. A blade grazed past his right eye. With burning pain, his vision was reduced by half. Cerna's sword tore off its shoulder blade. Bang! A large hole was punched in his left side. Blood flowed out through the hole, but Cerna gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Pitch-black flashes flickered several times and slashed through space. All 8 arms that the cursed doll possessed were cut off. A large crack twisted in spiral form appeared on the cursed doll's face. Sharp teeth grew between the opened cracks. Roar! With a roar, the teeth aimed for Cerna's nape. Cerna smiled triumphantly at that sight. Too late. Cerna's aura digging into its neck was faster than the cursed doll biting Cerna's neck. A clean circle was drawn in the air. The cursed doll's pointed head caught in that circle was cut off and rolled on the ground. The cursed doll that had lost both head and arms collapsed on its knees. Ha! Ha! Cerna looked down at the cursed doll's corpse while panting. My victory! Cerna pushed the cursed doll's body with his foot. The cursed doll's body fell backward, and Cerna trampled on that body as he approached Arkenes, who was on one side of the cavity. Arkenes was still buried in part of the tree. Thud! The sword in his hand fell and stuck deep into the ground. Cerna grasped Arkenes' hand with his trembling right hand and pulled hard. The breath of the great dragon Heliodor crossed the sky. The dark clouds remaining in the sky were completely erased by that single breath. The aftermath was so massive that the scene could be seen from anywhere on the island. My goodness! Oh God! The entire sky was burning. The sight of flames that brightly illuminated the dark world covering the entire sky seemed to cry out that the world's end was approaching. Time passed, and the sky returned to its original color. The thick, dark clouds had evaporated, revealing a refreshing night sky. The starlight-filled night sky looked colder and more chilling than before. What on earth was happening at the castle? The people here couldn't imagine it at all. Whoosh! The great dragon that had exhaled all its breath inhaled. Though it was just one attack, Helioda's body was becoming hazy because most of its power was exhausted by that alone. The gaze of the gradually disappearing Helioda was directed not at Catherine, but at Helia, who had summoned him. The phantom Helioda said nothing, but those eyes full of warmth and affection were saying many things despite being just a phantom. Helia felt that gaze, but deliberately avoided those eyes because of it. Thank you for helping. With Helia's words, Helioda's phantom disappeared. Silence came to the night sky. Helia's expression became even more heavily sunken. This is really too much. She had fired the Dragon King's breath, no less. Even so, Catherine was still alive and well. She wasn't completely fine. Even Catherine seemed quite tired, as if the Dragon King's breath had been dangerous. In other words, she had survived the Dragon King's breath with just being a little tired. This one was honestly dangerous. Catherine honestly praised Helia. She had thought her combat power was inferior compared to other demons, but that wasn't the case. Helia, who had shown her true self even briefly, clearly showed that she wasn't an apostle who had lived long for nothing. Of course, changing the evaluation now didn't change reality. Helia's trump card had been thwarted, and Catherine was still alive. Then now, slowly, just as Catherine was about to say something, her head whipped around. Her gaze was directed toward the lower part of Galahad Castle. Catherine's pupils dilated, and the judgment eye trembled and strengthened as if resonating with something. Ah! Catherine couldn't bear the pain in her eyes and covered them with her hands. What is this? Helia couldn't understand why Catherine was acting like that. Showing such a reaction while looking at Galahad Castle probably meant that either Roger or Cerna had done something inside. Whatever happened, now's the chance. Helia's eyes lit up seeing Catherine let her guard down. Her choice was simple. Let's run. Helia used phantoms to hide her body and ran far away. Catherine, who had suppressed the eye pain belatedly, tried to find Helia, but she had already disappeared. Ha! Catherine let out a hollow laugh. She had acted like she would grit her teeth and fight to the end, but the moment she judged it unfavorable, she immediately ran away. She had heard that she was different from other apostles, but she hadn't expected her to make such a judgment, so she was even impressed at this point. Still, there's no one to bother me anymore. Catherine's thoughts turned to Renee and the sisters, but rather, not knowing what was happening inside, she couldn't take those children to a more dangerous place. Besides, the pain I felt in my eyes just now, it definitely wasn't a mistake. Catherine knew well that she was a fake saint. She had been kidnapped to the religious order's homeland since childhood and forced to participate in experiments there, and only became a saint because she was lucky enough to have high sensitivity to the saint's fragments. The judgment eye she used was also just an imitation fake, so its performance wasn't complete. The real judgment eye was currently possessed by Renee. Yet for her eyes to react like this meant that this pain was related to the original owner of the power granted to her body. If it's the original owner of my power, it would be the Saint Archenes from the distant past who has now completely disappeared. Could it be? Catherine flew toward Galahad Castle with a serious expression. The world was black. Nothing could be seen or heard. In a world where all five senses were paralyzed, how much time had passed since falling into something deeper than sleep? A voice was heard from somewhere, a voice that could never be heard. Wake up, sleepyhead. Archimedes opened her eyes. In her field of vision, she saw a large cavity, a pierced ceiling, and light pouring down from above. Before she could think about where this was, her pupils discovered a man looking down at her. His skin was cracked like glass, his entire body was covered in wounds, and he had even lost one eye, yet this man was looking at her with a gentle smile. Long time no see. Chapter 702. Punishment, Determination, and Salvation. 4. Arkenes looked at Cerna with a blank expression. At least the last image of Cerna she remembered was not like this. What on earth happened? Why are you so injured? And more than that, this place is. Having been sealed for so long, she felt even greater confusion at the difference between the distant past and now. Arkenes tried to recall the last scene she had witnessed, the sky splitting open, and through that crack, a withered tree-like finger falling down. Seeing that finger about to strike down Cerna, she had thrown herself to save Cerna. That's right, I was sealed. Yes, and I freed you from that seal. Just how much time has passed? I haven't counted properly. Just about 1,000 years. The corners of Arkenes' eyes trembled. 1,000 years of time. And Cerna standing before her, smiling while covered in wounds. Arkenes instinctively realized that far too many things had happened while she was sealed. Arkenes couldn't figure out what to say. Should she greet her saying it's been a while? Or should she worry about her body first? How has this error turned out? Is the Order still ruling the world? As if dispelling Arkenes' worries, Cerna spoke first. Do you remember the bet we made? Bet, Archimedes muttered like that, but she knew what Cerna was talking about. She definitely remembered the bet because it was Archimedes who had brought up that topic first. You told me that the given future cannot be changed. I told you. Then I would try to change it once. Cerna, I didn't know then, but now I think I understand why you made that bitter expression when you said that, and why you spoke as if there would be no next chance. You knew, didn't you, that you would take on Lumensis' wrath in my place and be sealed for a long time. Cerna, I listened to my story until the end. The crack carved on Cerna's cheek grew a little longer than before. Arkenes closed her mouth. You must have thought this way. The future would continue, but it wouldn't be an ideal future. Eventually, humanity would be dominated by Lumensis, and with no development or progress, they would just live like birds in a cage or like fish in a fishbowl. Meanwhile, you would remain in eternal seal with no one to remember you. Cerna's words were true. From all those moments of fighting with Cerna, Arkenes had known she would face this kind of ending because she had seen such a future. That future was unavoidable, and the sealed saint would have to sleep forever with no one to wake her up. That's how it should have been. Look, I won, Arkenes. I won the bet with you. I, who had only lost to you until now, finally beat you. Cerna smiled. It was an innocent smile like a child receiving a birthday present for the first time. Cerna had wanted to say this one thing to Arkenes when they met, that I, who had only lost to you, have come this far, that I have finally won. So, now live comfortably. Saint or whatever, just live as ordinary Arkenes. You said so long ago that you wanted to live in a wonderful world. Honestly, I'm not sure if the current world is that wonderful. I've seen all those changes. Maybe it's even worse than our era. Still, Cerna continued. Surely from now on, this world will change to become more wonderful and better. I think so. After finishing her words, Cerna passed by Arkenes with stumbling steps. Cerna, where are you going? I still have things I need to do. Why, it's all over. You're already covered in wounds. You'll die if you don't rest. Cerna stopped walking. Yes, Arkenes was right. While fighting against Lumensis' curse, Cerna's body had been ruined. In a situation where it was questionable whether she could recover even if she devoted herself to healing right now, jumping back into the battlefield was suicidal. Still, I still have to go. Why? I committed too many sins to get this far. I don't regret all the choices I've made, but I don't think those choices were entirely right either. I have to pay the price. As a demon, as Zero Order who drove the world into chaos. Cerna chuckled. Arkenes couldn't give any response to those words. Though she didn't know what path Cerna had walked, she could tell it hadn't been clean and smooth. No matter how pitiful the circumstances, the sins he had committed wouldn't disappear. I don't seek forgiveness. I don't seek salvation either. I'm just satisfied that I saw your face before leaving. Yes, that was enough. For a demon like himself, that was sufficient. Arkenes couldn't hold back Cerna's retreating figure. In her state of greatly reduced power from being sealed, even having this conversation was overwhelming. Then someone approached Archinis. Lady Archinis, Cetadel knelt with a voice and face mixed with joy and sorrow. I finally get to see you. It has truly been a long time. It's Cetadel. Archinis smiled sadly, looking at Cetadel. For the human Cetadel to face her across 1,000 years meant he had used the power of a necromancer, the work of transferring souls into bodies. If done wrong, the soul might wear away and disappear. A corrupted soul would become different from before, and the person themselves could change. There was nothing more terrifying than the fear of not being oneself anymore, yet Cetadel had willingly thrown himself into that danger. For just one reason, to meet again the master he had sworn loyalty to, Archinis. You too, and Cerna too, so many things have happened. I'm sorry, but Yes, I understand. Rumble. The castle shook and dust fell from the sky. It seems the current situation isn't very good. A holy war has broken out. The Pope has led the continent's armies using the power of brainwashing. Let's evacuate first. I'll guide you to a safe place. Yes, we should, but let's go somewhere else first. Somewhere else. Yes, there's someone I absolutely must meet. Roger walked slowly through the castle. Around him, the sounds of battle were loud due to the aftermath of fighting. Fortunately, if it could be called fortunate, no one had blocked Roger's path so far. But Roger could feel it. Not encountering people was simply because he had chosen to move along quiet paths. There was nothing he could do about those who came looking for him directly. Just like right now. Crash. One side of the wall in front collapsed, scattering debris and stone dust. Seeing the cloudy dust that rose up, Roger tucked the glowing relic into his chest. You finally came. As the dust settled, the person inside revealed themselves. Brilliant blonde hair that didn't lose its shine, even in the dust, gently dazzled the eyes. Roger quietly looked at the woman who gazed at him with unwavering eyes. Saint Catherine, Demon Lord Heathcliff. Catherine called Roger's name with a voice full of complex emotions. The man who had once been a friend, and at the same time a betrayer who had left her behind, who was of the Pope's bloodline, and who had finally risen to the position of Demon Lord. Roger said to Catherine, You've grown a lot, almost unrecognizable. It's been 20 years. Yes, the time we've been apart without knowing each other's news has been much longer than the time we knew each other. Right. Actually, it wouldn't be strange if we had forgotten each other after such a time. But none of those who said such things had ever forgotten each other. In this hellish place, the only friend they could open their hearts to could never be forgotten from memory, no matter how much time passed. Let's end the reunion between old friends here. Did you come to stop me? I am a saint. If I appeared before the Demon Lord, there would be only one reason, wouldn't there? The friend they had been close with in the past no longer existed. What stood here was only the Demon Lord driving the world into chaos, and the saint trying to stop it. Both of them knew this very well. This twisted relationship absolutely could not be ignored just by ignoring it. The day when they would clash was bound to come someday. That day was now. I'll make one last proposal. If you pretend not to see me and let me go, the thing you're worried about won't happen. You know better than anyone that I can't do that. I suppose so. Yes, Roger muttered calmly. I'll let you have the first move. It was an arrogant statement, but Catherine didn't bother to refuse. Catherine, wrapped in golden divine power all over her body, rushed toward Roger with her blonde hair flowing. An intense straight punch delivered with movement too fast to see even an afterimage. Roger dodged it by lightly shaking his head left and right, then lifted his foot and lightly stomped the ground. Thud! A wave of magical power spread out, and the shadows on the ground writhed. Tentacles rose from the shadows and bound Catherine's entire body, but Catherine tore them apart with pure strength. Catherine's right hand swung. It was a distance that couldn't be reached with a fist, but at that moment, divine power condensed in Catherine's hand and transformed into a sword. Roger drew his trademark sword stick, engraved with a crow from the shadows. Blue magical power overlaid the sharp and graceful blade, blocking Catherine's golden sword. Flash! Gold and blue intertwined, scattering beautiful light. The light was a manifestation of destruction. The castle's internal structures, touched by the light, didn't just collapse, but crumbled into powder. An overwhelming, high-density scene of destruction created by the collision of power against power. Only Roger and Catherine remained intact. You're strong. You're not called the Demon Lord for nothing. To be precise, it's closer to me asking to be called that. Ha ha! What was that how it was? I wondered why Salesin gave you such an unusually stylish title. Catherine smiled bitterly. That makes it even more regrettable. That day, if you hadn't left me behind, or at least if you had taken me with you, I would have fought on your side. At the words containing slight resentment, Roger's eyes trembled slightly. How could he not know? What Roger felt when he had to leave his homeland wasn't a sense of liberation or relief at being alive. Only worry about what would happen to Catherine, who was left behind. But Roger at that time was weak, and he couldn't ask his teacher Grandel to take Catherine along too. He was in such a physically and mentally cornered state that it was difficult to say such things. I didn't even know you had disappeared and kept going to that place, waiting for you to come, believing many times over that you would return someday. But only after I heard later that you had left the homeland did I realize how foolish I had been. That sense of betrayal, that despair I felt then. Do you even know about it? Catherine glared at Roger with venomous eyes. So I endured. No matter how hard and painful it was, I gritted my teeth and bore it. When the saint's power dug into my whole body felt like it was being torn apart, but I endured it. Even when tears came, I forced myself to swallow them. I thought it was fine. As long as you were alive somewhere in this world, that was enough. Roger felt the emotion Catherine harbored toward him. It was anger. Why on earth? The cause of that anger wasn't betrayal for leaving her behind. Why on earth did you come back? Rather, it was anger at Roger's choice to become the Demon Lord, to become an enemy of this world. You should have just left. You should have just forgotten everything and lived a new life. Crash. Catherine's sword dyed the world golden. Roger painted the world blue in response. You shouldn't have come back to this terrible place. Crash. Crash. Pushed back by Catherine's momentum, Roger gradually retreated. What did I do all this for? Saint Catherine. Roger coldly rebuked Catherine, who was almost about to sob. Did you block my path just to reminisce about such brief memories? What's past is already past, and my current choice is mine alone. Even if the same opportunity came again, I have no intention of reversing this choice, so step aside. You! If you won't step aside, I'll just defeat you and pass through. At Roger's cold words, Catherine's face twisted hideously with anger and sorrow. Chapter 703, The Demon King and the Saint One, Demon King Heathcliff, I will stop you here. Then stop with such childish tricks and come at me with your full strength. Saint Catherine. Catherine rushed forward. Behind her back, a pure white magic circle unfolded, and golden chains aimed at Roger from all directions. From behind Roger's back, shadows suddenly rose and spread tentacle-like things in all directions. Black tentacles like thorn vines clashed with the chains, entangling each other in midair. It was fierce, like snakes biting each other's necks. The two forces that entangled like that couldn't withstand it and disappeared, as if annihilating each other. And through that gap, Roger and Catherine engaged in close combat. Do you think you can beat me in close combat? Roger recalled his first encounter with Catherine. Her word choice was just a bit extreme, but when he told her to move aside, she immediately rushed at him. He remembered her boldness. It was the same even now that she had become a saint. Though she had been educated and equipped with the compassionate attitude and behavioral patterns of a saint for public display, her foundation ultimately lay in this undisguisable straightforwardness. The speed and posture of her fist containing golden power were extraordinary. It was clearly a technique learned from monks specialized in close combat within the religious order. Though her body itself was frail, her power was not. With this level, even Sir Wyan would likely be overwhelmed in terms of strength. Rather than confronting her directly, Roger responded with maximum evasion. The moment Catherine approached closer, Roger lightly kicked her ankle, which was her center axis. Catherine's body, which had lost balance while charging, floated up, but she instead twisted her waist in that position and delivered a spinning kick in midair. Roger leaned his head back to avoid Catherine's kick. Catherine, who had placed both arms on the ground, spun fiercely and swung her legs again. The divine power contained in her kicks carried the momentum of a typhoon. As Roger lowered his head, a golden flash cut through the space behind him. The long and sturdy corridor of the castle was sliced apart. Roger also did not give in and swung his sword stick. The mana gathered on the sword stick shot out in a crescent moon shape, cutting through everything. Even Catherine, who had been blocking most things with her powerful divine power, judged that this was dangerous and moved her body to the side. Your close combat skills have improved a lot. Fighting made me improve. Did you learn from a good teacher? I learned it in dreams. What's that supposed to mean? Even while having a conversation, Catherine did not rest the tempo of her attacks, as if trying to prove that attacking first rather than blocking or dodging was advantageous in battle. She continuously delivered consecutive strikes without rest. In the shower of divine power that even Helia would stick her tongue out and find difficult to counter, Roger calmly dodged or blocked, and sometimes counterattacked through the gaps. Everything around was destroyed due to the intensely powerful force. The aftermath resonated throughout the entire Galahad castle. What is this? The castle is collapsing. Everyone be careful. The fight between Roger and Catherine had the effect of temporarily stopping all other fights inside the castle. Like how other small fish flee in terror when two large whales are fighting, causing the surrounding creatures to scatter. Behind Catherine's back appeared the upper body of a giant wearing golden armor. The giant, holding a large shield in one hand and a large spear in the other, glared at Roger from beyond his helmet. A massive spear shot forth along with flashing light. In that scene, like a meteor falling, Roger's shadow stretched long, and from within it, a crow raised its body. The monster with a crow's beak grabbed the spear with its fierce hands, then threw a punch at the giant with its remaining hand. It was ether nocturnus, filled with mana, displaying its full power. The giant, struck by the punch, staggered and retreated, and not missing that opportunity, ether nocturnus charged forward. However, the giant was no pushover either. The giant raised his shield in one hand to push back ether nocturnus and aimed for its nape with the spear. While the two summons were fighting, Thousand Seas icebreaker slid across the ground like skating and aimed at Catherine. With just this pathetic magic, Catherine's fist shattered the Thousand Seas icebreaker like glass. You think you can defeat me? The scattering ice crystals sparkled and filled the surroundings. Whoosh! The crystals rotated and engulfed Catherine, moving as if to grind her up. Catherine snorted and stomped her foot hard. Golden flames spread in a radial pattern, melting the crystals and even tearing apart the whirlpool. It was an overwhelming force that no attack could penetrate, but Roger never thought he could defeat Catherine with just this from the beginning. Behind Roger's back, a large tree appeared. Catherine narrowed her eyes as she looked at it. That wasn't ordinary magic. It was similar but different, and above all, it contained very intense power. Try blocking this once. Gebura, Gbura, the power responsible for destruction that judges all unnecessary things in the Tree of Sephiroth. The magic used by Roger, who had now reached the 7th rank, was unparalleled. Dazzling flames engulfed Catherine. Roger was confident he could guarantee victory against anyone, but he couldn't do so against Catherine. The reason was unfolding before his eyes right now. She, wearing golden armor all over her body, was slowly walking toward him with both arms crossed. While enduring the magnificent flames that Gebura was spewing forth, Catherine leaped high and shot toward Roger like a meteor. Roger covered his entire body with shadows and wore a crow mask on his face. Catherine collided with Roger, and their bodies, entangled with each other, broke through the ground and crashed down below. Thud, 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 breaking through several floors, breaking and breaking again. Roger, who had barely fallen like that, pushed Catherine, who was trying to pin him down, backward. Behind Roger's back, a blue mana field formed, and metal cubes were generated in midair. The cube pieces gathered and transformed into large serpents, 3 of them, no less. The steel serpents let out soundless roars and pressured Catherine from all sides with their mouths wide open. Catherine extended her hand, and erected a pure white barrier. The steel serpents collided with the barrier and were pushed back. But after reorganizing themselves, they continued to ram their heads against the barrier with the momentum to break it. The barrier made with protective holy magic couldn't withstand it and shattered, and the serpents raised their sharp scales with a rustling sound and tried to bind Catherine. Catherine grabbed the snout of the serpent that approached first, then applied force and tore it apart from top to bottom. She swung the body of the serpent, which she had torn exactly in half, at the ones charging from both sides. The moment the serpents fell silent, the cubes that made up the serpents' bodies changed. The cubes gathered around Catherine and rose sharply upward like spires reaching toward the sky. At the same time, lightning struck with fierce flashes. The lightning that should have scattered randomly gathered in one place through the lightning rods made by the cubes. Catherine, standing at the center of it, unknowingly knelt on one knee due to the massive electric current. Catherine, whom neither Sedna's world tree roots nor Helia's dragon phantoms could do anything about, was different when facing Roger. Catherine gritted her teeth and emitted light around her. The halo that rose in a circle behind her back sprouted sharply in all directions, then transformed into the form of countless spears. Spears of light that emerged from the halo escaped the lightning and flew toward Roger. Roger created a shadow cloak behind his back and spread it wide. Hundreds of gun barrels emerged from inside the cloak, beyond the shadow space. Magic bullets, simultaneous firing. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The gun barrels inside the cloak spat fire. Rather than shooting ordinary bullets, they shot compressed mana, which was sufficient to block Catherine's spears of light. While the magic bullets intercepted the spears of light in midair, Catherine broke through the surrounding lightning rods and escaped outside the lightning's range. Pure white steam rose from various parts of her golden armor, but Catherine didn't care. The cube pieces in the form of lightning rods scattered like puzzle pieces, then gathered into a large mass of metal and fell toward Catherine's head. HMPH, Catherine snorted and struck the falling mass of metal with her fist. The massive lump of metal split exactly in half and fell to Catherine's left and right with thudding sounds. Catherine lightly shook her fist once, then spread golden wings wide behind her back. Roger stored the firearms inside his shadow cloak, then transformed it into crow wings and rose into the air. Catherine flapped her wings and charged toward Roger. Roger rotated his body and scattered black feathers. The scattered feathers transformed into black evil spirits and circled around Catherine, trying to bite her. How annoying! Even Solomon's evil spirits were nothing more than gnats to Catherine. Catherine ignored the evil spirits and charged at Roger. Targeting the caster himself first was a natural choice. All things are vanity and vain. However, the moment Catherine's fierce hand tried to grab Roger's collar, the golden armor passed right through Roger's body and went through to the back. What? Catherine flapped her wings and made an emergency stop in midair at this scene that transcended common sense. But the gap revealed in the meantime was fatal. The metal cubes gathered on the ground had already formed fixed artillery and fired projectiles with intense magnetic fields. 5 railguns accurately intercepted Catherine. Catherine had to create a shield in one hand and block the railguns. The power was considerable to take with her armor alone. Meanwhile, Roger chanted spells and drew techniques. The blue mana scattering around him gradually expanded like the Milky Way. The technique, incomparably large and complex compared to the techniques needed for 6th rank magic, was like looking at a painting. Catherine felt a sense of crisis. Although it was only half complete, her judgment eye urgently warned her to leave this place quickly. Beyond her judgment eye, she saw a future where great darkness would swallow her. Catherine gritted her teeth. I want to do that too. No matter how incomplete it was the power to see the future. Yet it was completely ineffective against Roger. Roger was skilled in close combat and even better at long range, knew how to use swords and employed fighting techniques, and used magic that was on a different level from ordinary magic. I must block it. Catherine intended to prevent Roger from completely completing his technique. Catherine, who had returned her shield to light powder, recklessly charged toward Roger. She didn't care whether the railguns hit her armor or not. Ignore minor attacks. The railguns weren't exactly minor attacks, but compared to the magic Roger was about to use, they were like child's play. The armor on her shoulder fell off, and one wing was pierced through and disappeared, but Catherine smiled with satisfaction, because she thought she could stop Roger before his technique was completed. That is, until she saw his blue sapphire-like eyes beyond the mask turning red. What? Roger's eyes turned red. An invisible massive force roughly shook Catherine's body. This is divine power. Catherine could feel that this unprecedented power Roger used was of the gods. Though it only managed to stop Catherine's movement for an instant in this fierce battle, that one moment was enough. Finally, the technique was completed, and Roger's magic unfolded. The blue technique changed to pitch black as if stained with ink, then slowly descended while swallowing the entire space. It looked like a black tablecloth fluttering as it fell. Even seeing that, Catherine couldn't think of breaking through or blocking it. The moment it touched that darkness, all her power scattered and disappeared. The darkness itself was decomposing, swallowing, and absorbing her divine power. That can't be. The darkness pressed down on Catherine as is. Catherine crashed to the ground and was swallowed by the darkness. She tried to struggle in the darkness, but the darkness held her body like sticky tar and wouldn't let her go. Even when she tried to get up, the viscous darkness gripped her tightly, preventing her from escaping. Seventh rank Dark Attribute Magic Black Rest. Chapter 704. The Demon King and the Saint too. Catherine bit her lips. Seventh Circle Imperia. Currently, Clinton was the only person on the continent who could use magic of this scale. But at this moment, Roger had newly added his name to that list. The darkness attribute magic that Roger used properly affected Catherine, who was a saint. The gap was so large that she, who could crush even ordinary sixth circle magic with her bare hands, had difficulty properly resisting this. Darkness like sticky, viscous mud that absorbed her power. Even within that, Catherine did not fall and stood upright on both legs. Even if the opponent had been a master-level knight or a sixth circle mage, if they had been hit by this magic, they wouldn't have been able to get up from their position. That's how strong Catherine was. More than that, Catherine showed a firm will that she could not fall here. Do you think I'll stop here? Catherine approached Roger step by step, cutting through the black mud. Roger watched Catherine with an indifferent gaze. With each step she took, the power of darkness binding her body weakened. The endlessly surging divine power gradually instilled vitality into her body, accelerating Catherine's speed. Yellow flames began to rise between the black tar-like darkness covering Catherine's body, evidence that she was gradually recovering her strength. This won't be the end, right? You're still the Demon King after all. Come on, show me more of your skills. Roger immediately responded to Catherine's provocation. Very well. Catherine's eyes widened as if she didn't expect him to answer like that. What was even more surprising was that Roger wasn't just saying it with words, but was immediately showing it through action. Behind Roger's back, another massive spell circle spread out widely. It was a spell circle of the same level and scale as when he had used seventh circle magic just before. Brilliant magical power embroidered the air, and it encroached on the surroundings, surrounding Catherine as if to encircle her. It was already the second time seeing the entire space filled with spell circles that the sight was still beautiful enough to be mesmerizing. But the result was not. Catherine's eyes saw the near future. It was the sight of herself, already being affected by Roger's magic, trapped in a dark space where nothing could be seen, just floating there quietly. I can't avoid this. The fact that she was hit, even after seeing the future, meant that this was the type of attack that couldn't be avoided or blocked. Just looking at the high-density magical power swirling around was enough to make that inference. Using seventh circle magic alone would have consumed enormous magical power and mental strength, yet he was deploying it consecutively here. In such astonishment, Roger deployed yet another magic. Seventh circle water attribute magic clear greed swoosh. The sound of waves could be heard from somewhere. It was the sea. The moment she recognized that, Catherine fell into the sea with a splash. I have to get out. Catherine struggled, but her body sank deeper and deeper into the sea. into the very dark and deep abyss where no light from the sea surface entered. The extremely low temperature environment and enormous water pressure of the deep sea squeezed her body. The scenery she had seen with her eyes was being realized exactly. Catherine quietly closed her eyes, along with the thought that it might be easier if she closed her eyes like this. Her body fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Catherine finally realized that she had been defeated. Through the collapsed ceiling, she could see the wide-open night sky and even Roger looking down at her. "What are you doing? Hurry up and finish it. You won." "Yes, I won. So now I'm going to leave." "You're going to leave the saint behind. A demon king, even though I might go to stop you again when I recover my strength." "That's right. If we fight again next time, the match won't be decided as easily as now. Today's match wasn't that easy either. Let's consider it so. But why are you trying to leave me behind?" "That's because—" Roger took something out from his chest. "Because before you were Saint Catherine, you were friend Catherine who first extended a hand to a boy named Heathcliff." What Roger took out was a neatly folded paper. Roger unfolded it and handed it to Catherine. "What is that paper? Take it." Catherine received the paper with trembling hands. "Read it." Catherine scanned the contents written on the paper with her eyes and then opened them wide. "This is an address." What was written on the paper was an address written in elegant handwriting. The address of a wealthy merchant family's mansion existing in some country. And at the end of that address, it was written like this: Earnshaw. The moment Catherine spoke that surname, she felt her mind ache sharply. What is this?" Her voice, which had been fine even during the fierce battle, trembled. The moment she heard that name, which should have been heard for the first time, Catherine could feel longing and sadness somewhere. Why? Why do I feel this way when I see this? The Earnshaw family was an influential merchant family in Queoden, and they practiced righteous lives by giving to the townspeople or making donations with money earned from business. It's probably because the head of the family and his wife had very kind hearts. What does that have to do with? Those two people were looking for their daughter who was lost long ago. Even in a time so long ago that they couldn't even remember now, they were desperate to find their daughter. They didn't even know her name, and all they remembered was that their daughter had beautiful blonde hair. Catherine closed her mouth. Her gaze was asking Roger if that was really true. Since Roger had spoken this far, she couldn't possibly not know. "Catherine. No, Catherine Earnshaw. That's your real name. The family you were born and raised in, your parents, your family. Things you must not forget, things you must remember again. Heathcliff, you. I really wanted to tell you this fact when I met you. You're not an orphan. You have a family desperately searching for you. A family that loves you more than anyone." Drip. Clear, transparent tears flowed down Catherine's eyes. "I came back to this hell partly to achieve my purpose, but also because I really wanted to tell you this fact." Finding Catherine's parents took quite a long time. Both lived in remote places, and the information gap was significant because the religious order had brainwashed her when they forcibly took Catherine away. But Roger finally found them and obtained their address. "This is exactly where you should return. Not as Saint Catherine belonging to the religious order, but as Catherine Earnshaw, whom your family desperately seeks." Catherine couldn't properly respond to Roger's words. Tears flowed endlessly from both eyes. From her throat, it seemed like sorrow would overflow at any moment. Finally, she remembered her name, her hometown, even her parents. Why hadn't she known until now? She shouldn't have forgotten. She should have kept remembering. Rest for now. After lying down for a while and getting up, everything will be over. Roger left Catherine behind and departed. Rather than explaining anything more to someone who hadn't fully accepted it yet, it was better to give her time for personal reflection. Roger had something to do. He had to bring this relic to the highest place in the castle. Did I fall a bit lower than originally? Due to the aftermath of the fight with Catherine, he had broken the ground surface and fallen below the castle. Even trying to calculate spatial coordinates wasn't easy because of the enormous divine power. Carrying a relic imbued with divine power and jumping through space was equivalent to tightrope walking with a lump of iron on one's back. Since he had no choice but to move directly, Roger flew up through the hole using flight magic. Just as he was trying to return to his original position, a golden net was scattered, targeting Roger. It's the Demon King. The Demon King is here. We must kill him no matter what. Stop his plan. Breta's holy knights and high priests armed with all kinds of artifacts and support attacked Roger intensively with triumphant expressions. The ones who just stood still and couldn't do anything during my fight with Catherine until just now. Roger lightly tore apart the golden net, trying to bind him, and glared at the religious orders, holy knights and priests. There's no mercy to be shown to those who chose voluntary fanaticism rather than brainwashing. Roger's magic struck the holy knights. Alex tilted his head to the side. The thrust, coming like lightning, pierced through where his forehead had been. There wasn't just one sword. Behind it, swords imbued with golden energy thrust in succession. It was impossible to avoid them all, so Alex's sword smoothly drew a circle in the air. The circle created without any wavering sucked in the surrounding air and created a whirlwind. The golden sword caught in the whirlwind was swept up and exploded. The power of divine force, scattering in all directions, tore through the whirlwind and poured down on Alex like rain. Alex struck the ground to create a large wall, putting up a barrier to protect his body. The rain of divine force couldn't penetrate the debris, but the brainwashed knights were different. They displayed strength several times stronger than usual and rushed at Alex, smashing through the thick debris like styrofoam. Alex tried to subdue his opponents by swinging his sword, but each time, Enya, with a pure white halo around her head, blocked that flow. Alex tried to subdue Enya, but it wasn't easy. The divine power surrounding Enya's body wasn't ordinary divine power. Someone very strong was controlling her, granting her all their power. Alex didn't like that. Not only the fact that they were arbitrarily controlling Enya's body, but what angered him most was the cunning fighting style the opponent showed. Alex thrust his sword. It was a simple probing thrust, so naturally one should choose to block or dodge. What happened next was shocking. Instead, Enya thrust her neck toward the sword. Facing the lifeless eyes of a controlled puppet, Alex flinched and withdrew his thrust. Damn! Alex belatedly realized his mistake. He had been completely caught by the opponent's scheme. The price of forcibly withdrawing his sword was high. Slash. Enya's sword, imbued with divine power, carved a deep wound on Alex's shoulder. Red blood flowed down through the torn uniform. If not for the protective artifact, his arm would have been cut off below the shoulder. Damn it! Knowing that I can't cut Enya, they're blatantly using her as a shield. The opponent controlling Enya was very intelligent and cunning. Knowing it would be difficult to face him with pure skill, they deliberately held Enya hostage to pressure Alex. This isn't good. At this rate, I'll be worn down and die. Alex tried to stop the bleeding from his wound, but the controlled knights didn't allow it. With the Cardinal's divine power added to the already strong knights, they displayed power far beyond ordinary knights. Their superhuman movements disrupted Alex's breathing and forced him to swing his sword reluctantly. If I sweep them all away. Every time Alex tried to use a big technique, Enya would get close as if she knew about it. It was as if asking, "Are you okay with the woman you care about possibly dying if you use that?" Veins stood out on Alex's hand, gripping Copycat's handle. If he swung his sword now, his gray aura would tear apart everything around him. Alex could do it if he set his mind to it. He had both the ability and talent to make it happen. Too much time has already passed. I need to end this here and defeat more enemies. I can't let everything be ruined here because of me alone. He was fighting for Roger right now. Under the name of the Demon King's army, enemies of the world. In such a war, he couldn't be bound by past connections that had been severed long ago. Coldly and boldly, he had to cut them down. That was rationally correct. Aura surged over Alex's sword as he finished his resolve. Time flowed slowly in extreme tension and concentration. With an expressionless face, Alex suddenly saw past images overlapping in Enya's face looking at him. Alex, you skipped again. What are you going to do if you fail at this rate? From cadet days bothering him, I won, Alex. What did I tell you? You could definitely do it. Of course, it's all thanks to my cheering. Smiling at him. Did you fight again? So foolish. I told you to just ignore them. getting angry on his behalf. A guy I like. Of course there is. Someone kind, warm, and steady. Oh, what? It's a joke. Why are you being so serious? Joking around. I'm disappointed, finally being sad. The face of the person he loved most. Yeah, as expected. In the split second that divided 1 second into thousands, Alex recalled all memories and with a smile, he withdrew his aura. This seems right for me. Stab. Enia's sword pierced into Alex's abdomen. Chapter 705. Light of Hope. 1. He clutched his abdomen in searing pain. It felt like his entire nervous system was burning and his brain was melting. Alex looked at Enia's face, which had come close to him, with a distant gaze. I'm sorry. He gave up swinging his sword at the last moment. He knew well that it would be a truly foolish act. Even knowing that, he did it anyway. In the past and now. Red blood flowed down Alex's lips. I'm still a foolish man, it seems. He might have been a little selfish. He might have asked others to bear his suffering for him, but then and now, Alex's choice was always consistent. He decided to bear all the wounds himself. It hurts like hell. He thought he had experienced enough pain, but the agony of a sword piercing his belly was beyond imagination. The best he could do was barely suppress the urge to scream in pain. Alex found himself laughing. Just when he thought he was dying, a conversation he had with Roger long ago came to mind. Leader, you told me this. You said to stop hurting myself, because it's such a sad thing. The reason he could say that with such sincerity was probably because Roger had experienced the same thing as him. No, now that he knew his true identity, could it be called the same experience? He must have gone through more terrible and difficult things than himself. Leader was right. That's really sad and foolish. But you know what, Leader, you told me that. But in the end, you couldn't fix that tendency in yourself until the very end. Just look at how he became a demon king fighting against the world. In the end, both you and I were just foolish men. That fact was deeply sad. The fact that people like them had to disappear like this without ever being rewarded. SHHK. The sword lodged in his belly was pulled out. Alex, whose legs gave out, slowly collapsed backward. Alex moved his pupils to look at Inia. Ah! Inia, who should have had no expression due to being brainwashed, was now looking flustered. Why did I? Inia's trembling gaze alternated between the blood-stained sword and the fallen Alex. I didn't mean to do this. The pure white ring that had taken control of Enia's head emitted an even stronger light. As if a mask was being put on again, the expression was erased from Enia's face, which had been caught in panic. The one controlling Enia gave her a command to finish off that fallen man. Tremble, tremble, tremble. Enia raised her sword with trembling hands. Even when she tried to resist the command, her body had a rejection reaction. Enia's expression changed. She seemed expressionless, yet she was afraid and sad. Tears flowed from one of her eyes and fell down her cheek. Though no voice could be heard, it seemed like Enia was letting out a soundless scream. Is this the price of pursuing romance? Alex smiled, as if he had found enlightenment facing death. The faces of his comrades flashed through his mind. He felt sorry for them. Most of all, Roger weighed on his mind. Leader, Alex desperately moved his blood-soaked lips. Don't become like me. Enia's sword fell toward Alex's neck. Roger, who had been dealing with the holy knights and priests, suddenly turned his head back. Alex! It seemed like he heard Alex's voice from somewhere. Of course, it was a mistake. Alex was now down below, fighting against the Holy Crusaders in the first checkpoint city. Hearing his voice in such an intense battle was close to an auditory hallucination. But that's why Roger felt uneasy, wondering if something had happened to Alex. He understood. In this kind of war, hoping for no sacrifices would be excessive greed. The comrades he had shared hardships with were at great risk of dying. It was the same even if he had gathered only people who wouldn't die easily. However, Roger's thoughts couldn't continue for long. The dogs of Lumensis that kept appearing from far away revealed themselves to block Roger. Persistent bastards. Armed with hatred and fanaticism, they rushed forward even knowing they could die. Rather, they seemed to want to die in such a battle, as if they felt infinite emotion in putting a splendid end to their faith by throwing their lives toward the demon king in this holy war. It was ironic. Someone fights desperately to live, while someone else tries to die to prove their faith. Of course, that didn't mean Roger would show them mercy or point out their wrong actions. In the end, it was a fight of kill or be killed, because that's what war is. It's annoying to deal with them one by one. I'll end it all at once. Roger scattered magical power around him. Another seventh circle magic was about to unfold. Clang! What blocked Enia's attack that seemed about to strike Alex's neck was a long, large greatsword. Alex, who had sensed death, rolled his eyes to look at the person who had saved him. Terina Ryanhowl had blocked Enia's descending sword with Giant Killer instead. Alex couldn't ask why, because Terina's eyes looking at Enia were so murderous that they seemed ready to explode if wrongly touched. Enia's unfocused gaze turned toward Terina. Her lips moved, not of her own will, but by the one brainwashing her. What is this behavior? Commander Terina Ryanhowl, a person who should be leading the Holy Crusaders, is protecting the Demon King's minion. Such an act is clear treason. Even before being referred to military court, you would have nothing to say even if you were executed on the spot. Execution on the spot. Terina twisted her lips. Very interesting words. After brainwashing my precious adjutant without permission and even interfering with my fight. Strange talk. Rather, didn't you win thanks to me? You couldn't have defeated this man with your skills. Rather, thanks to me, you could have avoided unnecessary sacrifice. I question that attitude. It's neither rational nor reasonable. The one borrowing Enia's body, the Cardinal of Lumensis, said so. Aren't you the Lord Protector of the Empire? You belong to the Security Bureau and lead the Night Crawler Knights who deal with criminals. You, who handle things more coldly than anyone else, would know what I'm talking about. Yes, I know well that sometimes you have to set aside human feelings to reduce ally casualties and win battles with minimal damage. And yet you stop me. I'd rather ask you, what do I look like in your eyes? Murderous intent overflowed from Terina's body. Do I look like a puppet who will do whatever you order, who can be handled however you want? Did my adjutant and my subordinates look like tools that could be treated like that? Crackle. The Giant Killer pushed away Enia's sword. Clean your ears and listen. I am human. I'm fundamentally different from you who see people as tools. So you're saying you'll be hostile to me now? I didn't like you from before. Do you know what makes me angrier than anything else? Terina glared at Enia's pupils, the being beyond them, as if she would shoot and kill them. That you made tears flow from my precious adjutant's eyes. The Empire's fate has run out. With the Lord Protector moving so emotionally, I can clearly see that future. I can see your future. The brainwashed knights who had been surrounding to kill Alex tried to surround Terina one by one. But the Nightcrawler Knights stepped forward to block them to protect Terina. Of course, their expressions weren't good. They were just being brainwashed. Their essence was still comrades. They couldn't easily swing their swords, but the enemy was different. They could manipulate the brainwashed ones to cut down the Nightcrawler Knights without any pangs of conscience. Armed with divine power, they possessed stronger power than existing knights. So even if the Nightcrawler Knights had greater numbers, a proper fight couldn't be established. Knowing this, they still stepped forward because the thought that this wasn't right never left their minds. Such commander, such subordinates. It wouldn't be bad for you to die at the hands of your loyal adjutant. The cardinal controlling Enias spewed such nonsense while infusing divine power into Enias' sword. The divine power, burning brilliantly in bright yellow color, melted the nearby building debris it touched. I wonder if you have the courage to cut down your adjutant. What did you hear me say? I have no intention of hurting my proud adjutant, and yet you're going to fight me. Yes, that's why I drew my sword. Ridiculous talk, you can't even cut me. I can't, Terina agreed. I can't. The cardinal, sensing the ominousness hidden in Terina's words, urgently looked around. Thanks to being cunning and quick-witted, his response speed was exceptional, but it was still too late. The people who moved first were faster than him. Disciple. Understood. Two shadows that dropped from the sky swung their weapons at timing that could be called simultaneous. Swoosh. Along with the sword strike cutting through the air, the sound of something being cut echoed. At the same time, The bodies of the brainwashed night crawler knights collapsed like puppets with cut strings. What? The only one who didn't collapse was Enier, who was directly controlled by the cardinal. But his voice carried undeniable bewilderment. To cut through our divine power. He couldn't help but be shocked. What the uninvited guests who suddenly appeared had cut was nothing other than the rings of light floating above their heads. This wasn't something that could be physically cut or eliminated. It was close to a spiritual form of brainwashing called blessing. Yet with a single sword strike, that form crumbled and collapsed. As the rings disappeared, the brainwashing was severed. The ring of light carved above Enier's head was also partially erased and slowly fading. That's why it was even more unbelievable. To cut what cannot be cut. Was such a thing possible? Wow, it really works. The actual perpetrator, Madeline, let out an honest impression while looking at the results she had created. What cut the rings controlling the knights was anti-magic shot from a staff in the form of a sword. Magic that nullifies all magic. It had affected not just magic but divine power as well. Master, we really did it. See, you brat, I told you it would work, didn't I? For that, didn't you also seem surprised just now? What? When did I? Originally, anti-magic couldn't have shown this level of effect. Anti-magic used alone only worked on magic. What gave Madeline the hint was the incident in the capital. The anti-magic she had wielded together with Aiden at that time had neutralized Basara's divine power for a moment. If this ring of light brainwashing people was a similar type of power to the black storm that Basara had deployed, her calculation was that it was worth trying with anti-magic. What was needed was another person who used anti-magic like herself. The unpredictable synergy created when two anti-magics were deployed simultaneously. That's why she brought Aiden, and Madeline's guess was exactly right. This is ridiculous. Enier, no, the cardinal who had taken over her body, staggered. The cardinal, clutching his eye area with one hand, couldn't accept the reality before him. The ring of light floating above his head flickered as if it would go out at any moment. It was quite an excessive reaction for having brainwashing lifted. Terina could intuitively feel that the anti-magic had also dealt a great blow to the cardinal's mind. Strong brainwashing power, so that impact was directly transmitted to him. This. The cardinal couldn't even utter proper language now. The bewilderment and hatred from the unexpected blow never came out, disappearing along with the ring of light. The brainwashing was lifted, and light returned to Enier's empty pupils. Ah. Having been strongly shocked and her brainwashing shaken once, she knew well what state she was in now. She had finally regained her freedom. Without anyone having time to ask if Enier was okay, she moved urgently. Her steps headed toward Alex. Seeing Alex bleeding from a sword wound in his abdomen, Enier didn't know what to do. Hey, Alex. Blood. Enier. Due to severe bleeding, Alex's lips were pale. You look fine, so that's a relief. Don't talk. I'll stop the bleeding right now. Enier used a portable hemostatic agent to plug Alex's wound, but the bleeding didn't stop. It wasn't just a sword wound, but a wound imbued with divine power, so general emergency supplies couldn't substitute. Potion. Enier frantically searched her belongings, but all she saw were fragments of broken potion bottles. They had all broken during the fighting. Am I going to die here? Alex. Still, it's fortunate. The last face I see before going is yours. Alex smiled at Enier, who was shedding endless tears. It's not your fault, so don't worry. Does anyone have a potion? Anyone is fine, please. Several knights who saw the situation handed over potions and poured them on Alex's wound. But the wound caused by divine power couldn't be healed by potions either. It just slightly prolonged the life of the dying Alex. Enier's face was colored with despair. No, I still have so much I want to say to you. Enier said something, but Alex could no longer hear her voice. Sound scattered murkily as if submerged in water. His body spread languidly, and sensation disappeared starting from his fingertips. So this is it. This is death. Even his vision became blurry, and now he couldn't even see Enier's face. What Alex saw last was a dazzling and warm light that suddenly appeared in the void. Chapter 706, Light of Hope 2, GRR Rumble. The castle shook. The holy knights and high priests could feel it completely. How could they not? The cause shaking the castle was right before their eyes. Demon Lord Heathcliff Van Brettis. The spell technique he spread wide and long like parchment around him shook the atmosphere, and its effects reached beyond to the castle. Even those ignorant of magic could instinctively sense that the magic Roger was deploying was anything but ordinary. Their blood ran dry and their lips burned. The instinct to stop that arose in their minds, but their bodies wouldn't move. Not like a mouse facing a cat, but like facing a tiger. Their bodies were bound by the shackles of fear, moving beyond their will and not budging at all. The widely spread spell technique moved following Roger's gesture and then suddenly contracted. The sight of magic particles, scattered in the air condensing to a single point in an instant, was even beautiful. That condensed spell technique formed a perfect sphere, and they could see light flickering inside the sphere. That is, a flame. What they thought was a bluish light was actually a small burning blue fire. The trembling of the castle that seemed about to collapse stopped, and the first thing that came to the minds of the church people who witnessed this was doubt. The process of preparing the magic alone was powerful enough to make the atmosphere tremble, but the result fell short of expectations. They expected some massive vibration to occur and a giant to appear, but it was like the deflation of seeing a tiny child suddenly reveal itself instead. But that was a thought only possible for those who didn't know better. The deeper one's knowledge of magic and the higher one's discernment, the more they would have fainted in shock seeing the magic Roger had achieved. Beyond that, they would have shed tears, saying that was the ultimate fire. The church, not knowing this, judged Roger's magic to be merely a flashy preparation with hollow contents. We can block it. If it's that much, somehow. They had no choice but to make such a misjudgment. Even if not, they didn't have many options available. Reading that intense will in their eyes, Roger no longer even sneered. He merely looked at them with pitying eyes, feeling nothing but sympathy. Go! Roger spoke to the blue flame that bloomed like a lotus petal above his hand. The blue flame that received Roger's command slowly approached the church people. Burning small with a brilliant light, it looked like a craft made by cutting sapphire. Being captivated by that beauty was only momentary. The holy knight at the very front touched the blue flame. Compared to the holy power flame he was currently manifesting on his body, the blue flame was so small it seemed like it would blow out at any moment. That's why the holy knight was also being careless, because he had not yet seen the terror of this small flame, and he would never see it in the future. Crack, because the holy knight's body froze solid right there and stopped. Ha! There was no forewarning or process. It touched the blue flame and then froze. That was all. The holy knight beside him, who had doubts about that sight, met the same end. Only when that number exceeded 10 did the church people, finally sensing the crisis of life, move. The blue flame that had extinguished the lives of 10 people was larger than before. It wasn't a mistake. The flame moving by devouring people was continuously growing in size, using them as fuel. Block it! Sacred law was deployed. Spears of light were used to suppress the flame, while a large light barrier blocked the flame's path. Hot light masses, shining brilliantly, as if to burn the flame in reverse. All of that crumbled and disappeared before the blue fire, only making the blue fire's size grow even more. What is that thing? A high priest who saw the blue flame reaching right before him screamed in terror and died frozen solid in that same position. Roger quietly watched that scene. Seventh tier flame attribute magic blue tranquility. That magic that froze whatever it touched was ironically indeed flame attribute magic. It might seem strange that despite being a flame, it froze rather than burned those it touched, but the mechanism of that magic was different from ordinary flame. Blue tranquility absorbs the heat around it. It didn't need the three elements necessary to maintain flame: temperature above ignition point, oxygen, and fuel. That thing absorbs surrounding heat just by existing. Naturally, what blue tranquility mainly targets is heat sources. The heat sources in this place were the church people revealing intense holy power. The sacred law they used for resistance couldn't damage blue tranquility. Rather, that energy became fuel for the blue flame in reverse, making it survive longer and stronger. The gradually growing flame filled the corridor, and all those who touched it had their heat stolen and turned into ice sculptures. No matter how faithful they were, it was useless. Strong bodies, faithful minds, burning holy power. Under the fair judgment the blue flame bestowed, they could only respond with silence. After the flame devoured all enemies like that, what flowed through the gathering was suffocating silence. The flame that had consumed all surrounding heat returned to Roger. Roger, holding the blue fire, quietly gazed at it. Blue tranquility is a flame that burns stronger by absorbing surrounding heat. According to the text in grimoires carved in long history, it's called the ultimate fire that transcends existing flames. Such magic doesn't end with just consuming heat. This flame that became stronger with the consumed heat was the real deal. Roger considered using this, but decided to stop, because he realized that the woman who seemed to need this flame was still holding out well without falling. I see. You've realized it too. Roger, who gently grasped and extinguished the blue flame with his hand, flew up through the broken ceiling. Icicles formed in the air fell with a patter. Casey, who would normally have surrounded herself with a water barrier, retreated to avoid them. The icicles changed direction to target Casey, but behind Casey was one reliable ally. The spirit Pasca, burning with hot flames, melted all the flying icicles. The water from the melted ice joined around Casey under her control. Pasca didn't stop there and opened his mouth wide to shoot a breath at Marius. Seeing the long-shooting flames, Marius casually gestured to create cold air and blocked it. Though it was a flame of hot heat, the power possessed by the blue mage was greater. Maria's ice easily blocked Pasca's breath. However, since the heat couldn't be completely ignored, the surface of the ice wall melted and water flowed down. That water moved stealthily across the floor following Casey's command and approached Maria's feet. You think you can defeat me with such tricks now? Marius froze all the nearby moisture with a benevolent smile. Not stopping there, the frozen water on the ground changed into sharp waves with a cracking sound and attacked Casey. Casey clicked her tongue and put Pasca forward. Pasca spread both arms to confront the ice wave. You can't keep borrowing that spirit's power forever, can you? Casey didn't answer Maria's, but she also knew deep down that Pasca's power alone couldn't win against her sister Maria's. At first, we fought evenly with Fire's firepower, but were gradually being pushed back. Pasca, who had been melting ice to the point of evaporating it, was now only blocking ice or barely melting it. Maria's cold air was much stronger than even the fire spirit Pasca. Casey moved the water vapor that rose hazily from Pasca's heat. Water vapor looks like gas, but is actually composed of very fine water droplets. She processed its form sharply, changing it into a needle form that was hard to see with the naked eye, and sent it at Maria's. The flying water droplets froze solid and turned into small ice pellets. Realizing that control had been taken over, Casey gave up without hesitation, because she had painfully learned through numerous battles that entering a power struggle here would be disadvantageous for her. Giving up already? Or are you deliberately trying to buy time? What are you talking about? A little while ago, you felt that massive shock that shook the castle, right? There was exactly one moment when the fight between Marius and Casey stopped. It was because of the aftermath created by the fight between Roger and Catherine. The battle between the Demon Lord and the Saint had such a massive impact that even the color mages suspended their mutual fight and held their breath. And what was felt last was an unbelievably pure and massive sense of magical power. Sixth tier. No, what I felt wasn't just that level. Seventh tier. A magic she had never seen before, which Roger had used. I don't know how the victory was decided, but it seems you're expecting that demon lord to come help you, like a prince on a white horse. Or should I call him a demon lord on a white horse? Shut up. Sister is really disappointed. I was so happy when you brought a man, but I didn't know you had such poor judgment about men. How would I have known? And that's exactly what I want to say to you. Sister has equally poor judgment about men, doesn't she? I have high standards. The conversation between Marius and Casey seemed like ordinary sisters bickering, but the exchanges between them were deadly enough to have killed each other hundreds of times. Casey, are you still having such lukewarm thoughts about subduing me? What? Be more venomous. Fight not with the thought of defeating me, but with the thought of killing me. Otherwise you'll die. Does sister want to die by my hand? Where in the world would there be someone who wants to die? Then why are you talking such nonsense? Because if a moment comes when one of us must die, I want you to live. Those words were sincere. Though Maria's was brainwashed, as a color mage, she didn't lose herself to the brainwashing. Having a different brain from ordinary mages, Maria's could think rationally and converse. Everything she said was her true feelings. Knowing this, Casey's body trembled momentarily, and Maria's aimed for that gap to form an ice cannon and fire it. Crash! Bang! Behind Casey, who threw her body to the side, the ice chunk broke through the wall and collapsed the passage. So, you're telling me to kill sister right now. If you don't kill, you'll die. Then, after killing sister, sincerity with sincerity, thinking this might be the last time, Casey also didn't hide her emotions from Maria's. Do you think I'll live well after killing my precious family? Don't say cowardly things. Sister is just trying to run away. That's a valid point. Maybe I do want to run away. A blizzard swirled. Since that couldn't be avoided or blocked, Pasca stepped forward and blocked it with his body. Hot heat seemed to push back the blizzard, but eventually couldn't withstand the power difference in the continuing fight. Pasca's flames noticeably weakened. Rather than being controlled like this and moving according to others' will, it would be better to die comfortably. So you make such a terrible request to your sister. You're disqualified as a sister. Pasca collapsed with a scream. Fire sparks scattering in the air dispersed, and Pasca was reverse summoned. The reliable ally that had made Casey endure until here completed its role. Now there's no fire spirit to protect you. The demon lord won't come to save you. Can you face me alone? I never hoped for help in the first place. Casey spoke in a clear tone. I'm not a princess, I'm a detective. I don't need a prince on a white horse. What matters is what I can do right now. Casey knew better than anyone that Roger wouldn't come to help her. By assigning Pasca to her, Roger had already done everything he could within the limits her pride would allow. Receiving help from Roger, of all people who had a long, bitter relationship with her, was something she could never accept. From here on, she had to fight alone. It was an extreme situation where life and death were at stake. Her eyes stung, and her head ached from the stress rising to the tip of her brain in the fierce battle. However, Casey felt that her senses were sharpened to an unprecedented degree. What drove the wedge was the lingering echo of the magic Roger had used while fighting the saint, the deep and clear scent of water, the scent of the abyss, which only a rain-colored mage could smell. That scent of the abyss was essentially similar to the ice that Maria's handled. The price of that reckless bravado will be your life. If I can't bet my own life, why would I be a detective? I see, Marias murmured in a rather sad voice. A massive iceberg was created around Marias with intense cold air. Though smaller than the iceberg used to pierce Galahad Castle, it was an unbelievable scale for something aimed at one individual. Farewell, my sister. The iceberg was fired. Facing the iceberg advancing while destroying the corridor, Casey didn't think of avoiding or blocking it. Instead, she spread her empty hand wide and extended it forward. Could she have given up? It was natural for Marius to think that, but Casey, from before until now, had never given up even once after setting something as a goal. Her obsession was among the best on this continent. That's why I could chase him for over 3 years. At the same time, Casey muttered with a smile. The flying iceberg stopped right in front of Casey's nose. Chapter 707. Light of Hope 3. What on earth did you do? Marius couldn't understand the current situation. The attack she had launched at Casey was threatening enough to surely cut off her breath. That was absolutely an attack Casey couldn't block. Marius herself knew that better than anyone, yet Casey had blocked it. At this moment, Marius instinctively realized that some great change had come over Casey. You, don't tell me. Casey withdrew her outstretched hand and gazed at the mysteriously stopped iceberg with a strange expression. So this is what it was. For color mages, enlightenment wasn't theoretical and experience-dependent like it was for ordinary mages. Their enlightenment was closer to something instinctive. They feel and realize the essence of the element they handle and finally master it. Casey's situation was exactly like that right now. She, who had grown greatly once through her fight with James Moriarty during her immature days, was now riding another upward curve through this fight with her sister in this holy war. I understood it in my head, that ultimately ice and water are all the same thing, but my heart was different, I guess. I was unconsciously thinking that the power my sister uses is superior to mine. The decisive trigger that shattered that notion was the scent of water that had drifted from afar, the deep parts of the distant ocean, the clear fragrance that could only be felt in the deep sea. She realized too late that this was the same as what wafted from the iceberg Marius was using. In the end, it's all the same thing. Tap. Casey's index finger touched the sharp tip of the iceberg. The iceberg crumbled like sand from the tip and scattered across the floor with a rustling sound. It was very finely ground ice particles. Marius was quite surprised to see this scene. Casey had not only interfered with her power, but had begun to freely manipulate it with control. Like this. When Casey waved her hand, the ice particles turned into water and then disappeared as if evaporating. But they hadn't completely disappeared. They had simply become water vapor, so fine it was hard to see with the naked eye. It can also be like this. What had become water vapor gathered again in the air to become ice, and that melted into water. Just by changing the molecular structure, water could become ice, and just by breaking down that structure, ice could become water. Casey vibrated the molecules. The violently shaking water soon bubbled and boiled, turning into hot water. The power of Marius that Casey had thought was a superior version until now was actually the opposite. Ice was, in the end, just one form that water possessed. She had simply been looking at it with the wrong perspective, influenced by the pressure of having an older sister and emotions she'd held since childhood. Her power had always been the same. What had changed was only the perspective with which she viewed it. Casey felt like herself from a minute ago was foolish. That's how people are. At some point, they suddenly realize, grow, and change. And looking at their past selves, they bitterly voice regrets, wondering why they were like that back then. But that's what made them human, people who could become better. Sister, Casey smiled as clearly as refreshing water. For some reason, Marius thought her younger sister's smile was ominous. We have quite a lot to sort out, don't we? Little sister, this older sister is currently under mind control, you know. Don't worry. I wouldn't actually kill my sister, would I? Clearly, her body should have been under mind control and out of her control. But Maria's body trembled with fear. Renee pondered what she should do. What should she do? And what could she do? For someone as young as her, this battlefield was far too harsh an environment. However, Renee had experienced many things so far. She had experienced events that could truly be called harsh compared to her peers, and she had overcome them all. Perhaps it was because of the courage that gave her. Renee held not just the thought, but the conviction that she could do it this time too. It wasn't because she had awakened her power to see the future, nor was it because of her spatial magic power that could leap across continents if she set her mind to it. Renee knew well that she couldn't do anything alone. The reason she had been able to overcome all the difficulties so far wasn't because she was exceptionally outstanding. It was simply because someone had helped her, that she had just been lucky. Renee had kept this fact deep in her heart from then until now. That's why even now she could make various choices with an open mind. The choice to ask Julia Plumhart for help. What are you talking about? We can't fight among ourselves. You know too, right, that what we truly need to worry about is a different future. What exactly are you trying to do that you're asking for help? I'm going to persuade them. Persuade? Yes. That child who was the teacher's assistant said in her right. I'm going to persuade her and the priestess sisters to stop fighting. Are you completely insane? Can you help me? Julia closed her mouth. She too was genuinely worried about Sedna. If there was a way to avoid fighting, that would be better. She didn't want to experience losing someone precious anymore. The longer the choice is delayed, the more intense the fighting will become. But how? Right now they're not fighting each other because of the cryptids, but in a little while the number of cryptids will decrease. What? I can see it. Over there, a large beastman male is fighting with the monster that creates cryptids. That's when the opportunity will come. Julia neither doubted nor denied what Renée was saying. Didn't she already know that Renée possessed the power to see the future when she entered her dreams? I'll try to persuade them then. This is also for everyone's sake. Sigh, I don't know. Even as Julia said this, she didn't object to Renée. In the end, she had agreed to help. Renée showed a faint smile at this. Hey, what? When the war is over, would you like to go somewhere fun? You, me, and that child called Sedna all together. It would be nice if we became friends with each other. Tell me after everything's over. It was a curt response, but since she knew it wasn't exactly a rejection, Renée nodded. It's now. As Renée said, the number of cryptid forces that had been surging like waves suddenly decreased. Renée immediately grabbed Julia's hand and activated her familiar's power. The familiar glowed and transported the two of them to another location, right between Sedna, who was catching her breath while blocking the cryptid offensive, and the three priestesses. You, Sedna and the priestesses, who recognized Renée and Julia respectively, were startled. Before questions about why they were here and how they got here could fly, Renée struck first. Please stop fighting. There's no need for us to fight among ourselves. What are you talking about? The one who reacted most intensely was Sedna. Her eyes, filled with anger, glared at Renée. You came all the way here and even burned down the sacred tree, and you think we'll just let it go if you say that? If you were going to say such things, you shouldn't have come at all. Sedna was right. The priestesses also recognized this, so they were on high alert, not knowing when Sedna might attack. It was Julia who stopped Sedna then. Sedna, stop. Julia, you know well that there's nothing to gain from fighting among ourselves here. And those priestesses and the saint are different from ordinary cult members. More precisely, they're from a different faction. Thanks to Julia's persuasion, Sedna calmed her anger for now. Sedna threw a look at Renée that said to go ahead and try. Like Renée, who had experienced many things, Sedna too had experienced many things. That's why she was at least willing to listen to what she had to say. Fighting among ourselves here would be a huge loss of power. Even if we don't join hands, we should at least avoid fighting. How can we trust you? That fake saint tried to kill the teacher from the start. That's not true. Sister Catherine only did that because she had business with Brother Heathcliff. That wasn't her true intention. Sedna's eyebrows twitched slightly at the words Brother Heathcliff, but she didn't react further. What are you sisters thinking of doing? Renée asked the priestesses. The priestesses exchanged glances as if troubled, but the range of choices they could make wasn't wide. Above all, the eyes of Renée, who was looking at them and asking, were the same color as their eldest sister Catherine. Sedna, let's go. Julia grabbed and led Sedna away. Julia, you know too, that even the slightest help is precious to us right now. Sedna bit her lips tightly. Julia's words weren't wrong. She didn't like Renée, but she had to acknowledge the usefulness of her power in this situation at least. So what should we do now? We need to gather more people. Renée said this while looking at the priestesses. And we need to save more people. Alex saw people appearing from the sky along with light. It was a faint and blurry afterimage, but not so much that he couldn't distinguish it. Moreover, the warm energy seeping into his wound, from which life force was draining in real time, was telling him that this was not an illusion. This is. Something warm filled his belly. The warmth in his body circulated, and his pale lips and complexion returned to normal. The excruciating abdominal pain that had felt merely distant disappeared. Alex examined his belly with eyes that had regained focus. The wound was gone. Only the torn, blood-stained protective gear and exposed skin remained, proving that there had been a wound just moments ago. Enya was equally surprised. She, who had reached the threshold of despair thinking she couldn't save Alex, couldn't close her gaping mouth seeing Alex fully recovered from his wounds. Hey, Alex, you! Am I alive? It was a priestess wearing a tiara who spoke to the confused Alex and Enya. "You'll need to rest for a while." It was what Priestess Hapinia, who had been treating wounded people in the rear, said. "Since it was a wound made by holy power, the treatment is complete, but you've lost too much blood and your physical condition isn't good. Still, thanks to your strong body as a knight, there won't be any aftereffects, but immediate combat would be too much." There wasn't just one priestess. Rumla, Janice, Anisha, Ariel, Lucia, Camilla, Sophia, and others, all the priestesses had gathered in one place. It wasn't just priestesses. From Veram, who had been fighting the priestesses, to Julia and Sedna. It was René who had gathered them all in one place. And it was René who had flown here again with spatial magic and saved him using the priestess's power. What on earth is all this? Terina couldn't hide her bewilderment at the series of groups that had appeared by leaping through space. "Ha! That kid is." Aiden's eyes widened as he recognized René. "What? You know her? She's a first-year Theon student who takes the same class as me." "What? But why is she with the priestesses?" "I don't really know either." How should he put it? Originally, René had been a student who stood out in various ways, but seeing her now, she definitely felt different from before. Whether it was because of her awakening due to the judgment eye or because of various events in the meantime, he didn't know. But René had an invisible power that captivated the hearts of the people in this place. Everyone's attention focused on René without anyone telling them to, as if it were natural. René thought she knew why people's gazes had gathered on her. Originally, René had already given off a unique atmosphere with her judgment eye power. But after something awakened in the castle just moments ago, René had completely awakened her judgment eye. Even if she couldn't understand it with her head, she could know it with her heart. That the source of this power had awakened, and that proper succession of power had thus been established. At the same time, she had also come to handle spatial attribute magic. So the more perceptive and skilled someone was, the more they would instinctively feel that René was not an ordinary person. In fact, René's contribution to gathering people here was significant. The priestesses too were beings whose power originated from fragments of the saint. So René's words, which held the source of that power, had authority equivalent to that of a saint. "Please listen to what I have to say." René caught her breath and opened her mouth. Then Alex raised his hand high. "Look, I'm grateful that you saved me, and I'm sorry for suddenly interrupting the flow in this situation. But I believe there's still a problem we need to solve." "Right, there was something left." Terina also nodded, agreeing with those words. The ones who had brainwashed and controlled the Nightcrawler Knights, including Enya, were not far away. The Cardinal and his escort. They would have suffered considerable damage due to the forced breaking of the brainwashing by Aiden and Madeline's fusion anti-magic. But they weren't completely neutralized. No one knew what those guys might do if they regrouped while time was being wasted here. But fortunately, what they were worried about didn't happen. "Are you talking about those guys?" At the voice coming from the air, everyone's gazes turned in that direction. Black crows were flocking together, and above them stood a dark mage in the form of a young boy riding a large crow. "I took care of them on the way here. They weren't in normal condition, so it was easy." Thud. What Cravat threw on the ground as proof was a holy relic that appeared to have been used by the Cardinal. Chapter 708, Light of Despair. 1. Han's rampage ironically provided an opportunity to reorganize the battle lines. The soldiers of the Utah Kingdom blocked the approaching cryptids while withdrawing the existing forces to the rear, beginning to hold their position atop makeshift barriers created with magic. They faced the cryptids, but never sent their formation forward. They thoroughly held their position and merely blocked the cryptids. To someone, this looked like an iron wall thoroughly blocking the enemy's offensive. But from a slightly different perspective, it could also look like they were blocking the path to prevent the rear troops from advancing forward. Considering that their actual intention matched the latter, it wasn't wrong to say so. However, there was no way to harbor complaints against the soldiers of the Utah Kingdom. Although their goal was to stop the Demon King, everyone was feeling considerable fatigue from the strange phenomena that kept occurring repeatedly. Above all, the Galahad Citadel, where the Demon King resided, was now floating high in the sky. Even if they wanted to go, there was no one who could reach up there. A pure white tree that had suddenly sprouted was connecting like a drawbridge. But where could you find someone brave enough to climb up that thing? Naturally, as ordinary soldiers, they had no choice but to wait for those who had gone ahead to resolve the situation. Thanks to this, Renée could gather people without anyone's interference or obstruction. She fully benefited from spatial magic that allowed rapid movement to desired locations. "Does this mean everyone's gathered?" Verom asked, casually resting his sword on his shoulder. The fact that he was teaming up with the priestess he had been fighting with just moments ago was quite uncomfortable, but what could he do? That's how the situation was. "Don't we need to bring that beastman gentleman who's fighting over there?" Alex answered Verom's question. "It would probably be difficult." "Why?" "Because he's having the fight he so desperately wanted. If we go to help, Pantos would get angry instead." "I can't understand that at all. Just think of it as a pride that a man must absolutely maintain. If that's the case, then fine." Pantos had to focus on stopping hands. In addition, people who had been huddled together, avoiding cryptids in the first checkpoint city, also joined. There were quite a few disturbances when Stella Siren and Cold Steel joined as well. The cult's brainwashing wasn't limited to just the Night Crawler Night Order. Their cunning hands had reached other Night Orders as well, and when the situation began to flow subtly, they immediately revealed their true colors. But such brainwashing could no longer exert its power. With the combined technique of Aiden and Madeline, who used anti-magic, all their brainwashing was completely destroyed. "There are still many people on the battlefield who are under brainwashing. We need to help those people." Aiden, who had a strong sense of justice, volunteered to say so. Madeline pressed down on Aiden's head with her hand and vigorously ruffled it. "Ugh, why?" "Because I'm proud. You little rascal, now you've become so reliable that it's hard to ruffle your hair. There's still a lot of work to do, so I won't take responsibility if you collapse on the way." "I'm fine, but what about you, Master? Who's worrying about whom right now? You don't need to worry about that, so feel free to run wild." Since not everyone could go to the Galahad Citadel, they divided roles among themselves. First, those who had been brainwashed had aftereffects remaining, so they needed to rest. People were also needed to protect the injured. Although Pantos was blocking hands, overflowing cryptids were still wandering around one by one. For that purpose, the priests decided to stay behind. "Even if we go, we probably won't be of help. It's better to help the injured here and prevent greater damage from occurring." Of course, there were also those who volunteered to go. "I have to go too." Alex shook off his wounds and stood up. Indeed, the priestess' healing skills were excellent. When they were enemies, there was no more troublesome opponent than this, but now that they were allies, they were incredibly reassuring. They could even heal the wounds of someone who was nearly dying. Of course, this was also thanks to Alex having a stronger physique than others, which allowed him to endure that far. "Alex, do you really have to go?" Inia asked with reddened eyes. Perhaps because she had cried too much earlier, traces of still wet tears remained on her cheeks. "Yeah, I have to go and help. This is a man-to-man promise." "Alex, SHH. Alex shook his head at Inia, indicating she didn't need to say more. "Let's talk about the rest when I come back later." Enya realized she couldn't stop Alex and stepped back. Still, the fortunate thing was that Alex himself was showing the will to somehow return alive. "Then I'll go. Everyone relax and follow as my mana guides you." Renée scattered her mana around. The mana of space circled around and created light. Everyone's eyes widened at the reaction that was different from other magic. Master-level knights could feel that Renée's mana was resonating with the atmosphere and subtly shaking the entire space. Flash! With an intense flash of light, the figures of Renée and the people gathered around her disappeared, as if they had never existed in that place from the beginning. Catherine, who had received the note from Roger and regained her forgotten memories, could only calm her emotions after quite a long time had passed. Perhaps it was a reaction to suppressing her emotions and acting as a saint until now, but she felt like she had cried all the tears she should cry in her lifetime. "Ah!" Sniff after crying it all out. Even she found it absurd. and this time she just laughed. At this age, to cry so sorrowfully like that, yet at the same time be so happy about this situation itself that she didn't know what to do. She felt foolish about herself, but at the same time there was a sense of relief somewhere. She had fought her best, but lost. Moreover, she had even received help from Roger. I see. That fool, even after escaping from this hell, continued to care about me. Without knowing this, she had gotten angry at Roger asking why he came here and had even attacked him. Catherine felt ashamed of her actions. How could she be called a saint with such imperfect eyes that couldn't even see this future? Catherine's thoughts stopped there. Her head turned sharply to the side. Who's there? Even before sensing a presence, her eyes began to hurt again. In the gentle pain, she could feel her pupils connecting to something. That connected, something was approaching this way. Two people revealed themselves from beyond the half-ruined passage. One was a cold-looking, silver-haired, handsome man, and the other was a beautiful woman with long, ash-gray hair. Catherine's gaze fixed on the woman among them and wouldn't let go. That's the person. The cause of the pain felt in her eyes. For reasons unknown, the person connected to her. Who are you? At those words, the silver-haired woman Archinis spoke with a smile. Nice to meet you, the saint of this era. My name is Archinis. Just an ordinary girl who woke up from a very long sleep. Archinis? That can't be. Catherine was greatly shocked by those words, but found herself unknowingly accepting that the person was Archinis, because she instinctively felt that the source of this power that had settled in her body was the woman before her eyes, Archinis. But how? You were said to have died 1,000 years ago. That's just what it was known as. What's your reason for seeking me out? Catherine's tone changed. Being intelligent, she was quick to assess situations. Although she showed respect toward Archinis, the strongest emotion dwelling in her pupils was wariness. If Archinis were to say she wanted to reclaim her power, it would be troubling for Catherine. But Archinis spoke with a gentle smile, as if there was no need for such worry. There's something I really want to say. Roger climbed to the top of the citadel, the center of the Galahad citadel, the highest spire. It was already a high place originally, but because the citadel was floating in the sky, the entire Bretis island could be seen below. Everything was small and distant. Even the hellscape unfolding down there looked like nothing when viewed from such a wide and high place. It seemed like it would break fragilely if you just brought your hand over and pressed it lightly. Is this the view you're seeing, Lumensis? The chief guard Lumensis would be looking at an even wider world from a place higher than himself. To him, humans living on the continent would appear as nothing more than less than insects, microorganisms not even worth paying attention to. Lumensis simply liked the fact that such microorganisms formed colonies and lived together in the cage he had created. It didn't matter what unreasonable things each individual microorganism experienced. He didn't even pay attention to them. There was only the desire to contain the most beautiful form as a whole cage. Perhaps the scene he most ideally wished for would be everyone worshipping and serving him unchangingly for a lifetime. But Roger could feel the sadness, suffering, anger, pain, and despair that people experienced on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the resolve and will to somehow survive. He could feel all those emotions, no matter how high a place he was in, no matter how small they looked like ants. In the end, we're all the same humans. The center of the citadel, the highest spire, was built large and wide so that the enthroned holy emperor could lead his close associates to look down upon the people's livelihood. Here, this place was the final battleground where Roger would end this entire journey. Perhaps that's why unfamiliar faces and familiar faces began to appear one by one. People suddenly appearing in a place with no cover where there was nowhere to hide. It would have been surprising, but Roger just calmly took in each of their faces. Finally, Roger's gaze turned to the girl Renee, who would have moved all these people here. Renee, you've come this far. Yes, Renee answered confidently while meeting Roger's eyes. Did you come to stop me? No, then, I came to talk. I don't know what story you want to tell, but please step aside for now. I have something I must do. Roger took out a relic from his chest. The relic, densely written with pure white divine script, now looked like nothing more than a glowing, pure white disk. I must use this. I came this far overcoming all those hardships for this. What happens if you use that? What do you think happens? You can see now, can't you? Roger asked, as if looking into Renee's pupils, the eyes of judgment. Renee shook her head. No, I can't see either, as if fate itself won't allow it. I see. In the end, the eyes of judgment were also an authority stemming from divine power, no matter how powerful an authority, because a relic imbued with the power of multiple gods was involved in this incident. Even the eyes of judgment couldn't dare to foresee it. In other words, it was an undetermined future, a pitch-black future where nothing could be seen. Therefore, desired things could happen, but conversely, terrible things could also occur. Those who would create that future would be the people gathered in this place. Since you've come this far, you deserve to know what I intend to do. Everyone listened to Roger's words. Even the Owens members were no exception, because even fellow comrades had never heard Roger's true purpose. Having come this far, the situation should be considered over. Did such optimistic thinking invite trouble? That story. I'd like to hear it too. A voice was heard, a leisurely, relaxed voice full of playfulness. Who? There was no one around who had uttered such words. Naturally, the gazes of the people gathered turned toward the direction the voice came from, right above in the sky. The sky! That couldn't be. The citadel was already floating in the sky. But the sky, everyone's gaze turned toward the sky where a hole was gaping open, and they could see something falling with a pure white flash. Everyone dodge. No sooner had Terina's warning ended than something falling with light collided with the spire. This is. What was revealed as the dusty haze cleared far exceeded everyone's expectations. It was the Wind Elemental Lord, a unique form with a body that rotated like overlapping rings at the center and 6 pairs of large white wings. The being that brought storm clouds to this battlefield and blocked the path of the sky, standing at the pinnacle of wind spirits, that Wind Elemental Lord had fallen onto the citadel. It was shocking. It wasn't a monkey falling from a tree, but a Wind Elemental Lord crashing from the sky. Who on earth? Everyone's gaze turned toward the sky where the Elemental Lord had fallen. A single starlight was descending there. To be precise, it was a person emitting light like starlight. Chapter 709, Light of Despair, 2. With Saleson's appearance, the surrounding air grew heavy. Gulp. The surroundings were so quiet that someone's swallowing could be heard. It was just one person. A mere one person who hadn't brought anyone else along had completely seized control of the current atmosphere. The overwhelming presence that comes with the position of Holy Emperor was by no means light. Above all, he was spectacular enough to make everyone tense from the moment he appeared. He had brought down none other than the Wind Elemental Lord. Just one person had reduced the Wind Incarnate, who was supposed to have no equal in the sky, to this state. That alone demonstrated the tremendous power Salson possessed. The cardinals I sent all fell, so I had to come myself. While everyone was on high alert, Salson spoke nonchalantly. I thought about making a slow entrance in front of others, but seeing the situation, I realized I had to step in immediately. If circumstances had allowed, Salson would have slowly revealed himself alongside his guards. He would have swept through the cryptid legion while receiving everyone's attention, praise, and awe, marching forward majestically. The reason he couldn't do so was because Roger had moved faster than he had anticipated. I got properly hit by our little brother. I was planning to make a cool entrance, but now I have to scrap all my pre-planned preparations. Of course, there was no trace of regret in Saleson's voice as he said this. Rather, he was even enjoying Roger's actions that had exceeded his predictions to this extent. After all, it had sprinkled a little seasoning called fun into his boring life. Even that emotion was tinged with a gaze that naturally looked down on others as beneath him. So since I'm here anyway, I thought I'd make a somewhat cool entrance, and that thing happened to help me out. Salson smiled benevolently as he pointed at the Wind Elemental Lord. I was flying through the sky when that thing blocked my path. I remembered it from the past. The Wind Elemental Lord that once served Saint Arcanes, but lost its contractor and had been quietly sleeping. The moment it saw me, it bared its teeth, so I shot it down. The way he spoke so casually, as if he had swatted a flying insect, made Renair and the others feel strangely chilled. Salesyn had a face similar to Rudger's. Since they were born of the same bloodline, it was natural if you thought about it. But from his hair color to his attitude, manner of speaking, and expressions, everything was the opposite of Rudger. Clearly, he should have looked benevolent, but why did it feel like a terrible monster was wearing a mask? Ah! Renee unconsciously let out a pained moan. It was because Saleson's red eyes had turned toward her. Just that alone made her feel as if her skin was being stabbed by countless sharp needles. It was also like the sensation of swarming ants crawling across her skin. Oh ho! The moment Salesyn saw Renee, he immediately recognized her. That woman was the owner of the Eye of Judgment that the Order had lost. I never expected to meet the owner of the Eye of Judgment here. Should this be called fate? The Eye of Judgment that the Order couldn't find despite searching so hard has appeared before me on its own. Greed appeared in Saleson's eyes. From the beginning, Salesyn had no intention of hiding his emotions upon finally finding the owner of the Eye of Judgment. How lucky, should I say heaven is helping me? Ah, that would be wrong. I'll place even heaven beneath me. Utterly arrogant words. What those words meant was simple. Salesyn intended to make Renair his own. Saleson's finger pointed toward Renair. What that action intended to do was unclear. No, more precisely, it was too vivid, making it difficult to predict the result. Just as Rudger was about to move, there was someone who moved before him. It was none other than the Wind Elemental Lord, whose pride had been thoroughly crushed by Salesyn. The Wind Elemental Lord spread all 6 pairs of its 12 wings to their fullest and shot up into the air. The people gathered there were astonished. Despite such a massive body moving, not the slightest air resistance could be felt. This was a feat possible only for the Wind Elemental Lord, who moved by making the atmosphere itself his own. The Wind Elemental Lord, spreading its wings and rocketing into the sky like a rocket, happened almost simultaneously. It seemed unaffected not only by air resistance, but also by inertia. The sight that transcended physical laws felt like a dream even while watching with their own eyes. Meanwhile, the Wind Elemental Lord approached Salesyn and summoned strong winds. The wind created by the Elemental Lord formed massive vortexes visible to the naked eye and pushed Salesyn's body away. Salesyn, his body wrapped in light, had no intention of dodging. His body shot up high into the sky once again. The surrounding atmosphere gathered, covering the clear sky with massive cumulonimbus clouds. Naturally, Salesyn's body, swept up by the wind, was sucked inside the cumulonimbus clouds. The pure white, glowing cumulonimbus clouds writhed and moved. Like a beast trying to digest prey that had entered its stomach, winds swirled inside the cumulonimbus clouds, trying to grind Salesyn to pieces. Even with all this happening, not a trace of aftereffects could be felt in the surroundings. This was an elemental lord. This was a being that stood at the pinnacle of spirits. However, what was even more surprising unfolded next. The light inside the cumulonimbus clouds intensified, and the pitch-black storm clouds were completely dyed pure white. Not stopping there, beams of light began to flow out through the clouds, one by one. "He's fine even in that environment," Alex muttered, as if he couldn't believe it. Salesyn was not dead yet. Rather, he was even using light to provoke, as if asking how much more the Wind Elemental Lord could do. The Wind Elemental Lord gladly responded to that provocation. Its wings spread wide as the Elemental Lord moved. The Wind Elemental Lord flew at a speed that didn't match its massive body, rapidly rotating around the cumulonimbus clouds, moving at supersonic speeds without air resistance. Wherever its wings swept by, the cumulonimbus clouds compressed inward. The light that had been trying to escape outside was trapped in the small compressed sphere of water vapor and disappeared inward. The Wind Elemental Lord didn't stop there. Woo-woo. The atmospheric density inside the cumulonimbus clouds rose rapidly. Normally, to create such cumulonimbus clouds, the atmospheric pressure would need to be low, but such basic common sense was useless to the Wind Elemental Lord. Pressure that would utterly shatter barometers rose steeply by the second. A high-density space contracted by pressure. The inside of that space, which far exceeded the atmospheric pressure that nature exerts, would surely evoke images of a living hell. People don't know how powerful the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on them is. The weight of one atmosphere acting on a certain area is 10 tons. People don't realize this only because their bodies are designed for one atmosphere and they live accordingly. What if that pressure doubles or triples? Only then would they realize that they are actually carrying something very large and heavy, something invisible to the eye. Then, what would happen if the pressure exceeded 100 times, 0 times, or even 0 times? No, what if an even higher transcendent pressure was applied? The condensed water vapor compressed and turned into ice. Yet the temperature rose tremendously. In temperatures far exceeding room temperature, water didn't evaporate but froze in place due to the extremely high pressure. But the temperature continued to rise. It was literally hot ice. Hot ice measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height completely swallowed Salesyn. It was the opinion of everyone gathered there that no matter what substance entered that space, not even a trace would remain. But flash, a single cross-shaped flash of light, split the hot ice precisely in the shape of a cross. The large ice cube broke apart into 8 smaller cubes and scattered. Salesyn, who appeared from inside, had his arms spread wide and his eyes closed, as if he was savoring this very atmosphere. There wasn't a single wound on his body, and not even a thread of his clothing was damaged. The wind elemental lord moved. Its spread white wings became smooth and hard as if they had hardened. In that state, the wind elemental lord showed movement that ignored air resistance and charged directly at Salesyn. The wings themselves had become blades, and the atmosphere was vibrating very finely on the surface of those wings. Essentially ultrasonic blades. Such ultrasonic blades over 100 meters long were flying at supersonic speeds. With human reaction speed, it was impossible to even confirm with the eyes, no matter how fast. However, Salesyn didn't lose his composure even in that situation, and the reason was immediately revealed. Scritch, with the sound of something being cut. One of the proud white wings of the wind elemental lord was cut off with a smooth cross-section. It looked as if it had been hardened too much, couldn't control its own speed, and snapped along the grain. Meanwhile, Salesyn was perfectly fine. All Salesyn had done was extend his index finger 1 step ahead of the timing when the elemental lord's wing approached. Just that alone, yet the wind elemental lord's wing was cleanly cut off. The wind elemental lord immediately changed direction. Even while changing direction, its speed didn't decrease. Rather, it accelerated even more. The wind elemental lord entered the stage of hypersonic speed. Now its form was no longer visible, and it literally became a pure white flash. The speed when an intercontinental ballistic missile re-enters the atmosphere is Mach 20. The wind elemental lord's current speed was faster than that, if anything, certainly not slower. Even for the wind elemental lord, it seemed impossible to stably control the surrounding atmosphere at such speeds, as aftereffects were clearly revealed following its movement. The sky had split. The storm clouds filling the sky split apart, and through the gaps, the light that Salesyn emitted squeezed through the cracks and poured down like a waterfall. From a distance, that scene looked like a god descending into this world. Oh God, please look down upon us with mercy. Even soldiers who usually had no faith knelt and prayed upon seeing that sight. The wind elemental lord's blade reached Salesyn's neck. Even the expression "reached" was ridiculous. A blade moving at Mach 20 would slice through its target and pass by in the blink of an eye, even from a great distance, but that was the only way to describe it. Literally, the wind elemental lord's blade reached Salesyn's neck, but Salesyn's neck was perfectly fine. That massive body stopped upright in place, unable to cut down even one Salesyn. Looking closely, divine power was moving at the point where the wing and neck met, pushing the wing itself away. He blocked it with divine power. Those were the words of Alex, who had the keenest eye among those present. An attack that could slice through even diamond like tofu was blocked by a single layer of divine power surrounding Salesyn's skin. It was impossible to grasp just how tremendous the density of that divine power was. showing no outward signs. Yeah, that was quite an interesting little show. Sailsin left his honest impression of the Wind Elemental Lord. Not bad, but that's as far as it goes. Sailsin's finger pointed toward the Wind Elemental Lord's body, the overlapping ringed torso positioned at the center of its wings. Flash, a pure white flash like snow, pierced through the Wind Elemental Lord's torso. The torso, pierced by the flash, melted away, and the Elemental Lord fell down below with its great wings. The falling Wind Elemental Lord's body gradually turned to powder and soon disappeared, as if dissolving into the atmosphere. Spirits are ultimately beings subject to nature. When they take damage beyond their threshold, they simply cannot maintain their form and are reverse summoned, never truly dying. The Wind Elemental Lord had now simply been reverse summoned. However, even considering that, the sight of the Wind Elemental Lord's defeat was too shocking. Especially since even when the Wind Elemental Lord launched an all-out attack, Sailsin didn't budge an inch. It was an attack so powerful it created the illusion of the sky splitting, yet still. The name Holy Emperor wasn't given for nothing. That power was absurdly strange. No matter how Sailsin was born with the greatest talent in history, such power was too far beyond normal standards. Renee's eyes couldn't leave Sailsin. Who exactly are you? Renee had seen it. When everyone was only looking at Sailsin's light, her eye of judgment showed her something else instead. Pitch black darkness. A terrible mass that just looking at it would freeze the skin, churn the stomach, and make one feel like vomiting. Even looking at the cryptid that Hans had summoned didn't give such a feeling, but Sailsin was different. That thing seemed like human malice and greed rolled into one, for over 1,000 years, no less. Oh my, as expected, the Eye of Judgment. Sailsin smiled with a troubled expression. Chapter 710. Light of Despair. 3. Sailsin Van Brettis was not composed solely of his own existence. In fact, it was even questionable whether he should be called Sailsin at all. Certainly, the name of the flesh was Sailsin, but what dwelt within was not. The reason he felt more disgusting than Hans, who had transformed into the beast of Jevodon, was for this very reason. If the beast of Jevodon was like seeing the greatest darkness in the world, Sailsin felt like looking at filth that had been stagnant and rotting for a very long time. Unlike the other side that simply gave a feeling of being massive and vast, he was so terrible and disgusting that one wouldn't even want to imagine it. The twisted desires of humans that had accumulated over a long time and had now rotted, wrapped in pristine white packaging paper. That was exactly what Sailsin Van Brettis was now. I tried my best to hide it, but it seems I can't escape the eyes of the Judgment Eye after all. It can't be helped, since you're the owner of an authority equal to mine. Renee's judgment, I had no choice but to see what she didn't want to see. The agonized screams of the twisted dead that flickered behind Sailsin's back. How exactly are you still alive? Renee asked with a trembling voice. In her view, Sailsin was not alive. It seemed like madness accumulated for over 1,000 years flowed through his body instead of blood. Of course, Sailsin only laughed at those words without answering. Whatever the case, he seemed satisfied just to meet the owner of the Judgment Eye again. Seeing the emotion dwelling in Sailsin's eyes, Renee shuddered and stepped back. It was an instinctive action. Of course, Sailsin had no intention of letting that slide. Come here, a gentle voice. Looking at his appearance alone, he was like a savior extending his hand toward a lost lamb. But Renee shook her head and instead stepped further back. Sailsin spoke with an even deeper smile. Do you think I made a request? If he had uttered those words, it was something that absolutely had to be obeyed. A command. No, rather, it could be considered something of a dimension higher than that. Sailsin's words were not a bluff. A subtle radiance flowing from Sailsin's body tried to bind Renee's body like a rope. For a moment, Renee forgot even the will to resist under that overwhelming presence. It was Roger who stepped forward in a moment of crisis. What are you doing to my student? Roger, who had easily torn apart Sailsin's restraints with just a wave of his hand, stood in front of Renee protectively. There's nothing more terrible than a decrepit human old enough to know better reaching out to a young person. Ah, I had forgotten. Right, you were there. He spoke as if he had forgotten, but it was half sincere. Roger was important too, but what drew Saleson's interest more was Renee, who possessed the judgment eye. "Little brother, you're already finished. You must know what it means that I came here." "I don't know what you're trying to say, but I do know very well what this situation means." Roger wrapped his entire body in shadows and charged toward Saleson. Crash! Shadow and light collided, making an intense sound. "That you die here today. I was going to show mercy, but you kick away even that last gesture with your own feet. Is that how you showed mercy, to make the other brothers and sisters end up like that?" Those children also knew what it meant to live as descendants of the Holy Emperor. Grrrr rumble. Just from their struggle, the atmosphere vibrated and thunder roared. As the wind elemental lord was reverse summoned, the sky was once again covered with dark clouds. What could be seen under those dark clouds was pitch-black shadows darker than the clouds themselves, and brilliantly burning light. "Are you planning to fight me to the end? Why, are you afraid?" "Afraid? Hardly." Saleson lightly shook his head. "I'm just annoyed about getting insect blood on my hands." Saleson's naked inner thoughts revealed through the gaps in his mask. Roger had barely begun to frown at those unpleasant words. The light flowing from Saleson's body intensified. Boom! Roger was knocked back and had to create distance from Saleson. Saleson swept his hand. Following that gesture, light moved and aimed for Roger's throat. However, Saleson soon had to narrow his eyes and turn his gaze to the side. A blade that had approached within striking distance was piercing toward his brow. Crash! The sharp sword blade stopped right in front of Saleson's brow. "You're faster than I thought." "Knight." Saleson gazed at Alex, who was putting strength into his sword without blinking an eye. The timing was good, but Alex's attack couldn't touch a single hair on Saleson's head, even though it was a sword imbued with the aura of a knight who had surpassed master level. In a way, it was a natural result. Even that wind elemental lord couldn't inflict a single wound on Saleson with wings swung at Mach 20 speed. Even a master's aura couldn't penetrate high-density, divine power. If only it couldn't penetrate, that is, Alex grinned. Saleson didn't understand the meaning of that smile, not until he saw the scene that unfolded behind it. Crrrreek. Divine power. The thin, but extremely powerful sacred barrier surrounding his skin began to make twisting sounds. Saleson realized that his divine power, which was like his limbs, was being drawn by another force beyond his will. That's an annoying power. No, is it an extremely developed technique? He had thought it was just the struggles of an insect, but this was not good. Saleson reached his hand toward Alex. Alex outwardly maintained composure, but inwardly made a crying face. "Damn it! With my full power, creating a very slight gap by twisting that divine power is all I can do." Even now, he was using all his strength to twist the divine power like a whirlpool, so he couldn't react to Saleson's movements. The moment Saleson's hand pointed toward Alex's brow, countless vines grew from the castle and grabbed Saleson's arm. The vines tried to squeeze Saleson's arm like a compressor, but they couldn't move at all, blocked by the divine power. Saleson's gaze turned toward Sedna. Annoying things. The divine power flowing from Saleson's body intensified. Thwoom. Alex's body was knocked away, and the vines Sedna had summoned were torn to shreds. Just as he was about to eliminate the two who had shown their weakness, a railgun flew toward Saleson. "Where do you think you're going?" It was Sheridan who had fired, thinking it was an opportunity. Saleson flicked his finger toward the approaching railgun bullet. The blue line carved in the air bent at a right angle and shot up high into the sky. "What?" Sheridan's eyes widened at that impossible sight. No matter how strong he was, deflecting a railgun with a finger, Saleson, who had extended his hand, let out a sigh. "Ha! How can everyone be so stupid?" Crash. A huge sword swung at the back of Saleson's head. It was Terina's Gladius Arts, giant killer. It was an attack with enough power to split Diamond by force, but Saleson's head was unharmed. Rather, Terina, who had swung the sword, had to grit her teeth at the recoil traveling up the handle. To help Terina, Johann and Leonhardt also launched a combined attack towards Saleson. Having come this far, they weren't foolish enough to think Saleson was good. More than that, Their instincts as master knights were crying out that they had to defeat Saelsin here. Even seeing the aura applied by the two master knights, Saelsin's face was full of boredom. "Stand back." The moment Saelsin spoke those words, his voice became power and swept over the surrounding area. With a whoosh sound, Reinhardt, Johann, and Terina were blown backward and rolled on the ground. Just from saying one word, it possessed physical force and pushed the knights back. It wasn't the kind of power that could be endured. What is this? Johann Oceans couldn't understand what had hit him. Saelsin had merely spoken, but the moment he heard those words, his body betrayed his will and was blown backward. Strength drained from his body, and he felt controlled by something. He somehow managed to grit his teeth and succeeded in controlling his body, but he couldn't avoid rolling on the ground. Johann, Leonhardt, and Terina recalled their unit members who had been brainwashed. Mental interference. The three immediately realized what Saelsin had done. On the other hand, Saelsin was puzzled seeing those who still hadn't lost their fighting spirit. Strange. Normally, you should have lost your reason here, but to endure this, your brainwashing must be just that worthless. It was what Roger said as he suddenly appeared right in front of Saelsin after regrouping. Before Saelsin could retort, Roger, who had changed the shadow, wrapping his right arm into something demonic, struck his body hard. Considering the divine power surrounding Saelsin's body, his arm should have been shattered instead. But surprisingly, Saelsin was pushed back and ended up falling beneath the spire. "Oh ho!" Saelsin let out an exclamation filled with interest. He had tried to block it with divine power, but for a moment he felt as if space itself was pushing him away. Is it forbidden spatial magic? He had imbued the shadow itself with the power to push away space and blown him away. Normally, he would chase after to launch an additional attack, but Roger didn't do that. Whatever he was trying to do at the spire, he probably intended to achieve his original purpose while taking advantage of his absence. Your intentions are too obvious, or perhaps you're that desperate. Just before falling to the tremendous height below, Saelsin's body came to a firm stop in place. His body floated, defying gravity, and headed back up to the spire. At that moment, a shadow large enough to cover the sky appeared. It was a crow with its wings spread wide. The crow's fierce eyes were looking down at Saelsin. Roger's magical beast, Ether Nocturnus, full of magical power, thrust its sharp claws toward Saelsin. Having left Saelsin to Ether Nocturnus, Roger immediately approached the center of the spire and placed his hand on the floor. He didn't think he could kill Saelsin with Ether Nocturnus, but it should be enough to buy time. Roger flowed magical power through his palm to the top of the spire. Blue magical power spread out like a pattern from Roger as the center across the spire. The central part of the spire opened with a rumbling sound, and a device popped out from inside. The sharp and pointed thing looked like a flower bud made of marble. Before anyone could ask what that was, Roger took out a disc-shaped relic from his chest and brought it to the device. And a pure white flash that pierced through the floor and shot up vertically was faster at destroying the device. The device, swept up by the light, disappeared without leaving a trace. Through the hole that was blown open, Saelsin appeared slowly, defying gravity with his hands clasped behind his back. "What interesting thing were you trying to do?" Saelsin smiled, as if he knew everything Roger was trying to do. Roger silently stared at Saelsin. "Ether Nocturnus is." His magical beast, which he thought would buy even a little time against Saelsin, was torn to pieces by his light, without lasting even a second. "What were you trying to do with the relic?" "Ha! Operating such a device in this spire, what scheme were you trying to pull?" Saelsin mocked Roger, who had lost his objective right before his eyes. Even then, Roger just quietly stared at the place where the device had been just moments before. Was the shock still too weak? I suppose I'll have to destroy that disc for you to properly despair. At the words threatening to target the relic, Roger finally showed a reaction. His eyes, which had been filled with blue, turned red. The atmosphere trembled, and a faint but black hole was trying to open above Roger's head. While everyone was overwhelmed by that sight and held their breath, Saelsin casually threw out a remark. "Can you handle it?" At that tone suggesting he knew something, Roger's eyes returned to their original color. You know, too, that if you use that power again, Lumensis, who has been waiting for this opportunity, will intervene in the lower world again. It wasn't wrong. The moment Roger opened the heavenly gate, Lumensis, who had been waiting for that moment, would reveal his power without reservation, thinking it was the time. When he used it before, Lumensis hadn't recognized his existence, so that was one thing. But after that incident, Lumensis had completely recognized Roger and was waiting for when he would open the heavenly gate again. Salesyn could act confidently knowing this fact. Whether Roger could truly handle that power. It's not impossible. The moment Roger's eyes turned red again and a gate was about to open above his head. I thought so. Salesyn showed a card he hadn't revealed until now for the first time. A pure white ring appeared inside Salesyn's pupils, and a pure white disc also rose above his head. The disc flew toward the black hole Roger was trying to create and blocked the hole by twisting it shut. The heavenly gate was forcibly closed. That's not something only you can do, you know. Chapter 711, The Devil's Proof, 1 Q. The beast of Jevodon howled. Like how other wolves howl when the leader howls, all the cryptids simultaneously let out a howling. The sight of thousands, tens of thousands of cryptids howling all at once was too gloomy and grotesque. Just hearing the sound alone might drive ordinary people mad or cause them to faint from terror. Of course, to Pantos, such things were more trivial than the sound of a mosquito's wing flapping. Cherok, as Pantos swung his anchor chain, the massive iron chain whipped about like a whip. A huge circle formed with Pantos at the center, and everything within the circle was sliced away. It was an attack that didn't distinguish between friend and foe, but it didn't matter. After all, there were only cryptids in this vicinity anyway. Kang, Kang, Krrrrung. The wolves rolled back their red eyes and endlessly rushed toward Pantos. The beasts that knew neither fear nor terror tried to bite and tear apart the hunter by pushing forward with their tremendous numbers. That sight looked like a tsunami rushing toward a small sailing boat. Hup! As Pantos swung his massive anchor, the cryptids caught up in it were torn to shreds and scattered into pieces. Black liquid-like traces splattered everywhere. In that scene, Pantos saw waves crashing against coastal cliffs. It was the same now. He crushed a cryptid that rushed to bite at his feet. The skull shattered, and its contents spread like a burst water balloon. It reminded him of the time he had to brace his legs while stepping on a ship's deck during a storm. The waves are coming. It was a black wave full of beast fangs, madness, and death. It was like the sea during a typhoon. It's the same now. This is a sea of death. The trial he had overcome countless times and must overcome. Never yielding, never weakening, and never stopping. White steam rose from his body as he began to squeeze his physical limits beyond the warm-up stage. With the addition of spirit on top of that, it seemed as if white sea fog was rising around Pantos. The cryptids clustered together to form a massive wall. Pantos threw the harpoon he held in his hand. The cryptid barrier touched by the harpoon was not just pierced, but completely pulverized, as if a large tunnel had been created. It was a refreshing sight to behold, but Pantos didn't think much of it. Though he was killing cryptids without rest, his sharp intuition had been directed toward only one existence from the beginning. It's coming. The moment Pantos muttered to himself. Puwak. A massive arm burst out from among the cryptid forces and tried to crush Pantos. It was the beast of Jevodon. Pantos, who had been watching its movements carefully from the start, immediately reacted to that gesture. Evasion. No, a hunter must not be afraid when facing prey. Only a head-on confrontation. Cherok, the monster's arm that was trying to crush Pantos, was wrapped by the anchor chain. Before it could even try to shake it off, intense pressure grabbed and pulled the monster's hand. Sway. The massive bulk swayed greatly for a moment and lost its balance. Pantos didn't miss that opening. He rushed forward like lightning, climbed up the monster's arm to its shoulder, and swung the massive anchor he held. JGO woke. The sound of 100 pieces of skin bursting simultaneously echoed grandly. Pantos showed interest in his eyes. No matter how sturdy the prey, its head should have flown off the moment it was hit by this. but the beast of Jevodon only had its head twisted slightly to the side. It was unreasonable durability. The monster's head returned to its original position, and the light inside its skull shone even more fiercely. It seemed properly enraged. However, Pantos didn't stop there either. He raised the harpoon he held in his other hand and drove it straight toward the eye. He didn't worry about hands having after effects when he returned to his original form later. There was no time for such comfortable thoughts in the first place. This was a ridge of life and death where there was nothing but hunt or be hunted. If you set foot in this place, you had to throw everything you had at this ordeal. That was the path Pantos had walked so far and the direction he would continue forward. Quarak, the beast of Jevodon, with its eye stabbed, screamed. Pantos thought that sight seemed to be howling more from sadness than from a cry of pain. It wasn't a mistake, it was sad. The beast that had driven a nation into terror and chaos, the monster that had seized all the world's fears, was crying while being sad. I see, Pantos muttered softly. If asked what the most important thing for a hunter was, Pantos would answer without hesitation. You must know your prey better than anyone else. Knowing your opponent, understanding them, that was the most important element in hunting. The prey's living radius, behavioral patterns, thought patterns, and so on. You can only hunt if you know all of that. Ironically, to the prey, the hunter was both the natural enemy that would kill them, and at the same time, the one who understood them best. Pantos understood the beast of Jevodon. He ended up knowing the cryptid that was an object of fear to everyone. You were just sad from the beginning. The beast of Jevodon's unconditional hatred burning toward living beings was because of sadness. Cryptids are a kind of supernatural phenomenon that occurs when all the negative elements of the world gather and accumulate. A suspicious person bouncing around with springs attached to their legs. A human resembling a lizard. A monster resembling a dragon said to live in the depths of a lake. It was natural that people's fear and anxiety would follow such witness accounts. These beings were collections of such negative things to begin with. Such various cryptids are subjugated and disappear by human hands. But as long as the fundamental cause of their occurrence exists, cryptids would never disappear from this world. And the beast of Jevodon, standing at the pinnacle of all cryptids, instinctively understood all these facts. Why it was born, and that even if it died, another self would be born someday. Yet those who created it sent looks of hatred and fear, because it understood it was sad, and so the monster cried. Because it was too sad, it cried endlessly. How pitiful! Pantos pitied the beast of Jevodon. Though he knew he shouldn't pity his prey, Pantos decided to be honest about this emotion itself. Perhaps it was because inside that monster was Hans, who was still his comrade. Whether it heard Panto's words or felt the sincere, compassionate emotion in his eyes, the momentum emanating from the beast of Jevodon became somewhat gentler. However, though the atmosphere that seemed ready to explode like an active volcano had improved slightly, its hostility still hadn't disappeared. In the end, it was a fight where someone had to see the end. If light hadn't descended from the sky then, it really might have ended that way. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-rung. The cryptids that had been targeting Pantos stopped moving and simultaneously raised their heads. The same was true for the beast of Jevodon and Hans. Light fell from the sky, and soon a massive wind blew, showing the movement of a giant being with pure white wings. That is. Pantos' superhuman vision captured the being with 6 pairs of wings. It's the same as that guy. The prey he had once targeted. A part of great nature that dwelt in the deep places of the sea and very occasionally came up above the surface to sunbathe while spewing tremendous sea fog. The water elemental lord that resembled a giant whale. It was an existence equal to that one. The wind elemental lord was fighting something. Though surrounded by light, Pantos easily realized it was a person. The wind elemental lord was giving its all to kill one person. It created massive cumulonimbus clouds, compressed them, and raised the pressure to maximum. As if that wasn't enough, it even sharpened its wings and wielded them like blades. Finally, its movements became so fast that even Pantos could barely follow them, and it precisely cut the cloud-filled sky in half. The sight of clouds rolling up into the sky as they split, revealing the black night sky through the gap, was probably a scene he would never see again in his remaining life. The Wind Elemental Lord lost. What was even more surprising was that the Wind Elemental Lord's attack, delivered with such force, failed to kill the human. In the end, the Wind Elemental Lord crashed to the ground and was reverse summoned on the way, disappearing without leaving even a trace. With the Elemental Lord that had maintained a clear atmosphere around the castle gone, dark clouds covered the sky again. The only thing shining under the blackened sky was the one who had defeated the Wind Elemental Lord. It was Sailsin. K-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. The wolf cryptids showed instinctive wariness as they glared at Sailsin. The wolves were unconsciously stepping back and retreating. They felt fear from Sailsin's appearance, looking down on all things with light. To think those monsters would feel fear. Actually, Pantos felt a similar sensation. A sharp sensation where his skin was pulled taut and all his body hair stood on end. An overwhelming presence felt even from a distance, such a strong being that anyone would have no choice but to bow their head in awe the moment they faced him. But someone began to fight such a Sailsin. Roger Chelisai. No, Heathcliff. That man who had guided him was now fighting that inhuman something. The beast of Jevodon also watched that scene, and Pantos suddenly became curious about what it was thinking. That's when it happened. The beast of Jevodon, with eyes that had become much calmer, muttered toward the shadow fighting the light. Elder brother. At this moment, the beast of Jevodon's wildness slowly sank beneath the depths, and Han's reason, which had been sleeping until now, surfaced. Roger was silent. The moment he tried to open the sealed celestial gate, Sailsin forcibly closed it. Sailsin had laid hands on his unique authority that no one else could interfere with. You look surprised. Why? Did you think only you could do that? I see. Though I don't want to admit it, in the end you and I have the same blood flowing through us. Your vessel was just the largest, not the only one. As if to prove those words, Sailsin forcibly sealed the celestial gate that Roger was trying to open. If it were completely opened, it might be different, but blocking it before that was entirely possible. Conversely, you judged that I would also be dangerous if I used this power. That's why you blocked it. I won't deny it. But that's the story of when it's used. Now that your most important ability is blocked, how do you plan to face me? Ridiculous. This power was only part of what I possessed from the beginning. Roger created spell formulas around him. Blue mana constellations dominated the space, surrounding Roger and Sailsin. Simultaneously, ships made of ice appeared from all directions and charged toward Sailsin. Sailsin let out a chuckling laugh and raised his hand, lightly sweeping it horizontally. Jagioke. Though Sailsin's hand didn't even touch them, the distant warships shattered like broken glass. Through the ice fragments scattering in all directions, Roger naturally prepared his next magic. How about this? Black evil spirits appeared around Roger and bared their teeth toward Sailsin. Oh, magic that doesn't use spell formulas. Magic without spell formulas. True magic used by magicians from the very distant past that was now obsolete. Magic composed of the power of faith, belief, and such mysteries. Sailsin muttered and added more words. But I've already seen that too. Sailsin, no. What dwelt within him was a collection of karma that had lived for over 1,000 years. The power and knowledge that had been passed down from the distant past under the name of inheritance even contained the true magic that Roger was showing. As if it wasn't empty words, Sailsin raised his hand. His halo grew stronger, and a soldier made of pure white light was summoned, as if weaving thread. Pure white armor and pure white wings spread behind their backs. They looked like angels descended from heaven for a holy war. The soldiers of light tore apart Roger's evil spirits. Kayak. Even those powerful evil spirits were no match for the soldiers of light. How could mere evil spirits win against God's soldiers? Roger didn't give up and prepared his next magic. The form of a large tree bloomed behind him. All the Sephira of the Sephiroth tree shone and condensed into one energy. The power compressed to the extreme was shot toward Sailsin. The soldiers of light that had been rushing at Roger were swept away by the Sephira and annihilated. This is a bit dangerous. Sailsin created a pure white disk above his head. It was the same power that had forcibly closed the celestial gate Roger was trying to open. The disk stood before Sailsin like a mirror and expanded greatly. The disk, transformed like a shield, swallowed the magic Roger had shot. The absorbed power was spewed out again from the disk. Roger hastily threw his body to the side to evade. The pure white beam that diagonally cut through the sky penetrated the clouds and flew beyond, disappearing. A moment later, an explosion occurred above the clouds in the distance, and pure white light gently illuminated the surroundings before disappearing. Thinking this wouldn't do, Roger wrapped mana around his sword stick and rushed at Sailsin, swinging it toward his neck. The mana turned black and became a shadow, and within that shadow dwelt the power to cut through space. Facing the dangerous power that could cut even the user if handled wrongly, Sailsin also created a sword of light in his hand to block Roger's sword. Close combat, Sailsin, who asked so, immediately stepped and swung his sword. The sword of light embroidered the air. It wasn't just swung carelessly, but contained techniques that only one who had handled a sword for a long time could show. I'm quite fond of that too. That experience was not inferior to Roger's at all. Though their techniques were equal, Sailsin's power output and compatibility were stronger, so Roger was pushed back. The moment Sailsin tried to finish Roger, other people who couldn't stand watching intervened. The masters, who had somehow recovered their bodies, aimed for Sailsin's vital spots and thrust their swords. The thought of cowardly ganging up on him wasn't in their minds. Haven't you realized yet? Sailsin swung his sword widely and brushed them all away. Alex reached out and caught Johann, who was bounced back and about to fall below the spire, and Terina supported the flying Leonhardt. You cannot defeat me. You're just weak humans after all. Sailsin spoke as if conveying a natural truth. Is that so, Pook? At that moment, a black blade burst through Sailsin's heart. Sailsin looked at the blade with widened eyes and turned his head. Then how about a demon? Cerna, with cracks in his skin, was smiling with satisfaction. Chapter 712. The Devil's Proof, too. That's quite a surprised reaction. Were you shocked that the sacred barrier protecting your body was so easily pierced? Right, you were there. Sailsin had forgotten about Cerna's existence. This meant that even Cerna, who was called a great demon, didn't warrant Sailsin's attention. Of course, the price for that was not small. Right now, Cerna had squeezed out all his power and thrust a strike into Sailsin's heart. That was an attack that would kill anyone without exception. Moreover, Cerna hadn't simply stabbed with his sword. It was close to a combination technique that merged all the skills he possessed, so it held power far stronger than what was visible to the naked eye. Yet Sailsin's expression barely changed. You seem to think I was caught off guard like this, but that's a big mistake. Sailsin carefully grasped the blade that had pierced through his chest and protruded out with his fingers. Then the blade smoothly melted away and disappeared into thin air. The reason I didn't pay attention to you was because there was no need to from the beginning. No matter what you do, you can't kill me. Cerna's expression hardened. It had been an attack he was confident would bring victory, but Sailsin was unaffected. Are you really human? There's no way you wouldn't know who I am, right? The blade disappeared, and the wound on his chest healed instantly. Even the clothing that had been pierced returned to its original state. It wasn't at the level of regeneration. It was fair to say his body returned to its original form, as if time itself had been reversed. I am the one who will become the guard of this cage. My position isn't so easy that I'd be defeated by a mere demon. Is that so? It wasn't Cerna who responded to those words. At the lively woman's voice, Sailsin's eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Right next to him, what could be called within arm's reach. There, an attractive woman with half white and half black hair was smiling at Sailsin, a free-spirited smile that seemed bound by nothing. Then how about two? With Helia's greeting, a phantom that emerged from behind her struck Sailsin. It was a giant man of enormous stature with only a mouth remaining, no eyes, nose, or ears. Quarang, Sailsin's body, hit by the giant's fist, flew far away, breaking through the tower's railing. Sailsin tried to stop midair and correct his posture. A shadow falling over his head happened almost simultaneously. Oh my! Before he knew it, a gigantic dragon over 100 meters tall was drawing breath toward Sailsin. Puhuag! Soon after, an intense exhale burst forth. The dragon's breath, mixed with high-temperature flames, blew Sailsin downward and slammed him into the interior of the castle. Not stopping there, red flames spread like waves throughout various parts of the castle. With Cerna's sudden appearance, everyone around stared at him with shocked expressions. Blood flowed from wounds all over his body, and his face was cracked like glass. But he was still a demon with tremendous presence. The great demon Cerna had come to help them. "Did your business go well?" Roger spoke to Cerna. The others held their breath and watched their conversation. "Yeah, I finished it one way or another. But you managed to return. I still have something left to do." Cerna must be feeling tremendous pain just from breathing right now. At least that's how it looked to Roger. And that was actually the case. Yet Cerna smiled as brightly as a boy who had achieved his dream. However, behind that smile, there was also a kind of resignation. "Did you forget? I'm a demon, one who has committed all kinds of evil deeds across the continent for long years." Cerna discarded his sword that only had its hilt remaining and drew a new sword from thin air. The end of such a demon should naturally be fitting. "I know that my actions were evil deeds. I even know they were wrong. Though I say I have no regrets, it's hard to say I have none at all." Cerna caught his breath for a moment. "Very occasionally I have such thoughts. Like Archimedes said, wasn't there a slightly better way? Couldn't I have reduced the amount of blood on my hands, even a little? Even if it's just one person? Couldn't I have killed fewer? Isn't that a completely foolish regret?" But such regrets, in the end, were probably comfortable thoughts he could have because he had achieved what he wanted. Rather, if he hadn't achieved it, he might have regretted not being more ruthless. So Cerna decided to look at the current reality. In the end, it's all meaningless speculation. So I'm going to make one final choice, to completely erase that bastard from this world. For the sake of those left behind, he wanted to permanently erase Sailsin van Brettus from this cage, to completely sever the cursed lineage of the Lumensis cult that had continued for long years. That was Cerna's final goal and the conclusion that would end his life. "I might not be able to kill him. I realized it from fighting just now. I will definitely die in this. I finally got to meet her again, and this will be the last time." "Why are you trying to do this?" "Because the end of an evil demon who committed all the world's evil deeds shouldn't be a happy ending." Cerna spoke with an unwavering voice. "No matter what pitiful circumstances there were, no matter how sad the reasons, the sins committed don't disappear." Therefore, Cerna chose this place as his final battlefield. If he died fighting that terrible monster, that would be good enough. He didn't think his sins would be washed away by that, but at least this was the end of a great demon that Cerna had chosen after long deliberation. "I can't kill the Holy Emperor. But you're different. Why do you think that?" "Because you're not the type of man who would be defeated so easily before achieving your goal." "Right." To Cerna's question, Roger didn't answer yes. Instead, he strengthened his shadows to reinforce his body and said, "Then buy me time." "Yeah, that's how you should respond." Qara. A section of Galahad Castle was dyed crimson and began melting. The structure that had pursued artistry and aesthetics to the extreme by carving pure white holystone became mushy and flowed down like lava. Lava gathered and pooled at what could be called the center of the breath, creating a massive furnace. From within that furnace, Sailsin stood up perfectly fine. The atmosphere was combusting, parts of the castle protected by holy law were melting, and beneath his feet was full of bright red molten liquid. Sailsin muttered in a voice so calm it was hard to believe he was the person standing at the center of it all. A bit hot." Sailsin raised his head to look up. Through the ceiling that had been blown open and melted by the dragon's breath, he could see the massive dragon flapping its wings and charging at him. "How insolent!" Sailsin reached out toward the dragon. The dragon that had opened its maw wide to devour Sailsin was torn in half lengthwise from head to tail. Beyond the dragon, scattering like a phantom, blue magic power fell like a meteor shower. "Will that meager thing work?" Salesyn didn't try to block the meteor shower of magic power even while watching it. He even spread his arms as if to say, "Try it if you can." The blue meteors poured down as if they would engulf Salesyn, but Salesyn made a questioning sound. The blue magic power meteor shower fell around him with soft thuds and made blue darts on the ground. It wasn't the manifestation of destructive magic meant to kill him. The moment Salesyn had such doubts, the magic power that had marked the ground began to draw lines connecting to each other and resonate as one form. The meteor shower that had just fallen wasn't magic for attack. It was magic to activate magic. That's a bit dangerous. Just as Salesyn was about to interfere with the magic's manifestation, Cerna stepped forward. "Did you think I'd just stand by?" Though his body was damaged beyond repair, Cerna didn't care and threw himself at Salesyn. Even if he didn't die, he didn't want his heart pierced again, so Salesyn drew his sword of light to meet Cerna's sword. "Clang, persistent demon, if you keep moving with that body, you'll only hasten your death. If I feared that, I wouldn't have stood before you." "Is that so?" Salesyn said with a bright smile. "Then die." The sword of light grew stronger and melted Cerna's sword while aiming for his neck. But Cerna threw his body backward and created a door in midair. As Cerna entered through the door as if breaking it, the sword of light simultaneously devoured the space. Like erasing a world drawn in pencil with an eraser, the places where the sword of light passed were cleanly erased. However, Cerna barely escaped with his body, so he didn't die. What was that just now? Spatial movement. However, because the sword of light's power was too strong, when Cerna appeared by opening a door in different airspace, one of his arms had completely disappeared. Interesting. Not only has spatial magic, which was suppressed to prevent escaping the cage, reappeared in the world, but a demon is using it in his own way. Can you afford to be so leisurely? The magic is already complete. Cerna's time buying hadn't been in vain. The blue darts marked around the melted lava connected to each other, drew geometric figures on the ground, and activated magic with light. Even before the magic was fully manifested, Salesyn had judged this to be somewhat dangerous. And rightfully so, because what was about to activate was seventh-tier magic. Crackling. The magma pooled on the ground, not only cooled instantly, but froze solid. The heat that had been rolling around disappeared, and the flowing scenery solidified as if time had stopped. The liquid that had been flowing in crimson hardened into grey matter, and frost formed on its surface. All the heat emitted by the dragon's breath disappeared, and the blue flame that had absorbed all that heat in one go shot toward Salesyn. Seventh-tier magic blue tranquility. The blue flame that had absorbed all the surrounding heat was incomparably more powerful than when Roger first used it. That was natural. The blue flame that had grown by consuming the body temperature and sacred power of holy knights and senior priests couldn't be the same as the blue flame that had absorbed the entire dragon's breath. The blue flame now approaching Salesyn was the ultimate flame that had condensed the dragon's breath from earlier and all its aftermath into a single point. Even for Salesyn, that flame was dangerous, so he had no intention of taking it with his body. "Then I'll just erase it." Salesyn swung his sword of light again. The sword of light and blue flame collided, creating a massive shockwave around them. The frost that had formed everywhere was swept up in the shockwave and scattered fine powder. In the beautiful scenery that sparkled and reflected light, the sword of light and blue flame engaged in a contest of strength. The blue flame that wasn't erased by the sword of light was remarkable, but conversely, it was also surprising that the blue flame, which should have absorbed even the heat of the sword of light, was blocked. One collision wasn't enough to determine the winner. Salesyn was about to take his stance and swing the sword of light once more, but Cerna wasn't one to just stand by and watch. Cerna drew countless swords from thin air and hurled them at Salesyn. Blades surrounding him from all sides aimed for Salesyn's vital points. Even for Salesyn, it was difficult to ignore all the blades. While some wouldn't even pierce his skin, among them were swords containing the same power as when his heart was stabbed. Petty tricks. It was a simple deception that could be figured out with a little time, but it was sufficient to create a momentary gap in the current situation. Moreover, Cerna wasn't the only one trying to stop Sailsin. Rumble. The ground beneath where Sailsin stood cracked open, and from there, a mass of tangled flesh monsters emerged and grabbed Sailsin's ankles. It was a monster summoned by Helia. The monster began putting Sailsin's ankle area into its mouth, trying to gnaw and swallow his lower body with countless teeth. Blue flame in front, monster from below, and dangerous blades all around. Sailsin twisted his lips into a smirk, then gripped his sword of light in reverse and stabbed it straight into the ground. Flash! An intensely bright light burst forth, enough to tear the eyes, and tore apart Cerna's swords and the monster Helia had summoned. The blue flame flew through that gap, so Sailsin caught the fist-sized blue flame with his bare hand that wasn't holding the sword. Hiss! It burned with white smoke on his palm, protected by powerful sacred power, but Sailsin didn't even blink. The blue flame tried to devour Sailsin's arm, but he applied more force to his grip and crushed the blue flame instead. Sailsin's eyes looked around before turning upward. So the real one is over there. He could see Roger preparing another magic in midair. The plan was probably to set up double and triple layers, create an opening, and finish it in one blow. But that was only if things proceeded properly. The moment he noticed first, Roger's plan was as good as ruined. If there were no interference, that is, crackling. Sailsin narrowed his eyes. The frost fragments that had been scattered around weren't settling. Rather, they became even colder and stuck to his skin, trying to freeze the surrounding space itself. Who on earth? Hello, Holy Emperor. Then a water curtain disappeared from midair and Casey Selmore revealed herself. Do you know who I am? Ah, Miss Casey Selmore, I've heard much about you. The detective of the century who has never failed to solve a case right. Oh my, thank you for knowing me. Then you must also know why I'm here. Meeting like this is quite unfortunate. Casey's expression towards Sailsin turned cold. Then you shouldn't have touched my family. Chapter 713. The Will to Unite. 1. Casey Selmore felt the emotion of killing intent towards Sailsin. When fighting criminals, there are times when you inevitably have to kill them. Casey Selmore was not the type of fool who would spout idealistic nonsense about being unable to kill people. However, if asked whether she had ever truly wanted to kill someone, she could definitively say she never had. Even if there were times when she had no choice but to kill when the opponent was trying to kill her and suppression was unavoidable. She had never once fought while thinking she wanted to kill someone. But now it was different. Sailsin Van Brettis, a war criminal who brainwashes people with strange powers, arbitrarily starts wars, and causes massive casualties. Your crimes cannot be handled even by the laws of this world, Casey declared with a cold voice. I'm going to kill you here. Kill me. Detective Miss is still naive. Do you think everything will end if you kill me? This world was made to work that way from the beginning. That doesn't matter. The priority is to eliminate the worst existence right in front of me. To call the Holy Emperor the worst existence, truly seditious words. More importantly, do you think you can kill me? I know you're strong just from the impact felt from above, but that doesn't mean you're completely invincible. If you're human, it should be worth trying, shouldn't it? Ha ha ha, what audacious words, to describe me as just a human. Sailsin let out a laugh, but it wasn't because he was in a good mood. Rather, he felt displeasure at Casey's words that definitively called him a mere human. There's nothing you can't say to the man who will become the god of this world. I don't care about that nonsense. What's important is that you will die by my hand. As if Casey's words weren't empty boasts, water vapor began to condense around her, creating rippling water. Sailsin realized that the water Casey controlled was not ordinary. Originally, Casey Selmore wasn't this strong. According to the reports he had received, Casey Selmore was a color mage, but compared to other mages with the same title, her strength was in the lower ranks. However, the aura of the Casey he was facing now didn't feel that way at all. Did she grow in the meantime? The fact that she's alive, and well after I brainwashed her sister Maria's, must mean she subdued her with skill. She had definitely gained some kind of enlightenment. A mage with the color title was trying to face him in an enlightened state. Frankly speaking, it didn't feel good. He still didn't think he would lose. However, one by one, those who grabbed his ankles and interfered with him were increasing. Cerna was like that, Helia was like that, and Casey was like that too. Most importantly, the greatest risk factor, Roger, still remained. Now that it's come to this, I need to settle things as quickly as possible. The authority that had been accumulated for over 1,000 years was activated. Its target was first the sky-blue-haired girl, who was blatantly emanating unrefined, naked killing intent toward him. An invisible, intangible wave swept over Casey's body. The authority of brainwashing that seizes the opponent's mind and moves them according to one's taste. Casey's body hesitated, but that was as far as it went. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A spear of water flew and struck Saleson's body. Thanks to the powerful divine power surrounding his entire body, he didn't have a single wound, but Saleson narrowed his eyes, as if the very fact that Casey was unharmed was puzzling. How are you unharmed? It wasn't some inferior authority used by lending it to others. His direct, pure, high-purity mental domination had failed to show effect on Casey. I'm not completely unharmed. I feel pretty damn dirty. Seeing Casey's glaring eyes, Selson stroked his chin with his finger and hummed. I see. Since you're a color mage, your brain structure is completely different from ordinary mages. It's natural that mental aspects don't work. Of course, even color mages weren't impossible to brainwash. He had actually succeeded in brainwashing Marias. However, the current Casey made that impossible. Her awakened thoughts, surpassing Maria's, were immune even to brainwashing called authority. Not a very good discovery. Saleson felt displeasure at the mere fact that there existed a bug that wouldn't listen to him, and Casey felt even greater displeasure than that. It's not like I wanted to become like this, you know. Besides, I've already been through something similar once before, not counting you. The demon Basara's authority was also similar to Saleson's authority in the big picture, especially in the aspect of digging into others' minds and picking at weak spots. Casey had to spend several weeks like a cripple after going through such an ordeal. The reason she could stand here was because she had overcome all of that process. It would be a lie to say Roger wasn't involved in the opportunity that allowed her to stand up. And because of you, memories I didn't want to recall came back up. As if responding to Casey's anger, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. It wasn't just an illusion, the actual physical temperature had dropped. The atmosphere around Saleson's body froze. She wasn't just manipulating water, but intentionally robbing the surrounding heat as the water evaporated. Seeing Saleson's reaction, Casey smirked. What? Surprised? No, it's less impressive than I thought. Saleson strongly raised his divine power and completely eliminated all moisture in the surroundings. Heat like solar wind swirled around. Even though the moisture that could be called her weapon had disappeared, Casey's expression remained the same. The reason was soon revealed. A giant ice spike that erupted from the ground aimed at his body. The spike melted as soon as it touched Saleson's divine power, but it didn't disappear completely. The space that had been burning hot like the sun began to cool down again. Did you think I came alone? Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground beneath Saleson's feet shook greatly, and the ground collapsed. Saleson, falling down there, could see countless ice thorns that had sprouted in the artificial cavity, created by carving out the entire wide space in all directions, and even a woman who had been waiting here in advance, emanating a chill. Did you enjoy toying with a woman's body as you pleased? Maria Selmore's face looked a bit haggard from the fight with Casey, but her eyes were more intense than ever. A chilling coldness encompassing the entire surrounding space swallowed Saleson. Saleson was fine, even in such extreme conditions, but this coldness was slowly eroding his divine power over time. It would be dangerous to stay still like this. First, he had to escape from this space. Saleson tried to soar toward the ceiling he had fallen from, but massive water poured down from above and pressed down on Saleson. It was Casey Selmore's doing. Crash, crash, crash. As the water pouring like a waterfall swallowed Saleson, the coldness froze the entire waterfall along with him. Immediately after, with a flash of light, Saleson appeared unharmed, breaking the ice. Is this all? If so, it's too disappointing. Sailsin didn't have a single trace left on his skin, let alone his clothes. Maria's didn't give up even after seeing that appearance. As if she hadn't expected to kill Sailsin from the beginning, she persistently focused only on restricting Sailsin's movements. Sailsin wasn't unaware of that intention either. What exactly are they trying to do? Sailsin racked his brain. At the same time, he intensified the light to eliminate the surrounding coldness. Maria's bit her lip. Intense heat that even a color mage couldn't handle was about to surge like a wave. That was the sun. No matter how powerful a human might be, they couldn't block the sun itself. Casey knew this too, so she was pouring water, but the water completely disappeared, not just evaporating, before it could even touch the light. The space shimmered like a mirage. The coldness encompassing the entire space instantly changed to the heat of a steamer. At that moment, a giant dragon's muzzle suddenly protruded from above the ceiling. It was a dragon with eerily blue scales, different from ordinary dragons. Whoosh! When the dragon opened its mouth, bitter cold air poured out and pushed back the heat created by Sailsin. It couldn't defeat Sailsin with that alone, but it was enough to cool the massive heat generated by the light for a moment. Two shadows moved through that cooled gap. One was Alex, and the other was Cerna. Two men who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship simultaneously swung their swords from both sides of Sailsin. Grey and black auras danced in harmony. In the dense attack that could split even a grain of rice into hundreds of pieces, Sailsin was still unharmed. No, he wasn't completely unharmed. Swoosh! A minute wound was carved on his cheek, and blood flowed down through that gap. Of course, the blood returned to the wound as if time was being reversed, and the wound healed too. But the very fact that he had been wounded didn't disappear. Sailsin didn't like that. More than the fact that he was wounded, he hated the eyes of those who were igniting the flame of hope seeing that. Sailsin created a sword of light in his hand and swung it wide. Very intense power didn't need to be accompanied by technique. A giant wave of power swept through the entire cavity. The dragon's head spitting coldness disappeared, and Alex and Cerna were also blown away backward. However, they didn't die. They had deflected Sailsin's power as much as possible. First, I should kill the most annoying one first. Sailsin's gaze turned toward Cerna. Although he had deflected the power as much as possible, Cerna, who had reached his body's limit, was now staggering, unable to maintain his posture. Killing such a Cerna was easier than wringing a chicken's neck. Just as he was about to swing his sword of light again, a large shadow appeared behind him and greeted Sailsin. I'm late with my greetings. Holy Emperor Sailsin, your majesty. Instead of answering, Sailsin held his sword of light horizontally and swung it toward the man behind him. Crash! An explosion caused by the sword of light occurred. However, Sailsin's expression wasn't very good. The power was all scattered. The man was unharmed even in the explosion. Was it Luther Wardart? They called you the continent's greatest swordsman, but that apparently wasn't an empty title. Sailsin smiled brightly while looking at Luther. The man holding his beloved sword, jet stream, and wearing a compressed storm around his entire body, pointed his sword at Sailsin. Are you thinking of killing me? That's right. Can you do that? Of course, it would be difficult for me alone. Thrust. Along with Jetstream's thrust, the compressed storm aura struck Sailsin's solar plexus. Crash, 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 crash. High-density divine power and compressed aura collided multiple times, creating brilliant light and noise. It was power that could grind a person 100 times over, but neither Sailsin nor Luther thought anyone would die from this attack. So I planned to do it together with a friend. Sailsin clearly heard Luther's quiet voice. Friend. Who could that be? The moment Sailsin thought that. Behind him, pushed back by Luther's typhoon, he felt massive magical power. Seventh Circle Earth, attribute magic pure white severance. The wall of the carved cavity wriggled and moved, then its color changed to look like transparent liquid. It was definitely made of holy stone and various building materials, but for now, it was fair to say its composition had completely changed. It looked like liquid, but it wasn't liquid. Something similar to that wriggled and swallowed Sailsin's entire body. Then it solidified in an instant and hardened. A giant, transparent crystal created around Sailsin. Sailsin, trapped inside, couldn't move at all. That was natural. It was seventh circle magic, after all. And except for Roger, there was only one person who could use it. Heh heh. My back hurts from using magic after such a long time. Clinton Rothschild slowly descended from the air while holding his staff. He spoke lightly, but cold sweat was flowing down the forehead of the man who had used seventh circle magic. However, this was enough. He had trapped Sailsin in a giant crystal harder than any substance in the world. Pure white severance was a powerful seal that severed the opponent from the world and fixed them inside as they were. Clinton didn't think magic of this level could be easily broken. Then Cerner shouted, "Both of you, get away!" Luthers and Clinton didn't understand why he shouted that. But the two, who didn't take the warning lightly, desperately moved to split apart to both sides. Right after that, the transparent crystal trapping Sailsin split vertically, and light cut through the space between the two. The trajectory of light completely cut through the fortress, and even cut through part of Bredis Island beyond that. Where the giant slash had passed, a tremendous roar arose along with dust clouds billowing up hazily. Hugh, no matter how old I've gotten, it was magic I put some effort into. Clinton looked at Sailsin, who had broken the crystal and came out in disbelief. Was it Archmage Clinton? It wasn't bad. For a human, that is, Sailsin said while brushing off the crystal powder on his clothes with his hand. Chapter 714, The Will to Unite Two, But this is quite strange. According to my plan, those two should have been dominated by my authority. Sailsin looked back and forth between Clinton and Luther. A gentle smile still lingered on his face, but his red eyes were as cold as could be. It's a sad thing. I believed that if it were Prince Ivlan, he would gladly become a companion in the new world I'll create. Unfortunately, it seems I'll have to destroy the Exilian Empire with my own hands. Do you think we'll just stand by and watch that happen? This has nothing to do with your will. If I say I'll do it, then that's what will happen. To speak so casually about destroying a nation, he was arrogant to a sickening degree. But Sailsin had the power to make his words reality. Well, I'll just elevate some bureaucrat who listens to me well enough to royalty and create a new nation. Just like 500 years ago. Sailsin spoke of erasing a nation as lightly as clearing stones scattered on a roadside. The expressions of Luther and Clinton hardened. For those two, who were more loyal to the Empire than anyone else, Sailsin had blatantly touched their reverse scale. If you don't like that, you'll have to do your best to defeat me, though I don't think that's possible. Sailsin's words weren't directed only at Luther and Clinton. The Selmore sisters, Cerna, Alex, and Helia too. It was tantamount to a declaration to everyone gathered here, that if they couldn't defeat him here, they would all die. People with their own beliefs and goals rushed toward Sailsin, and the battle began anew. Clinton unleashed countless spells, obscuring Sailsin's vision. He truly possessed tremendous magical skill, befitting a seventh-tier Grand Mage. Each spell he used was lethally powerful. What was even more remarkable was the delicacy with which he controlled mana itself. Even within the storm of various elements that filled their vision, Luther, Alex, and Cerna were completely unaffected as they reached Sailsin. This was proof that Clinton's magical control had truly reached its limits. Taking advantage of the moment when their vision was obscured by magic, Cerna, Luther, and Alex's swords each aimed for Sailsin's vital points. However, Sailsin had already noticed their approach. By swinging the sword of light in his hand widely, he knocked all three swordsmen away at once. No, it seemed like he did that. Ha! The sensation he felt through the sword of light wasn't very satisfying. Sailsin could understand the reason. It was because the three who should have been slammed into the cavern wall stayed only slightly pushed back. You deflected my sword in that situation. Not just one, but three of them. While Cerna could be said to have adapted to the sword of light due to her authority, Luther and Alex were completely unexpected. No, Luther could do that. He was the continent's greatest swordsman and the strongest knight among current humanity. But Alex was unexpected. A young man who hadn't lived even half as long as Luther had deflected his sword of light. This was the sword of light that could face even seventh-tier magic head-on. Its power was stronger than a bare-handed human fighting against a tsunami. It should be the natural order that an ant, no matter how hard it tries, cannot block an elephant's footstep. Yet Alex looked fine with only minor injuries. Swordsmanship that transcends logic, truly worthy of being called a prodigy of nothingness. Come to think of it, among the swordsmanship Alex used was Tempest, Luther's secret sword technique. Since Luther wouldn't have taught it directly, it meant he had mastered it on his own. This was an absurd talent that matched Cerna's authority. You're somewhat tempting. Saleson's gaze turned toward Alex. I was just thinking I needed retainers befitting the new world. The previous Holy Knight commanders who followed me all died because they were too weak. I need someone to fill that empty position. You seem to have sufficient qualifications. How about it? Sorry, but I don't accept love calls from men, Alex said, spitting out the blood that had pooled at the corner of his mouth. For someone who says that, you seem to follow my youngest sibling well. That's different. Leader and I are bound by romance, but I don't feel anything like that from you. Is that so? That's unfortunate, Saleson said with a bright smile. Well, if I need your brain a bit with my authority, you'll listen well. The sword of light moved. The sword of light swung toward Alex, traced a perfectly straight trajectory. Alex raised copycat, trying to deflect the sword of light as much as possible. The light trajectory that had been straight bent slightly, but still swept elsewhere. He had succeeded in deflecting the sword of light once again. However, Alex had to use all his strength just for this, while for Saleson, this was merely light harassment. Saleson swung the sword of light again. There was no way Alex, whose stance had collapsed, could block this. That's when someone stepped in front of Alex and blocked the sword of light in his place. It was none other than Luther Wardart. Put strength firmly in your legs, young man. For a knight, the lower body is life. Luther, who faced the sword of light with his sword that compressed swirling aura to its limits, threw advice toward Alex. Commander Uncle. Alex's eyes widened, as if he hadn't expected Luther to save him. What was more surprising was the blood flowing from Luther's lips. Even Luther couldn't completely deflect Saleson's attack, having sustained considerable internal injuries. Young man, focus. Don't take your eyes off our enemy. Thank you. I won't forget this debt. And you can see it with your eyes, can't you? That intense power surrounding the Holy Emperor's body. Alex nodded silently. No matter how many times I reconsider, it's regrettable. That such talent couldn't bloom in the Empire. It did bloom in the Empire, just not in the light, but in the shadows. When we return to the Empire, I'll have to catch those people from the cadet training center like rats. I'll either find out exactly how much they've been corrupt or completely overturn everything. Uncle, that's a story for when we safely return. It's coming. The two split left and right without either taking the lead. The trajectory created by the sword of light swept through the gap they left. Saleson rolled his eyes to find Alex, but there were those who wouldn't just stand by and watch. Aren't you ignoring me too much? Clinton said while preparing his next spell. Saleson answered with a smile. Not at all. You're quite attention-grabbing for a bug, so you don't need to be too discouraged. Hee hee. Those are generous words indeed. But what if you get stung by a bug while being so careless? Is that possible? Making that possible is what beings called mages do. Saleson reached his hand toward Clinton. An invisible, formless energy swept over Clinton's body. Cube! Clinton's body bent forward. It was because Saleson's authority had greatly shaken his brain. I have no intention of going easy on you because you're old. Just as he was about to dominate Clinton's mind and make him self-destruct, Clinton lightly tapped his temple with his index finger. His trembling body returned to its original state, and Clinton gazed at Saleson with a much calmer look. As expected, this power called authority is very troublesome. What did you just do? The authority should have worked properly, but Clinton had overcome the brainwashing with his own power. Well, it's nothing special. I just flowed mana into my brain and temporarily twisted the brain's structure to block the brainwashing. Though he spoke lightly, it was by no means a simple task. If done wrong, it was dangerous enough that he could have lived as an idiot for life. just from the fact that he had executed such a dangerous method on himself so casually. One could see that Clinton hadn't achieved seventh tier for nothing. Blood flowed from Clinton's nose. It seems there are such side effects. I must have gotten too old. Clinton clicked his tongue. So I'll have to get some help from the young people. A pink magic circle appeared above Saleson's head. A dark red magic circle was generated beneath his feet. This is. How could he not notice such massive mana condensing? Saleson realized that Clinton had intentionally drawn attention for this from the beginning. The pink and dark red magic circles connected to each other, presenting tremendous pressure from Saleson, who was caught between them. It was magic made of pure mana that was merely strong, but it was also the manifestation of overwhelming physical force that would crush the opponent to death with high-density mana. It was magic that Alyssa and Caroline had cast by joining hands for the first time. Pressure that would compress even a knight with a superhuman body into a single finger joint the moment they entered. However, Saleson was only slightly surprised, but perfectly fine. No, he was even calm about it. Did you forget? Even the wind elemental lord couldn't do anything to me. You can't even scratch me with such a simple attack. Even raising atmospheric pressure to tens of millions of times normal, Saleson was unaffected. Such mere physical attacks didn't apply to Saleson, who had escaped from the laws of this cage. Wow, look at that. Does he look fine to you? If you have time to mutter like that, contribute more mana. Caroline marveled at Saleson's appearance, while Alyssa frowned and scolded Caroline. Saleson manifested light to escape from this binding magic. Just by showing his will to escape, Caroline and Alyssa's mana was greatly shaken, and cracks appeared in the magic circle. Clinton immediately flowed his mana into the magic circle to reinforce the breaking magic circle. But that was merely a stopgap measure to buy a little time. The magic circle shattered into pieces, and mana scattered in all directions. Clinton, Caroline, and Alyssa were pushed back by the impact of the explosion. It was then that water poured down like a waterfall from the sky. Casey Selmore sprayed water, covering Saleson's entire body. This again. Just as Saleson was about to ask if she wasn't tired of it, a large tree began to sprout from beneath his feet with a creaking sound. The tree transformed like a basin, catching both Saleson and the pouring water. Saleson tried to escape from within it, but it wasn't as easy as he thought. This wasn't an ordinary tree. The water Casey handled also contained tremendous mana, and this tree was the same. It was magic used by a mage of the same color as Casey Selmore. Green liquid began to mix with the water trapped in the basin made of wood. TSSSSS. The water dyed green, produced pure white smoke just by touching the air. It was a deadly poison that caused intense chemical reactions just by contact with oxygen. The dissolving acid that would melt even glass seemed like it would dissolve anything it contained. But even that didn't work on Saleson. Is there perhaps a way? Clinton asked Roger, who had just landed beside him. I have thought of several possibilities in my head. What are the odds? Extremely low. How about showing that power you used back then? If I use that, I won't be able to handle the aftermath. Besides, that bastard won't just leave it alone. Buy me some time. It's too harsh to work an old man. However, Clinton didn't particularly object to Roger's words. Let's talk after this is over. Alyssa looked at Roger with a complicated expression, left those words, and moved with Caroline. Roger chuckled at those words. Well, that was natural. It was uncertain whether there would be a later. Creating that will be our capability. Roger took out his sword stick and swept it across his palm. Red blood beaded on the wound carved into his palm. It's shameless to ask for help after coming this far, but I still ask you. Roger threw the blood grasped in his hand into the air with all his might. Leathervelk's safe house. There, a doll-like girl was sleeping as quietly as death. From her pale skin to her beautiful blonde hair, if her chest wasn't rising and falling ever so slightly, one might mistake her for a corpse or a doll. There were no signs before she opened her eyes. Grandel slowly raised her upper body. Her long blonde hair flowed down softly like a curtain. Having sustained damage to her soul, Grandel was still in a state where she needed to focus on recovery. Though she had opened her eyes like this, She was in a dreamy state like someone who had just woken up. Her vision was jumbled, and her memories were confused. She couldn't distinguish whether she was sleeping or awake. But even in such complex circumstances, there was one sensation Grandel clearly felt. It was the distinct scent of her disciples' blood at the tip of her nose. This was a kind of characteristic that only a true blood vampire could feel, and Grandel could feel her disciples' emotions from the scent of blood. That child was hoping for her help. With a hazy mind, Grandel raised her finger toward the window, more precisely, toward the direction beyond it where Roger's blood scent was coming from. There was only one magic she could cast in her current state. After this magic, she would probably have to fall into a long sleep again for recovery, but that was fine as long as she could help that child. This is the last test I'm giving. Grander cast the magic with a faint smile. Blood thunder, a red flash crossed the night sky of Leathervelk, died in darkness. Chapter 715. The Will to Unite 3. Sailsin let out a sound involuntarily at an unfamiliar sensation. The identity of that sensation was none other than a sense of crisis. Crisis. Could there be a situation where he would feel a crisis? Sailsin's gaze naturally turned toward Roger. From the figure holding out his wounded palm toward this direction, Sailsin felt a strange feeling. He hadn't used magic, nor was he struggling desperately to open the blocked heaven's gate. He had simply wounded his hand and sprinkled blood into the air. That was all, yet Sailsin felt that something was wrong. At least the Roger he knew was never someone who would perform such meaningless actions. There was always a fitting reason for every action. Something is coming. The moment Sailsin finished preparing by further strengthening the divine power wrapped around his body, a massive heat source was felt from beyond. What pierced through the dark clouds and penetrated Galahad Castle was red lightning. Quarrung. Because it flew faster than sound, the ear-splitting noise rang out belatedly only after the red lightning struck. At that spectacle, Clinton's eyes widened. That red lightning appeared to be a simple strike at first glance, but within it were magical elements so intricate and complex that even he, a seventh-tier mage, could hardly estimate the spells bundled together. Moreover, the origin of the magic was at an immeasurable distance. The fact that it couldn't be detected even with his excellent mana detection ability meant it must have flown from at least outside the island. This is .8th tier magic. Was she alive? A smile of joy formed on Clinton's lips. Not only had he witnessed legendary magic with his own eyes, but the fact that the being he so respected was still alive made his heart race. Just as Clinton, a seventh-tier mage, recognized the magical aesthetics imbued in the blood lightning, the sixth-tier mages also gleaned something. Wow, crazy. This is magic. What the hell? Caroline and Alyssa couldn't close their mouths, their faces showing astonishment beyond admiration. Sedna, Casey, and Maria's were the same. Even to the color mages, this magic felt like the very essence of magic that they couldn't even dare to attempt to imitate. Its power went without saying. Nothing remained where the red lightning had struck and passed. The collaborative magic of Sedna and Casey that had been binding Sailsin also disappeared without a trace. Red flashes that numbered in the hundreds per second flickered painfully bright. The noise of the lightning alone made the atmosphere ring, and the entire space vibrated thunderously. There wasn't even a smell of something burning. In the face of overwhelming firepower, even odors completely disappeared, leaving nothing behind. It was truly magic that created a level of void space. However, surprisingly, even within such transcendent magic, Sailsin did not die and remained alive. This was honestly dangerous. For the first time, the smile had disappeared from Sailsin's face. Sailsin, who had remained unscathed in any attack as if existing in another dimension, had taken proper damage for the first time. The robe on his right arm had been completely burned away by the lightning, and his completely exposed right hand was also full of burns and small wounds. Even he, who could recover from most wounds, found Grandel's magic effective enough that he couldn't easily recover. Right, the pureblood vampire remained. I thought she had become an empty shell who could do nothing after suffering damage to her soul, but to think she had left such a trump card. If he hadn't felt something amiss from Roger's actions and prepared for the shock, he would have suffered more serious damage. But Sailsin did not die. Though he had suffered a major wound on his right arm, this much would naturally recover over time. On the other hand, you've used up your most important card here. Since you couldn't finish me with that, what do you plan to do now? Sailsin asked Roger with a smirk. Everyone held their breath and watched Roger's reaction. Roger stood quietly in place, staring blankly at Sailsin. It would have been better if he had said even a word, but his reaction was as if he had become a statue. The one who felt a faint sense of unease at this sight was none other than Clinton, whose magical tier was the highest in this place. Are you right now? Clinton realized that Roger wasn't glaring at Sailsin. While it was true they were looking in the same direction, what Roger was seeing was something entirely different. He was now tracking the remnants of mana with his eyes. Only then did Clinton realize that mana still remained clearly, though faintly, around Sailsin. No matter how powerful the magic, for the remnants to be this thick and last this long, something was strange. The next to notice the anomaly were the color mages, who saw the world with different eyes than others. In their eyes, the traces of mana carved in the air after Grandel's use appeared like an instruction manual kindly left for someone. More precisely, it was the blueprint that composed this magic, how to use it and how to deploy it. The kindness of the magic's user was so thickly imbued that it could be felt. A blueprint. Casey didn't deny the example that came to mind involuntarily, but she couldn't help but feel puzzled. That was 8th tier magic. No matter how kindly it was taught, there was no way they could follow it. If everyone in the world could implement magic just because it was taught to them, only grand mages would remain in this world. In the end, talent was important. Particularly, those with the talent to reach the realm of grand mages were realistically few enough to count on one hand even across the entire continent. But Casey Selmore suddenly thought of a man. Wasn't there one? A man with immeasurable talent that couldn't be estimated. One who had crossed countless lines of death and trained to the extreme, growing to unfathomable depths. Everyone's gaze turned toward Roger. Whoosh! Shadows rose from Roger's body like flames. The shadows that instantly devoured from his toes to his shoulders eventually gathered on his outstretched right arm. TSS. Even for Roger, this case was different as his palm began to burn. However, Roger did not stop, neither composing the spell, nor weaving and rearranging mana, nor endlessly overworking his brain. Perhaps because he had fitted together hundreds of complex blueprints and circuits in his head through mental calculation alone, he tasted the metallic flavor of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet Roger did not stop. It was a terrible process where his mind seemed ready to split and his head to become mush. Still, without giving up and continuing forward, he finally completed it. Seeing this spectacle, Sailsin's eyes widened. That's impossible. This was Sailsin's reaction upon seeing the mass of black flames formed in Roger's right hand. To use magic that transcends one's own tier, that's realistically impossible. Did you forget what kind of magic I use? Roger flashed a bloody smile at Sailsin. Even I find it difficult to compose this through spells alone in the orthodox way. So I added a bit of an expedient. I mixed in a little ancient magic performed through faith, conviction, and miracles alone. If Roger's magic was one giant puzzle, his magic would have been a shoddy form with missing pieces in several places. He had simply filled those lacking parts with expedients. But that didn't mean the 8th tier magic lost its luster. Even if made through expedients, 8th tier was still 8th tier. This, Sailsin tried to draw a sword of light in his right hand and swing it. However, immediately after, the stinging pain felt in his hand belatedly reminded him of his wound. That vampire! Could it be that he was aiming for this situation in the midst of all that? Sailsin's arrogance as an absolute being, thinking he would never be wounded, had caught him by the ankle at this moment. That subtle reaction delay gave Roger the opportunity to use his magic. Let's see you take this too. 8th tier original magic dark lightning. Black lightning engulfed Sailsin. The dark lightning that cut through the sky extended beyond the clouds and echoed throughout all of Bretis. The soldiers who had been maintaining equipment on the coast after the seawater receded watched the spectacle with astonished expressions. Following the red lightning, now black lightning had struck. They couldn't imagine what was happening in that Galahad castle. Even if they returned to their homeland and reported this fact as it was, people probably wouldn't believe them. What on earth is happening up there? Queen Yekaterina, who had participated in the Holy War under the pretext of supporting the Allied forces, muttered while looking up at Galahad Castle. She didn't know what was happening. However, she could tell that man was inside there. I don't think you're the demon lord. There must have been some circumstances. Yekaterina was in a sound state, not brainwashed. While the leaders of various nations seemed to have been brainwashed, some, including Yekaterina, were not. This was thanks to the priests. Salesyn had sent priests to use the power of brainwashing, but the priests didn't listen to those words and only pretended to cast brainwashing. The priests couldn't refuse Salesyn's orders, but they could move according to their personal judgment if it was an order from a corresponding authority. And naturally, it was Catherine who had instructed the priests to only pretend to cast brainwashing. It wasn't that they didn't cast brainwashing completely, but they cleverly followed Saleson's orders by only pretending to cast it very weakly. Thanks to this, Yekaterina could take to the battlefield like this after hearing all the facts. Nothing will change just because I'm anxious like this. Her role was to spread a defense line here and prevent the Allied forces from advancing. The hordes of cryptids that had been overflowing also began to decrease in number at some point and soon became invisible. Therefore, there was nothing left for those remaining to do, and they could only wait while offering earnest prayers. In fact, several soldiers were kneeling in place and offering prayers. Yekaterina looked at them with pitying eyes. Did they really know that the one they so revered and served actually regarded everyone except himself as insects and desired to dominate them? Please win. So she too would pray. For that man who must be continuing his fierce battle more than anyone, may only peace remain on the path ahead. The magic Roger deployed created great aftermath. A hole so large that the scenery outside could be seen beyond the cavity had been pierced. Thud. Saleson's burnt right arm that had remained in the air fell powerlessly to the floor. Though Grandel's magic had only injured his right arm from, this time everything had disappeared, leaving only the right arm. Though Salesyn had transcended the laws of the world, eighth tier was also magic that transcended laws and logic. It was sufficient to become a sharp spear that could reach his heart. Huff! Ha! Roger breathed roughly. Cold sweat flowed down his entire body. To use a single magic, he truly had to exert all his strength. Though it was such a painful process that he wondered if it was really okay to do this. Seeing the result was quite satisfying. Heh, to think I'd see 8th tier magic this close in my lifetime. Clinton let out a hollow laugh. Should I call you Grand Mage now? It's burdensome, so please just call me normally, Roger said while catching his breath. Looking at his palm, there was a severe burn. It was a wound that occurred from not completely controlling the dark lightning, but even this was welcome in the current situation. Since the meridian to the next realm had been opened, it was a natural reaction. Finally, have we won? My goodness, I still can't believe it. Even the survivors reacted as if they couldn't distinguish whether this was a dream or reality. Still, it was when they were feeling relieved that it was all over now. Roger narrowed his eyes at the strange sensation that pierced his mind. What is it? Anxiety rushing in like a tsunami pressed him. Since Salesyn had fallen, there shouldn't be anything left to worry about, so why? Roger's gaze turned toward Salesyn's right arm, which had fallen on the floor. And that arm wriggling as if alive, and then pointing its finger toward them happened almost simultaneously. Everyone dodge. No sooner had Roger's warning fallen than massive light erupted from Saleson's right arm. Chapter 716, for the very last one, this place. Roger opened his eyes. He could see the wide open sky. It was still full of dark clouds, and too dark to see clearly, but that was definitely the sky. This should have been a temporary cavity made inside the fortress. So why? The reason was simple. The cavity and everything above it had completely evaporated as if blown away. What on earth had happened? Roger grabbed his throbbing head and got up. His hazy memories came back, and what had happened just moments ago overlapped on his retina. I definitely thought I had killed Sailsin. It was a natural result, since he had annihilated everything except Sailson's right arm. But suddenly, Sailson's right arm moved and emitted a brilliant light, along with enormous energy. And then, this mess. Roger looked around. It was to find survivors. With such an explosion, even if only the strong had gathered, there might have been casualties. However, Roger witnessed an unexpected sight. What? You're just getting up now. Not far from the blast center, Cerna was standing quietly in place. Cerna's lips were full of smiles as she looked this way, but Roger could tell. Did you block that explosion with your body just now? Just before Sailson's right arm exploded with tremendous power, the first to move was Cerna. Cerna squeezed out all his strength and consecutively deployed defensive magic, guardian swordsmanship, protective arts, and black magic. And then the explosion occurred. Originally, an explosion that should have swept the surrounding area and killed more than half was blocked by Cerna and couldn't even display half of its original power. Even though that remaining force was completely deflected upward toward the sky, it still had this level of destructive power. But more important than the joy of surviving and the surprise that Cerna had saved him was something else. Where is Sailsin? Then a person's shadow suddenly rose from behind Cerna. How tiresome! Thwack! Along with the sound of something being hit, Cerna's body flew sideways. Roger could only watch that scene. How dare you wound my flesh? Sailsin was not dead, but alive. His body, which had only his right arm remaining, regenerated in an instant and returned to its original form. Due to the dark lightning blowing away even his clothes, he was in a naked state. Light arose over Sailson's naked body and changed back into the robes he had worn initially. It was as if he had returned to his state before the fight. However, unlike before, Sailson's expression was full of anger tainted with displeasure. It couldn't be helped. In a fight he thought he would definitely win, he had been dealt a major blow. Who would feel good about that? Just as no one would feel good about being stung by a bug, Sailson was also filled with rising irritation. Deep hatred arose toward Roger, who had dared to make him look like this. This was his true appearance, usually hidden behind a smiling mask. Ha! Roger let out a hollow laugh at Sailson's appearance. Even lizards regenerate their cut tails, but this was the first time he'd seen a lizard grow from a cut tail. Laughing, you don't seem to understand what situation you're in right now. Sailson walked toward Roger with big strides. Did you think you could kill me with such trivial magic? Don't be mistaken. This flesh is merely a vessel to show my form. Unless you damage my essence, I will not die. Even so, since the vessel was broken, the inside must have been affected. That's only when there's one vessel. Did you forget? I'm a being who has been stacking vessels for over 1,000 years. How many lives do you think I have accumulated over the long years? Is that so? Then if I consume all of them, I can kill you. Do you know why I'm saying this? Because you don't have even the slightest possibility of doing so. Sailsin kicked Roger in the abdomen. Roger had to fly backward and roll on the ground. Tui. He could taste the metallic flavor of blood at the corner of his mouth. The attack delivered, while his body was still not intact from the explosion's shock, was more painful than expected. Give up the thought of dying peacefully. I'll play with you as much as possible, then cut off your limbs and make you watch with your own eyes how this world is dominated by me. While watching that, I'll present you with a lifetime of frustration and despair. Sailsin approached Roger again. He raised his hand and threw a punch toward Roger. Thwack! Roger barely managed to cross both arms to block it, but couldn't withstand it with his unstable body. Roger rolled backward several times. Both arms that blocked the punch trembled. He could feel cracks in his bones. The divine power dwelling in Sailson's fist was also a problem. It clung to Roger's forearms and tried to burn his skin along with his clothes, together with his remaining shadow. Strong. Even after taking a direct hit from dark lightning, Sailson was fine. One of his prepared vessels was destroyed, but he offset the damage by switching to a new vessel. In a way, what Roger had destroyed with dark lightning might not have been Sailson's vessel, but the mask of his shameless, smiling face. Roger found that fact amusing. Sailson, do you know something? What? You look much better now than when we first met. Your mouth is still alive even as death approaches. Sailsin growled and approached Roger again. Roger just stared blankly at that sight. A being that could move at supersonic speed if he wanted to was deliberately approaching slowly as if to show off. He was blatantly planning to toy with him. Is this the end? No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't think of a way to overcome this situation. It was at that moment of thinking so. You still haven't fixed that bad habit of violence, I see. A woman's voice quietly echoed around them. Sailsin stopped walking. Like a clear bell ringing in the dawn fog, there was something in the voice that struck the mind. Who? Roger turned his head. The cavity was nothing more than carved out of Galahad fortress. As a result, passages that hadn't collapsed were perforated like holes throughout the cavity. From one of them, a woman with ash-grey hair appeared. Renee. The moment Roger saw her, he thought of Renee but soon shook his head. No, no. She just resembles Renee. She's not real. But it was a face in his memory. Precisely, it was a face he had seen when he glimpsed past memories through the world tree. Arkenes. Sailsin called her name with a voice that didn't hide his displeasure, as if to make Roger's guess a reality. Have you awakened? You remember me. For someone who has continuously inherited memories, power, and souls, you're surprisingly sane. Even without an excellent necromancer, inheriting my own soul is no big deal. Sailsin, or rather the ancient spectre wearing that mask, frowned. But this is strange. You should definitely be sealed in the catacombs, so why are you fine? It wasn't a seal that could be broken just by the aftermath of battle. Sailsin's gaze immediately turned to Cerna, whom he had struck and sent flying. I wondered where he got injured, so it was that demon's doing. Cerna. Arkenes also looked at Cerna. Her eyes toward Cerna seemed very complex. Cerna was already battered originally, but after blocking Sailsin's attack alone, she had reached a state where it wouldn't be strange if he died immediately. So what brings the great saint all the way here? If you barely escaped the seal and saved your life, you should have run away immediately. Naturally, I came to stop you. At those words, Sailsin laughed. Stop me? That's even more ridiculous. Divine power blazed throughout Sailsin's body. Do you still think you're that powerful saint from 1,000 years ago? You've been stripped of your authority, and your power has also declined due to the seal. Your power has been fragmented over the long years and used to create fake saints. You can't even produce 1/10 of your prime power, yet you want to fight me. Did you develop a habit of asking to be killed in a roundabout way? I won't deny it. The current me has only enough power to be called dregs compared to my prime. That alone would reach the realm of superhuman, but it's not enough to face you. You appeared before me knowing that well. But you seem to have forgotten. I'm not alone here. As if Arkenes' words weren't lies, Catherine walked out of the darkness of the passage and stood beside her. Seeing her, Sailsin's eyes widened. I'm here too, you bastard. Catherine extended her hand, and Arkenes took it. The vast divine power dwelling in Catherine's body transferred to Arkenes. Wind swirled around them. Originally, divine power wasn't something that could be transferred like this. But Catherine's power ultimately originated from fragments of Arkenes. That power returning to its original owner was as natural as water flowing from high to low. Having received her power back from Catherine, Arkenes gazed at Sailsin with brighter eyes than before. With this, I am equal to you. Arkenes' form changed to light and disappeared. That's how fast she moved. Arkenes, who had approached right up to Sailsin, threw a punch. Thump! Sailsin was hit by the punch and shot high into the sky. Arkenes' body changed to light and chased Sailsin, and Sailsin also positioned himself in midair and faced Arkenes. Countless lights flashed in the air and sharks erupted. Rumble! Like lightning striking a clear sky, the atmosphere trembled and noise tore at the ears. Space repeatedly distorted and straightened. Such was the battle of beings who had transcended even superhumans. Are you okay? Catherine hurriedly approached Roger and supported him. Why didn't you go back? Are you stupid? How could I go back from here? There's no way down. With your power, you could have easily returned and more. Catherine smiled awkwardly and said, It's borrowed power. I have to return it to its owner. More than that, are you really okay? What? You said you returned your power to Arkenes, but... Roger swallowed his words. Catherine wore a bitter smile. You're annoyingly perceptive. Right, I did return my power, but this isn't enough. Even Arkenes showing such power has a time limit. It's because she was sealed for too long. Knowing that, you still came forward. It's intentionally to buy time. In the end, all Arkenes could do was buy time. She fundamentally couldn't defeat Sailson. Is there a way? I was at a loss at first, but now several methods are coming to mind. He thought he could end it with dark lightning, but since that didn't work, he had to seek new methods. Roger got up from his spot with staggering steps. Are you okay? Your physical condition is. You don't need to worry. Roger wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Using magic to quickly heal the internal injuries and wounds on his body, he approached Cerna with a slightly tired face. Ah, you came. How's your condition? The worst. Probably, I only have one last chance left. If you could use that one chance at a meaningful opportunity, would you do it? Haha, you're really harsh at using people. If you become the principal of Theon, you'll probably be the most vicious principal. So can you do it or not? I have to. There was no wavering in Cerna's voice. It wasn't I can do it, but I have to do it. If someone has to do it, I should do it. That's right. He had lived his whole life dirtying his hands. For Cerna, who had transcended humanity, would their laws or standards of good and evil have meaning? Cerna knew. Having lived long, he could learn things he didn't want to learn through his authority. He learned human conscience, morality, ethics, good and evil, religion. Beyond simply knowing with his head, he accepted it with his heart. Enlightenment, that was his authority. Knowing this, Cerna committed all these acts solely for Arkenes' resurrection, bringing chaos to the world, making the holy nation active again, causing holy wars, even knowing he would reach death. So I have to go. Understood. However, I need one more person. Then how about me? Helia interjected. You seem fine. Thanks to someone protecting me. Though Helia said that, her expression also showed undeniable fatigue. Catherine quietly gazed at such Helia, and Helia also just glanced at Catherine without any particular reaction. You have no reason to fight more here, Cerna said. At those words, Helia pouted her lips. What are you talking about? The reason isn't for you to decide. If I said I'd fight, then I'll just do it. Why on earth? Just well. We were fellow apostles anyway, and we've known each other for a long time, love it or hate it, so I can at least see you off on your final journey, can't I? How touching. Helia extended her hand, and Cerna took it and got up. Thud, even in the midst of this, parts of Cerna's skin fell to the ground like broken porcelain pieces. It was a sign that he didn't have much time left. Chapter 717. For the very last, too. So, Demon Lord. What's the next goal? Helia asked Roger, and Roger answered without hesitation. We need more reinforcements. Reinforcements? How do we need more reinforcements here? Helia shot back at Roger with a face that said he was talking nonsense. Moreover, if someone with mediocre skills came, they would either be captivated by Sailson's authority or die. That would truly be increasing meaningless sacrifices. Above all, the method was also a problem. In such a high place, isolated and alone, how exactly would people come? Not everyone could fly through the sky. Are you going to have someone bring them? You don't need to worry about that part. Roger answered easily, as if he had known from the beginning that Helia would make such a point. Seeing that the situation has become like this, that smart child will know well what they need to do. Catherine also nodded, as if she understood. Helia snorted, not feeling good about being the only one missing something. Anyway, I need to go help that old saint. It seems I'm the only one who can move right now. Helia looked up at the sky. Beyond the dark clouds, pure white light exploded repeatedly. Both used the same divine power, but their atmospheres were clearly different. If Arkenes' divine power felt warm and cozy, Sailson's divine power was fearsome and destructive. Their purposes were different from the start. Arkenes, who protected someone, and Sailson, who dominated and punished someone, were complete opposites. Quarang. White lines repeatedly scattered and gathered. The speed was terrifyingly fast and explosive, and the surrounding dark clouds began to be torn apart by the light. Helia summoned a monster resembling a pterosaur and flew up on its back. Ah! Really, doing this isn't my style. Helia grumbled to herself as she watched the approaching melee. She didn't prefer such frightening and crude fighting from the beginning. Even when fighting, she liked to crush the opponent when this side had an overwhelming advantage. However, the current situation was clearly opposite to her wishes. The power Sailsin and Arkenes possessed was beyond that of Helia, who was an apostle. When whales fight, even if not a shrimp, any other creature that intervenes would have their back broken. That was no exception even for Helia. Yet she stepped forward. Well, it can't be helped. I can't say now that the time spent with that fool was enjoyable. Helia thought of Cerna, who had become a wreck. The reason she had come this far and stayed until the end was solely because of Cerna. It wasn't an emotion like love. Rather, it was closer to friendship. Because now, among those called apostles, only Cerna and herself remained. I know. Even though we're both called apostles, Cerna and I were different from the beginning. Helia was the only bloodline and daughter of the ancient great dragon, Heliodor. Because she was the daughter of the Dragon King, she was called the Dragon Princess, and countless dragons blessed her birth and cherished and loved her like their own child. She still remembered the scene from that day, the time when she lived peacefully and happily in the great forest where all life bloomed. When she rolled around the grass field with her small, plump body, there were uncles who watched that scene with satisfaction. When her wings were still small and she couldn't fly in the sky, she would climb on her uncle's head and enjoy the air of the high sky. She had touched clouds with her hands and exchanged glances with flying birds at the same eye level. And for the first time, she looked down at the world from a high place. That vast expanse was so beautiful. Helia could never forget that memory. But happiness didn't last long. The world shook and the sky split. Through that split gap, Lumensis, who had killed or imprisoned other guards, tried to show off his power. No matter how much of a guard you are, you cannot arbitrarily interfere with the laws of this world itself, because we won't let you do so. Father Heliodor flew up to the sky with the clan's uncles, dragons whose bodies were at least 100 meters long each. The sight of thousands of such dragons simultaneously covering the sky and flying in was overwhelmingly breathtaking just to watch. The dragons breathed toward the crack, and through that split gap, an existence that looked down at such dragons from far above opened its eyes wide. It was more like an orb made of light than an eye, and dozens of such orbs simultaneously looked at the dragons, and countless lights shot from there swept over the dragons. No matter how hard the scales and muscles were, they were helpless before the light. Dragons that were hit had their bodies pierced, or their upper and lower bodies separated, or completely disappeared. The battle continued for 10 days and nights. Finally, the crack closed, but the dragon who ultimately closed the crack, Heliodor, lost his strength and collapsed. The center of the forest that was once full of life, but was now in ruins. What young Helia saw there were the corpses of countless uncles and her father slowly laying his huge body on the ground. Her father, who had closed his eyes, never opened them again. Dad, get up. Ha, why are you lying down? Uncles, where did everyone go? Why is no one here? Thus the princess became the sole survivor of her clan. Dark clouds formed in the sky and torrential rain fell. Helia cried sadly for the first time, and at the same time she made a resolution. She would survive, and this cry would be the last. Those were the years she had endured. Because she was the sole survivor of her clan, Helia couldn't expect anyone's empathy. Even if she got to know someone, it was nothing more than a thin shell covering emptiness. Forcing herself to smile and pretend to be friendly, pretending to be mischievous, was nothing more than a shallow act of not wanting her true feelings to be discovered. Helia thought she might be able to gain some kind of bond with the apostles, but it was useless. Even among the same apostles, everyone's personality, abilities, and actions were varied. They were ultimately those who blindly believed in their gods. They were fundamentally different from her, who had become an apostle of her clan in place of her father, who should have originally been an apostle. They're all boring guys. What caught Helia's eye was Cerna, who didn't stand out much at the time. She didn't know the reason. She just took notice of Cerna. That appearance of being sunken and deeply settled, not even thinking of suppressing the boiling hatred, just bristling with thorns. Somehow she felt a sense of kinship that resembled herself. "Are you Cerna?" So she watched with interest a few times, then couldn't stand it and spoke first, which was their first meeting. After that, various things happened. Cerna, who only thought of revenge, didn't particularly try to become friends with Helia, and Helia at the time didn't mind that either. Various things happened. Other apostles died off. The world changed to belong to humans, science developed, and tall buildings began to appear one by one. It was truly a long time. The only one who shared those years with Helia was Cerna. Yes, though she didn't want to admit it embarrassingly now, she considered Cerna her only friend. "Help me, Father." Helia activated her authority. The body of the great dragon Heliodor appeared in the void. Heliodor looked down at Helia with warm eyes, but Helia still didn't look at Heliodor. She knew, too, that her father was dead. What she was creating now was just an illusion. It was an implementation of that warm appearance her father had shown her. That's why Helia didn't particularly like summoning Heliodor, because the painful memories of that day would revive. So unless it was really important, she tried not to call her uncles either. But today alone, she had used it twice. It was laughable. "So since I've called him like this anyway." Helia's wide eyes turned toward the two beings fighting beyond the clouds. She would be swept up, but she would manage somehow. Sweep them away. Even though it was a being made of illusion, Heliodor willingly took a breath to fulfill his daughter's request. Heliodor's chest swelled to its limit. Soon, a wave of light pierced through the clouds. "Helia, you!" Cerna faintly opened one eye and stared at Heliodor that appeared in the sky. Cerna, who had also lived for a long time as an apostle, knew what kind of ordeal Helia had experienced. She had lost her clan and was left alone. Heliodor was the most painful memory for Helia. That such Helia had summoned her father, the most powerful illusion, meant she was prepared accordingly. She, who always prioritized her own survival and safety, had stepped forward when there was no need to fight and used that. Cerna could read Helia's will from that alone. Cerna wore a faint smile. "You had that much resolve." Saelsin felt the heat source approaching from below. "This is a great dragon's breath." Saelsin had inherited and accumulated the knowledge and experience of countless years through his soul. Therefore, he immediately recognized the source of the power rapidly approaching him. This had to be avoided. The situation was already that one vessel had been completely shattered because of Heathcliff. The current body was a vessel prepared in advance, but its condition wasn't very good because it was brought hastily. It was enough to face Arkenes, but not enough to block that great dragon's breath. The problem was that Arkenes also knew Saelsin's true feelings. "Are you trying to avoid it?" Arkenes already knew that Helia's attack was coming during the fight, and that Saelsin felt a sense of crisis and was trying to escape because her two eyes were looking down at everything. "Arkenes, how dare you!" Saelsin exploded in anger at Arkenes' action of trying to forcibly hold him back. Saelsin, who had been looking at Arkenes' eyes with a hateful gaze, soon curled up the corners of his mouth. "Yes, but that power is not complete." Arkenes' eyes, which seemed to contain the blue sky, were blinking. It wasn't closing and opening her eyes, but the color of her pupils changing from sky blue to brown. She had already lost her authority, the judgment eye. Now, she had just temporarily received back fragments left in the past after a long time. While fighting Saelsin and using the Judgment Eye, Arkenes' power was rapidly draining in real time. "That's right." Arkenes didn't deny Saelsin's words. "It wasn't something that could be hidden anyway. But I can hold you back longer." "You!" Saelsin felt a sense of crisis and tried to escape quickly, but Arkenes was persistent. From behind her, rings made of light formed in double and triple layers, and pure white chains shot out from the rings to bind Saelsin's body. "Ah, of course I won't get hit. I should even thank the demon who shot considerately." "Arcanis." These chains could be broken quickly, but the momentary gap created while breaking them was unavoidable. Pure white flash engulfed Saelsin bound by the chains. Previously, Heliodor's breath had burned the sky once, but this time was different. Its size was small, and its range was narrow, therefore more powerful and strong. The breath that soared high into the sky extended long enough to cut through the atmosphere beyond the clouds and reach into space. It was power that would annihilate anyone who got caught without leaving a trace. Helia stared beyond the clouds and clenched her fist with conviction. Though she couldn't see with her eyes, she could feel it with her instincts. This definitely hit. However, Helia had no choice but to widen her eyes soon, because power began to stir in the place where the dragon's breath had swept through, and Selsin returned to his original form with light. Now only a hollow laugh came out from surprise. This is too much. Selsin extended his hands toward Arkenes and Helia respectively. Flash! Enormous light that seemed to devour the world exploded and swept over both of their bodies. It was the light of destruction that led everything to death. Neither Arkenes nor Helia could respond to that power. Watching the two beings falling with faint smoke, Selsin clicked his tongue. I didn't expect another vessel to break here. Selsin regenerated as if it were natural this time too, but the displeasure was indescribable. Something that didn't need to be broken had been broken. But it doesn't matter anyway. There's no one left to stop me now. Arkenes, who had been the most troublesome, had withdrawn from the previous attack. Same with Helia. Selsin slowly descended below the clouds and stood on the Galahad citadel. Looking at it, which was so thoroughly destroyed that it could no longer be called a citadel, Selsin muttered, I should finish this soon. Selsin's body, who had been muttering to himself, shook with a thud. Puck, because a large dark harpoon had pierced through his solar plexus. Selsin spat blood from his mouth and grabbed the harpoon. He tried to pull it out immediately, but it was curved inward like a hook and didn't come out easily, even though he had been careless to inflict a wound on his body. Who exactly? Cha. The end of the harpoon was connected to a large anchor chain. A large beastman came along the anchor chain and met eyes with Selsin. You are excellent prey. Chapter 718. For the very last, three, Helia and Arkenes, hit by Selsin's attack, crashed onto the fortress walls. Cerner approached Helia with staggering steps. Though he wanted to head toward where Arkenes was, he had decided to leave that to Roger and Catherine. At the place he finally reached, Helia was collapsed, leaning her back against the debris. There was a large hole in her side, and blood flowed endlessly from the wound. In the murky background where even light couldn't reach down, covered in dust and drooping weakly, Helia's appearance already looked like a corpse. Helia! When Cerner muttered that, the wounded Helia smiled brightly and then disappeared as if melting into thin air. Next to her, Helia appeared in her usual perfectly fine state. Ta-da! Were you surprised? Helia said with a mischievous smile. It was a lie. You! Cerner looked at Helia and tried to say something, then closed his mouth. His remaining eye was fixed on the debris where Helia had collapsed just moments before. Tap, tap, Helia patted Cerner's shoulder. What? Did you come looking for me because you were worried? I'm fine, so go take care of your girlfriend. She seemed pretty badly hurt. What girlfriend? You're funny too. Coming all the way here, what are you being shy about? I just think I don't even have the right to do that. It wasn't that kind of relationship to begin with. Oh my, what a lover boy you've become. Anyway, hurry up and go. Do you have time to dawdle here? I'm going to recover and then go knock down that arrogant holy emperor's nose again, so hurry up and go. Yeah, got it. When Cerner nodded and answered, Helia was slightly puzzled. Ha! Usually you would have added something more to say, but what's with agreeing so readily? Like you said, it's not the time for that. Right, good thing you understand. I'm going, Helia. Yeah, take care. Helia waved her hand toward Cerner. Cerner walked past Helia like that, then stopped his steps and looked back at her. It was enjoyable being together all this time. Take care, my old friend. With those words, Cerner began walking again with unsteady steps. Helia continued waving her hand towards Cerner's retreating figure. When Cerner's figure was no longer visible, Helia's appearance melted away like watercolor mixed with water, and the severely wounded and collapsed Helia appeared again. That posture leaning against the debris was the same wounded appearance Cerner had first seen. Red blood was spreading wider and wider beneath Helia's body. Idiot! What are you trying to do, saying such things on your way out? Helia chuckled as she recalled Cerner's final farewell. Ah, I didn't want to die before either, but now I want to live even more. Helia lifted her head and let out a sigh mixed with a smile. With a rumbling sound, the surroundings shook. Soon, a shadow fell over Helia's head. Helia seemed to sense her fate and quietly closed her eyes. Crash! Large debris fell over Helia's head, swallowing up the surroundings. Roger and Catherine examined Arkeny's condition. Though she had been caught in Saleson's attack and fallen from a great height, there were no wounds on her body. "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. But most of that power has been lost now." What protected Arkenes to the end was the last remaining trace of power she possessed. The brilliantly burning candle had finally been extinguished. Now Arkenes didn't possess even a part of her original power. The pupils beyond her trembling eyelashes were brown. The judgment eyes she had possessed since birth had disappeared, revealing her original pupils. "I'm not particularly regretful. Rather, thanks to this, I was able to buy time. But maybe I should have held out a little longer. The saint has endured enough." At Roger's words, Arkenes smiled faintly. "Please don't call me that. I've lost my power now. I'm no longer a saint or anything else." As if to prove her words, Arkeny's hair color was also changing. It was the same brown as her pupils. Looking at her like this, she looked like a pretty country girl. Considering the era she lived in, it wouldn't be wrong to say so. Surely she must have been born somewhere in a small but peaceful village. A good child who helped her mother with work, cooked, and cared for her siblings. If she hadn't possessed the judgment eyes, she would surely have lived an ordinary life. But the fate given to her was not like that. Even under pressure that would have broken anyone else 100 or 1,000 times, Arkenes had persevered steadfastly. Roger knew how difficult that was, so he paid his respects to Arkenes. Arkenes looked up at the sky. "What do we do now?" Through the gaping ceiling, they could see Salesson slowly descending while scattering light. Saleson's aura was glowing as if it would immediately annihilate all life existing in this fortress. "We're too late." "No, we're not too late." "What do you mean?" Arkenes let out an exclamation. A harpoon that had flown from somewhere had pierced through Salesson. Any ordinary attack would bounce off without even penetrating the high-density, divine power flowing through his skin. If the attack were weaker, it might even be erased by divine power. But that harpoon was different. It had penetrated the divine power and embedded itself more than a span deep into Saleson's solar plexus. The throwing force was so strong that Saleson's body shook like a pigeon hit by an arrow. Arkeny's eyes widened in surprise. Not a sword, not an arrow, not a spear, not magic, not holy law, not divine authority, but just a harpoon. Wasn't that a tool for catching fish? Not only had someone thrown it at a person, at the Holy Emperor no less, but it had actually landed a hit. What happened next was even more surprising. Clatter, 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 clang. The massive anchor chain attached to the end of the harpoon seemed to extend long, then was pulled taut. What pulled it was a beastman with white hair like a lion's mane. Saleson's body, pierced by the end of the harpoon, was also pulled along. R-O-O-O-O. A red-eyed monster that appeared from the dark clouds, cutting through the air, trampled Saleson's body as if crushing it. Saleson's brightly glowing body fell vertically and was embedded in the center of the clearing that used to be Galahad Fortress. The attack was so powerful that Saleson's body broke through the ground multiple times and continued to be driven downward. Hans and Pantos joined the fight. Just as the two were about to chase Salesson and deliver additional blows, light burst from the center of the clearing's floor, and Salesson emerged in perfect condition. How dare these vermin! Salesson was filled with rage at the fact that he had been attacked. Even if just for a moment, Panto's harpoon had pierced his solar plexus, and he had been kicked by hands. One was a lowly beastman, and the other was a beast born from the world's filth. Though Salesson saw even humans as insects, these were beings even lower than such insects. To punish the vermin that dared to touch his noble body, Salesson reached out his hand. The light flowing from his right arm intensified as it aimed toward Pantos and Hans. At this rate, he would pierce those two in midair and turn them into corpses. However, Saleson's intention could not be fulfilled as he wished. The light he had extended was swallowed by darkness and disappeared. Darkness! Salesson stared at the rippling darkness with disbelieving eyes. Darkness that devours light. That couldn't be. Darkness should be weak to light. Light was the truth that drove away darkness and illuminated all things. But that darkness had devoured his light. Not just the light of some paladin or priest, but the light of the holy emperor himself. The darkness split apart, and a woman emerged from within. "Who are you?" The black-haired woman wearing pink-toned clothing stared at Salesyn with red eyes. "I am Selena, a professor at Theon." Beside Selena was a spirit rippling with darkness. A darkness spirit and spirit synchronization. Salesyn narrowed his eyes. A human has learned spirit synchronization. That disappeared in distant ages, and I thought only a few elves could still use it. If she had synchronized with another spirit, the story would have been easier. Spirits like fire, water, wind, or earth. But Salesyn had never heard of a darkness spirit. To begin with, it was questionable whether darkness existed as such in nature. Darkness was merely the absence of light, not something that existed in physical form. However, even if he tried to deny reality, the fact that a darkness spirit existed now was clear. Its very existence could be called blasphemous, and it had dared to devour his light, making its sin even heavier. Boom, 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 boom. As Salesyn frowned, the sound of cannons came from afar along with blue mana shots flying towards Salesyn. In the precise bombardment targeting only one person, Salesyn frowned again, wondering what this was now. His body was fine, but his mood was foul. "We've come to help. Captain, are you safe?" Cutting through the dark clouds, the golden monarch appeared. At the ship's bow, Ambella stood with her arms crossed, looking magnificent. Beyond her were the monarch mercenary corps and Reverie school mages together. "Ha! Those idiots!" Caroline, who had groggily gotten up from the debris, let out a hollow laugh. She had told them to run away just in case, but those stupid fools had come all the way here to help her. Even Ambella Burke was with them. Caroline sent a grateful look to Ambella. Ambella nodded slightly as if it was nothing. "Can I join in too?" With a voice full of leisure, a golden aura stabbed at Salesyn's brow. Salesyn immediately created a spear of light to aim at the opponent trying to ambush him. But the opponent immediately noticed and lightly leaped in midair, escaping like a mouse. What landed in the clearing while adjusting his fluttering cloak was Passius, the knight of Princess Aileen. "Hum, everyone looks to be in bad shape. Am I too late?" Passius muttered as he looked at the people scattered around the clearing. Among them, he could see Clinton and Luther as well, but he wasn't worried. They too were coming to their senses and getting up. Getting up! Salesyn felt something was strange about the sight of people getting up one by one. No matter how much Cerner had thrown his body to block, they shouldn't have been able to get up like that. Salesyn's eyes, filled with divine power, immediately found the reason. The World Tree's life force. I see. So it's the elves doing again. Salesyn didn't particularly like the World Tree. The massive life force it possessed always created variables different from expectations. That's why 500 years ago, when he learned that the kingdom that became the predecessor of the Empire was trying to cultivate a new World Tree underground, he immediately sent an army. But the World Tree's power on such an island. Salesyn's gaze followed the trace of power to its source. There was a brown-haired girl there. Her briefly visible ears were longer than a human's, but shorter than an elf's. Half-elf, a child of a human and elf. But that girl was simultaneously a contractor of the World Tree and a green mage who wielded its power. Sedna's brown hair grew long. The extended part was not brown, but a translucent silver color. The silver hair seeped into the ground and reacted with plant seeds to rapidly germinate them. Countless medicinal herbs grew, and Bellaruna harvested them to use for healing the wounds of the fallen. Before long, the people who had regained consciousness were united in glaring at Salesyn. Salesyn's lips twitched. Had these insects gotten cocky just because many of them had gathered? It's useless no matter what. However, it was annoying nonetheless. To first eliminate the most bothersome insect, Salesyn glared at Sedna. "What are you trying to do?" Roger stepped forward first and swung his mana-infused sword stick toward Salesyn. "Your opponent is me." "Weakling." Salesyn drew a sword of light and met Roger's sword stick. Due to the difference in power, Roger was knocked backward. The Empire's sword masters rushed toward Salesyn. the princess's shadow, Passius, the empire's guardian, Terina Lionhowl, the northern watcher, Leonhard Kimball, the ocean's ruler, Johann Oceans. The four sword masters supporting the empire each drew their aura blades. Annoying bastards! Saelsin swept his sword of light horizontally. A circular ring formed around him, and the four masters flew far away. Alex and Pantos took their place and aimed for Saelsin's life. It was a continuous combination without giving him time to breathe. This time, Saelsin created a shield of light with his other hand. As he raised the shield, a large wave of light spread out, pushing Alex and Pantos far away. Ha ha ha, this is quite an interesting situation. Then, with hearty laughter, Wyan appeared and threw a punch. Mana in the shape of a fist hit Saelsin's body, causing a series of explosions. I'll help too. Roina Pavlini also arrived at the scene and frantically cast magic, and Ratharan, who had thrown off his mask, also joined the battle. Seeing this scene, Arkenes muttered in surprise. Reinforcements came. How on earth? As she stared at Roger, wondering how this had happened. From empty air, René appeared, leaping across space. Brother, I brought more people. I think I brought everyone I could bring. René discovered Arkenes and Catherine near Roger and flinched. Ah, chapter 719. For the very last four, a strange silence flowed between Arkenes and René. They recognized who each other was at once. It was almost an instinctual or fateful realm where no ordinary thinking or reasoning was involved at all. You are, René looked at Arkenes and pondered how to address her. Toward such René, Arkenes smiled gently and greeted her. Nice to meet you. You must be the owner of this era who inherited my judgment eye. Ah, I am. You don't need to be so tense and flustered. Rather, did you bring those people over there? Ah, yes, that's right. After Saelsin appeared, René immediately used space magic to move the people who were in the spire to the outer areas of the castle. It was an action taken to prevent them from getting caught up in anything, and as a result, it was the right answer. Students like Julia wouldn't have been able to retrieve even their bones from the march of destruction created by the others fighting. But René didn't stop there. The moment she saw Saelsin's power, René instinctively knew that they wouldn't be able to defeat him as things were. She hadn't looked into the future with the judgment eye. The moment Saelsin interfered, even the judgment eye became useless. An invisible future. But no matter how positively she tried to view the situation, it wasn't good. That's why René decided to follow her heart. To receive help from others, René used space magic. And so she brought people one by one. Hans and Pantos, Passius, Rona Pavlini, Wyan, and so on. Thanks to their appearance providing some breathing room, Sedna was able to have time to heal the others. Well done. Arkenes smiled with her eyes toward René. René, perhaps embarrassed, couldn't answer immediately and only nodded her head slightly. Your name was René, right? What do you see in your eyes? René quickly understood the meaning contained in Arkenes' question. I can't see properly. Like thick fog has descended, nothing is clearly visible. How does it compare to the beginning? There must have been some kind of change. A little, it seems like beyond the fog has become brighter. That's exactly it. The actions you took created a brighter future. I did, instead of the surprised René, Catherine asked. But is that even possible, the future changing? Until now, the future seen with the judgment eye was always the same. That's right, I was the same way. No matter how far into the future I looked, the future was unchanging and fixed. Rather, if I tried to change it, it led to bigger problems. The future was ultimately a branch that extended in the best possible form. The moment you tried to change it, you would deviate from the best and head towards second best to worst forms. And naturally, there was more evil than good in this world. But now it's different. At some point, the future stopped being fixed and began to change. Just like how I couldn't see this future where I would wake up so perfectly fine. That means now is a very important turning point. The inflection point where the fixed future began to change fluidly. Arkenes said to René, the reason the future you saw is hazy fog rather than fixed, pitch-black darkness is also for that reason. Depending on what choices we make, the scenery beyond the fog that we arrive at will change, so we must not lose hope now. There was power in Arkenes' voice. as if she truly deserved to be called a saint. Listening to that voice filled with conviction naturally made one feel courage welling up. They had to create the future and move forward. And the only way to do that was to defeat Sailsin, who was trying to close off the future. Something strange, Sailsin thought as he defended against the incoming magic with his vast divine power. The endless struggling of these bugs was continuously putting him on the defensive. The fast-footed knights were the most annoying bugs. If he had to compare them, they'd be like mosquitoes. Clang. Most aura blades couldn't penetrate his skin, but not all knights were like that. Slash. A scratch appeared on Sailson's neck. Damn, it was shallow, Alex muttered regretfully. The wound on Sailson's neck healed quickly, but his red eyes sank coldly. That swordsman is indeed dangerous. Where are you looking? Then Luther thrust his sword from behind his head. Sailsin raised his hand to block the sword filled with storm. His pure white palm tore and blood flowed. Are you still only relying on that divine power? We're not fighting thoughtlessly either. Before Sailsin could say anything, a massive anchor fell vertically. Crash! Sailsin raised a sword of light with an annoyed expression and struck upward. The dark-colored anchor was hit by the sword of light, and its direction bent vertically. At that moment, the anchor chain attached to the anchor moved with a rattling sound and wrapped around Sailson's body. Pantos brought down a harpoon with both hands over Sailson's brow. Crack! The thick, large anchor chain couldn't withstand Sailson's strength and shattered into pieces. Pantos, who was caught up in it, was the same. The moment he tried to eliminate the bothersome beastman, Alex blocked him, and the moment he tried to attack Alex, other knights blocked him. When he tried to deal with the knights, the mages were the problem. All sorts of magic that confused the five senses made Sailson's mind fierce. Meanwhile, the knights who had recovered their bodies tried to target his openings again. Why won't they fall? Sailson's gaze turned toward Sedna. She used plants to make herbs or recovery powder and scattered them around. The injuries that Sailson created quickly recovered, and they immediately jumped back into the front lines. It wasn't just Sedna. He could also see Bellaruna combining nearby herbs to make optimal recovery potions. Even if they recover like that, they can't restore the mental strength of those who were injured. How exactly? The more injuries one sustained, the more mental strength was shaved away, and eventually one would fall into a state of despair. That was natural, and that's how it should have been. But look at those fighting now. When they fell, they got up again, and each time they did so, they desperately tried to bite at Sailson. They didn't become weak despite experiencing pain. Rather, they burned their will to a strange degree. Weren't they afraid of pain? Even though they might die, why do they keep charging? They could just bow their heads. They could just submit. They could grasp wealth and honor incomparable to others, so why exactly? Minor injuries won't do. I need to cut off their breath at once. But even that wasn't easy. Especially Selena, who had synchronized with the spirit of darkness, was the problem. Help me, Esmeralda. When Selena extended her hand, the darkness that had been rippling like a mirror behind her stretched like taffy and swallowed Sailson's light. Surprisingly, that darkness nullified the destructive light that Sailson emitted. The darkness weakened by that much, but the important fact was that it nullified Sailson's attack without any particular damage. That darkness swallows a certain amount of light regardless of how strong my power is. Darkness that necessarily swallows a certain amount of light regardless of size was persistent and stubborn as if it were its given destiny. I never knew the existence of a spirit that defies logic would be this annoying. Impatience gradually began to erode Sailson. If things continued like this, he would lose his vessel again at the end of a war of attrition. Then I'll finish it first before that happens. When Sailson showed signs of trying to do something, the knights retreated. It was an excellent judgment. If they had foolishly tried to block him head-on, they would have been swept up instead. But it's useless even so. Sailson bent his upper body. Light burst through his skin. As the number increased one by one, Sailson's entire body's skin disappeared and turned into light. Selena frowned at that tremendous amount of light. I can't swallow all of this. Everyone take cover. Sailson exploded all the power dwelling inside at once. He didn't care that the vessel containing himself would break from the aftermath. Crack. With the sound of glass breaking, the lights containing fragments of Salesyn scattered in all directions. They couldn't be taken lightly. Each fragment contained compressed divine power that could easily erase an entire village. The knights sensed they couldn't block or deflect them and began evasive maneuvers. The mages gathered together and built up defensive magic to strengthen their defenses. Selena created mirrors of darkness and surrounded the front. Just with that, the flying fragments were eaten by the darkness and disappeared. But there were cases where they couldn't completely avoid them. Namely, Sedna and Bellaruna. Salesyn deliberately sacrificed one more of his vessels to attempt self-destruction, and among them, he made most of the aftermath head toward where Sedna and Bellaruna were. From the center where traces of the explosion remained, Salesyn, who had quickly regenerated his body, looked toward the direction where Sedna had been. Seeing that sturdy trees had sprouted nearby, they seemed to have tried to defend, but it was the wrong choice. This wasn't something that could be blocked by mere trees like that. Naturally, the trees were either burning or torn to shreds. Good. However, beyond the fragmented trees, the corpses he wanted weren't visible. As if Sedna and Bellaruna had never been there in the first place, nothing existed. What? It was at that moment when Salesyn was confused. Slash. His chest was cut diagonally and crumbled with a sliding sound. The fallen upper body turned into light and quickly returned to its original form, as if rewinding, but Salesyn could tell that he had consumed another vessel because of the attack just now. Including the self-destruction from earlier, 2 vessels had been lost in an instant. Who the hell is it? Salesyn glared with burning eyes at the culprit who had sliced his chest. Those red eyes captured the image of Renee. Renee was in a stance of having swung her sharpened hand. Roger was beside her as well. Seeing Renee's face, bewildered even after doing this, Salesyn's expression twisted. So it was you. Don't tell me that magic just now was spatial cutting. No matter how fresh, regenerated, this wasn't a body that should be cut so futilely. The fact that the cross-section was strangely smooth when cut was also like that, but if it was spatial cutting, it made perfect sense. But to think she could handle spatial magic to that extent. It seems like rather than precise attacks, the more rough approach suits better, seeing how cleanly it came back, that is. Roger, who had taught Renee the method of spatial cutting from beside her, muttered. It was a voice loud enough for Salesyn to hear, as if to provoke him. Salesyn tried to say something, but frowned at the pain he felt traveling through his chest. The aftermath of the attack is still remaining. It wasn't phantom pain. Rather, the magic Renee used was still exerting influence even after he had regenerated. This is a dangerous ability. Following the darkness that swallows light, now magic that cuts through space itself to deal damage to him. But you made a mistake. That single strike just now only heightened my vigilance. Renee's expression hardened. It was as Salesyn said. The strike launched by surprise had luckily hit, but there was no guarantee it would produce the same result afterward. Spatial cutting had outstanding power, but its trajectory was where Renee's hand blade was aimed. If it was Salesyn, he would definitely deduce the trajectory just by watching Renee's hand movements and immediately dodge. Other magic with space. Renee thought she needed to use new magic, but it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Spatial movement was something she had instinctively learned when awakening her magic power, and in the case of cutting, she had barely managed to implement it because Roger had taught her through Crash Course. That was all. Other techniques only circled in her head, and she wasn't certain whether she could actually implement them or not. And to attempt that, Salesyn's momentum was immediately ominous. If you had just stayed quiet and well-behaved, I could have let you obtain all wealth and glory as my future saint. To kick away such fortune with your own feet, humans really can't be helped. Salesyn extended his hand toward Renee. Then I have no choice but to dominate by force. Renee's body trembled with a start. It's coming. That authority of dominating the opponent's mind. Having already heard sufficient warning, Renee reflexively tried to prepare. But how? Is it possible to dominate herself, who possesses the authority of the judgment eye with the authority of brainwashing? The two authorities were ultimately like siblings connected by the same root. She didn't think those equal powers would devour one side. Oh no. But René realized that Saleson's aim was precisely to create this opening. Saleson had never intended to brainwash René from the beginning, because he knew better than anyone that he couldn't do so since she possessed the judgment eye. Instead, where Saleson's brainwashing was aimed was at the other people around, especially the knights who couldn't properly protect their minds. An invisible, intangible wave was shot toward them. In the slowly flowing time, Saleson looked at Roger. Roger was sneering at him, laughing. Why exactly? Does this mean he didn't react until this side activated the authority not because he couldn't, but because he deliberately didn't? When Saleson's doubt reached its peak, two people who had been secretly hiding revealed themselves. My disciple. I know, the Joker card hidden until the very end. Aidan and Madeline crossed and swung their sword-shaped staffs. Chapter 720. What awaits at the end? 1. Aidan and Madeline's anti-magic resonated with each other, amplifying their power dozens of times over. Anti-magic is a force that nullifies magic regardless of its strength, rendering it completely ineffective. Could there be any other effect besides slightly widening the range when anti-magic becomes stronger? Surprisingly, there was. When anti-magic resonates and grows stronger with each other, it affects not only magic, but also miraculous powers akin to divine authority, even the brainwashing authority that Saleson was currently using. Saleson wasn't surprised or fazed by the neutralized brainwashing. Rather, his expression was quite monotonous, as if he had predicted this part. So it was you rats who were gnawing away at my brainwashing one by one. Rather, he wasn't entirely displeased to learn the identities of Aidan and Madeline. From the beginning, Saleson hadn't placed great expectations on the brainwashing authority itself. Those gathered here each had firm convictions, making brainwashing difficult, and they had all prepared countermeasures accordingly. It was better to settle things with pure power because he was strong even without authority. Right. Have you all crawled out now? Did you think you'd amount to something by gathering like that? Not a chance. No matter how many of you gather, the result will be the same. The only thing that changes is the number of deaths piled beneath. A halo flickered behind Saleson's back. The aureole floating above his head not only brightly illuminated the surroundings, but also provided an immense sense of oppression. It was hard to breathe, feeling as if 1,000-pound iron weight was pressing down on their shoulders. However, none of those gathered stepped back. They steeled their resolve for a fight to the death and glared at Saleson. Saleson didn't like those eyes, the pupils of people who would never yield no matter how much they were trampled and broken. They were like weeds that would grow again no matter how many times you pulled them out and cut their sprouts. Everyone charge at once. As Luther shouted, those in charge of close combat moved. Watching those who moved quickly while leaving afterimages, Saleson's pupils glowed coldly. A pure white ring formed inside his red pupils. Simultaneously, a belt-like ring formed around Saleson's body and spread out in concentric circles. What was visible was a thin ring, but this wasn't something that could be avoided by jumping up or crouching down. Just the blazing heat contained within the ring would burn anyone the moment they approached. Indeed, around Saleson, the ground was turning orange and becoming mushy while the atmosphere was rapidly combusting. The ring spread quickly, and wherever it passed, debris melted like slush. It was Casey and Marias who helped before the heat wave reached the knights. Vast amounts of water poured out like a dam released to cool the heat, and cold wind, colder than Arctic chill, covered it. The ring of light didn't disappear just from that, but its power was greatly diminished. Keep going. Roina cast enhancement magic from behind and shouted. She was the most specialized in such support among the 6th-tier mages. She used a series of spells that would help those fighting with swords. Strength enhancement, stamina boost, wind step, and so on. As she watched the knights show even more chaotic movements with her eyes, a large shadow fell behind Saleson as hands launched a surprise attack. It was such a quiet ambush that it was hard to believe something of that size had moved. Like a predator pouncing on prey without warning, the wolf's fangs aimed for Saleson's small torso. However, Saleson, as if he already knew, lightly drew a sword of light from the aureole above his head, without even turning around, and casually threw it into the sky. The sword of light that shot into the sky instantly split into multiple pieces. Each split sword became massive enough to be used as a building pillar and fell directly onto Hans. Hans, who had been trying to bite Saelson, sensed danger with beast instinct and pulled his body back. Following where the wolf monster moved, huge pillars of light embedded themselves one after another with thundering sounds. The pillars of light didn't end there. A pure white ring formed above the pillars that were only one-third embedded, and soon the pillars were driven nearly halfway deep. Quarang! They exploded consecutively in pure white hemisphere shapes. Hans couldn't avoid the explosions and was swept up in them. His left arm and leg were hit by the explosion, leaving only pure white bones in the affected areas. Grrrrrung. However, the beast of Jevodin was not to be underestimated. When he put strength into his left arm that was only bones, muscles sprouted, skin was generated, and black fur covered it again. It was regenerative power that was hard to believe even seeing it. What a disgusting beast. As Saelson muttered this, the masters who had somehow approached within arm's reach simultaneously swung their swords toward his neck. Kagagagagak, Saelson's pure white nape and various colored aura blades collided, sending sparks flying. Saelson's red pupils looked for something else. These people can't cut my neck anyway. The real one is somewhere else. Found it. Saelson caught the presence of Alex secretly moving in his blind spot. As expected. It was natural if you thought about it. Alex's swordsmanship had gradually developed during the fight and soon transformed into one perfect sword. Though it didn't have the power of 8th-tier magic, it was swordsmanship that transcended reason, cutting through his divine power barrier all too easily. If given just a little more time, he would probably surpass Luther and be called the next greatest swordsman of the continent. That's why he had been a talent Saelson coveted. But in the current situation, he was also the most troublesome existence. But Saelson couldn't focus only on Alex. In the rear, mages including Roger were weaving spells again. Unlike before with dazzling magic that confused the vision, this looked like magic that required preparation. Are they trying to use that again? Since it couldn't be done with one person's power alone, Clinton was also trying to assist from the side. Moreover, Renette also showed signs of trying to use spatial magic toward this direction while being protected by those around her. They mean to distract me by drawing my attention from the surroundings, then simultaneously stab multiple daggers to cut my throat. Saelson, who was about to lift his left arm, looked down when he suddenly couldn't feel any sensation. His left arm was submerged in darkness below the elbow. Right, that woman was there too. When Saelson's gaze reached her, Selina's body trembled, but she still didn't back down and stared at him with intense eyes. Where the darkness receded, nothing remained. The same was true for Saelson's arm that had been swallowed. The arm regenerated instantly, but the speed was slower than before. Is it because of the darkness's influence? It was surprising. Having completed the inheritance of all knowledge, history, and souls, he should have been an absolute being who would not be defeated by anyone on this continent. There was still the pure-blood vampire, but she was in a state of severe damage to her soul. In terms of pure power output alone, Saelson was indeed the strongest being in this cage. But being strong didn't necessarily mean winning. It was the same in the wild. Occasionally, some insects had deadly poison. No matter how strong a predator was, if it was stung by an insect's poison, it could be injured or even die. Saelson was a predator, but there were many insects with deadly poison in this place, each one qualified enough to shatter Saelson's vessel and threaten his life. In that case, Saelson raised his right arm. I have no choice but to sweep them all away at once. A shield of light was created above his right hand. Come, shield of the sun. Those who saw it instinctively felt a sense of crisis. The shield of the sun, which along with the sword of light that Saelson used, represented his main weapons. Its specialty lay in wide area attacks. Thoom, a huge wave emanated from the shield Saelson held in his hand. The pure white wave possessed tremendous physical force. The debris touched by the wave vibrated finely and shattered. Just one wave sweeping through was enough to make everyone around pause momentarily. But the wave didn't end with just one. Thoom, thoom, thoom. Like periodically beating a large drum, waves continuously poured out from the shield of the sun, sweeping the entire surrounding area. Rocks became pebbles, pebbles became sand. Sand soon disappeared without a trace. Krrrgh. Even Veram, protected by living armor, and Wyan with his sturdy muscles were gradually pushed back. The mages also tried to deploy defensive magic to block the waves, but the pressure transmitted finely through the air gradually ate away at their bodies. Kugagagang. The continent's greatest experts were bound to their positions, unable to move. Moreover, the waves were getting stronger as they continued and overlapped. How is that possible? Roger looked at Sailsin holding the shield. Sailsin's body, holding the shield raised up, cracked like pottery, and soon disappeared along with the wave. His body, scattered like fragments, returned to its original state, as if time was rewinding. Destruction and regeneration. Could it really come out this way here? Sailsin wasn't entirely free from those waves either. But Sailsin, who possessed vessels that could serve as spare lives, could make such bold choices. The vessels could be accumulated again over time anyway. Sailsin chose to sweep away all the insects even if he had to consume most of his vessels here. I can't leave it like this. Roger put strength in his legs and barely managed to keep from falling. The moment he tried to take a step forward, a wave hit his body and passed through. KGH. It was a technique that couldn't be completely blocked even with defensive magic. Moreover, the pain inflicted on the body was different from ordinary pain. It felt like it was vibrating his soul. That too was certainly the power possessed by the shield of the sun. Taking one step forward felt harder than going to the end of the horizon, but he couldn't give up because of that. I need to find an opening. At this rate, it'll be total annihilation. Roger glared at Sailsin with wide eyes. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and his pupils seemed about to distort from shock, but he still didn't turn his head away. Find it. Find that guy's opening. There's no such thing as perfect in this world. There must be some kind of opening there too. Thoom, thoom, thoom. With the continuously pouring waves, the ground centered on Sailsin was pulverized like powder. The closest area where the wave's power was greatest had literally become a zone of nothingness, and the range of that area was gradually expanding, but found it. That's why Roger was able to discover it. The speed at which Sailsin's body regenerated had slowed, albeit slightly. That wasn't all. Sailsin's body, which had initially withstood 20 waves before collapsing, could only endure 15 the next time, then 9 times, then 5 times. Sailsin's body is collapsing faster. Was it because the waves got stronger? That wasn't it. Those waves were resonating with consistent power and intervals. Sailsin's body has become weaker. Whether it was from using the shield's power or from using the vessels, he didn't know, but this was an opportunity. Roger wasn't the only one with the same thought. Hey, Heathcliff! Nearby, Cerna called out to Roger. He was protecting both Catherine and Archines behind him while his sword was planted in the ground. Half of his face, swept by the wave, was completely shattered, emitting something like black smoke. Cerna nodded at Roger with a smiling face. Roger knew what that smile and look meant. There was only one chance. They would aim for it. Crack. Along with the wave, Sailsin's body scattered into pieces. His body regenerated again, but in that fleeting moment, the power of the waves emitted by the shield diminished. It was such a brief time that it could truly be called an instant, but it might also be the first and last opportunity. Cerna immediately released the sword's protection and gripped his blade properly. Cerna, Archine's voice came from behind. The muffled voice only called his name, but he could understand what she wanted to say. Go, this is the end I chose. There was no hesitation. Cerna took a step forward. Crack. His legs shattered like glass, and his body leaned forward. Cerna gritted his teeth and supported his body with his broken ankle. Get ready. At the same time, Roger activated his magic. Like Cerna, aiming for that instant, he squeezed out all his remaining mental power to complete one spell. Source code, coordinate designation spell activated. A shadow rose in front of Cerna, creating a round, full-body mirror-like door. Cerna threw his body toward the shadow door. Crossing space, Cerna appeared right in front of Sailsin, who had just regenerated his body. You! Sailsin, who was regenerating, widened his eyes as if he hadn't expected his opponent to come this far. Thoom, the wave swept the surroundings once again. Cerna was right next to the shield, so he had to take the full brunt of the impact's strongest power. His remaining leg was shattered and disappeared, and his other arm also vanished below the shoulder, but the hand holding the sword was intact. That was enough. Take care. Sailsin didn't know to whom Cerna was saying farewell. He probably would never know in his lifetime. Even if explained, he wouldn't understand the final moments of a man who had lived only for one woman. From within his crumbling body, Cerna thrust his sword. In a world dyed completely white, the cleanest and most beautiful trajectory that cut through that world pierced Sailsin's heart. Crack! The waves emitted by the shield of the sun finally stopped. Chapter 721. What awaits at the end? 2. The waves emitted by the sun's shield stopped. People who had regained their breath could finally exhale their labored breathing. If they had been just a little later, several of them would not have been able to endure and would have died. It was an extremely brief moment that appeared during regeneration, but Cerna had properly attacked, targeting that gap. You! Sailsin glared at Cerna with bulging eyes. At the sight of Cerna smiling as if this was enough, Sailsin raised his hand high and struck his temple. Cerna's body flew away helplessly. Sailsin was about to chase after him to cut off her breath when his body staggered. This is... Sailsin looked down at his chest. Centered around the sword embedded in Sailsin's disheveled upper garment, cracks like a glass window had formed. The problem was that the broken wound was not healing. Even when he tried to use divine power to seal the wound, it wasn't easy. It won't regenerate. It wasn't just an ordinary wound. The wound itself was cracked as if a spatial rift had formed. Sailsin realized the cause. The next saint. His blood-red pupils turned toward Renee, who was catching her breath. This was a wound from the spatial magic she wielded, and Cerna had poured oil on it. A sword thrust into the momentary gap created while the body was breaking and regenerating. Though inadequate, Cerna could also handle the power of space, so he could worsen the wound that Renee had carved. Gurgle. Black liquid flowed down from Sailsin's broken chest. Something dark and unpleasant, qualitatively different from the blood he had been shedding while wounded. The vessel he thought was perfect had cracked, and the contents inside began to slowly leak out. While everyone was staring at that scene with horrified gazes, Roger spoke toward Sailsin. How do you feel right now? You must be more than just surprised. You, having realized that yourself, who you thought was invincible, was actually in a precarious state. How must that feel? Shut up. Sailsin glared at Roger as if to tear him apart, then saw the shadows rippling on his body and trembled. Sailsin wasn't stupid either. He knew that Roger wielded the power of space through shadows as a medium, and that power had left an indelible wound on his chest. Sailsin knew how to accurately distinguish between situations that were possible and those that were not, and when to retreat. He also knew how to run away immediately without looking back, just like right now. Thwack! Sailsin wrapped his body in light and tried to fly toward the wide-open sky as if fleeing. However, Roger, who read his intention, did not let him be. Where are you going? The shadow beneath Sailsin's feet shot out like tentacles and bound his body. The halo behind Sailsin's back grew stronger, and the shadows couldn't withstand the light and snapped apart. He's running away. Stop him. Everyone gathered that could instinctively feel that the opportunity to kill Sailsin was only now. Sailsin also knew this, which is why he tried to escape. Swoosh. Sailsin, having torn through all the shadow bindings, spread his wings wide behind his back. Immediately after, both wings were cut off by Alex and Pantos. These insignificant things. The wings made of light exploded, scattering feathers in all directions. Each feather contained tremendous power. Even master-level knights were bounced back when they swung their aura blades. Sailsin shot up high into the sky as if the wings had been a deception from the beginning. Quarring. Hands, who had jumped high, pressed down on Sailsin with his massive body. Oh, the beast of Jevod and Cult howled. With beast instinct, he had already predicted where and how Sailsin would try to escape and moved accordingly. After pinning Sailsin down to the ground with both hands, he didn't stop there, but made his characteristic howling sound to try to weaken Sailsin's body. "You filthy beast! Who are you barking at?" Along with Sailsin's rage, an explosion occurred. Both arms were torn away by the explosion, leaving only bare bones. Hans screamed in pain, but he didn't back down. With his two hands that were nothing but bones, he held Sailsin even more firmly. Sailsin also felt creeped out by this. No matter how much of a monster he was, if he had suffered wounds to this extent, the natural reaction would be to retreat due to pain. Sailson's reaction became sluggish at that reaction, as if prepared for death, and Clinton didn't miss that gap. His magic activated, creating a magic circle so large it covered the sky. The magic circle slowly descended and emitted strong energy, blocking the ceiling as if to hold Sailson even if he tried to escape, but didn't stop there. Crack! Huge chunks of ice sprouted from all directions and transformed into a dome covering the wide-open sky. The intention was clear. Sailsin couldn't contain the surging rage at the insect's behavior that dared to confine him. If it had been when he had leisure before, it might have been different, but now that he was anxious, even such a small interference felt significant. "Get lost!" Sailsin's power exploded again. This time, even Hans was helplessly bounced backward. Just as Sailsin was about to break free again, knights who had avoided or deflected the feathers had approached within close range. What they were targeting was the area around his heart, from which black mud-like substance was still flowing. Sailsin raised his arms to block or deflect each of the knight's swords one by one. That action instilled hope and certainty in the people. Sailsin has weakened now. Because everyone knew this, they gritted their teeth and charged at him even with their bodies in terrible condition. Blood spurted from gaping wounds, and broken bones made strange sounds. Even muscles that were already damaged beyond repair were tearing, but no one stopped their swords. They were all people who had undergone training and real combat, shedding blood and sweat to reach this point. This kind of pain, compared to the path they had walked so far, it wasn't even ticklish. Craa! How dare these insect bastards? Sailsin swung his arm widely. Some retreated, while others dove into his embrace instead. The halo above Sailson's head shone brightly. The halo seemed to lengthen, then blades protruded, targeting the bodies of the approaching knights. At that moment, darkness rippled before their eyes. It was Selina's doing, who had spirit synchronized with Esmeralda. She did her best to reduce the influence by using the power of darkness to devour the light that Sailsin emitted. Sailsin decided to wield a sword directly instead, grabbing one of the blades that emerged from the halo with his right hand. Sailsin raised his arm to swing the sword, but his arm wouldn't move. With a crunching sound, thick roots that sprouted from the ground had engulfed his right arm. Sailsin put strength into the hand, holding the sword, and caused sacred fire. The flames burned the wood and even dealt damage to Sedna, the original owner of that wood. Ah! Even in the pain of burning skin, Sedna didn't stop. Swallowing her scream and biting her lips, she tenaciously held onto Sailsin. Pop, 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 pong. Cannons fired from the monarch struck Sailsin's body. Sailsin glared at the monarch and created rings of light in his pupils. Flash! Pure white light shot from Sailsin's eyes, piercing through the side of the monarch. Quang! The opposite side of the monarch exploded with red flames. Ah! We're crashing. Everyone hold onto anything. The tilting monarch fell downward with black smoke, but Caroline and Alyssa caught the falling monarch. The two used their magical power to hold the monarch so it wouldn't crash and slowly lowered it onto the open ground. "Captain, we believed you would save us." "Shut up, you idiots. I told you to run away. How could we leave without the captain? If we die together. You really don't listen. Fine, how many people can fight? All of us are ready. Then, see that human over there. Pour attacks from a distance so he can't escape. Never get close. Got it?" "Yes, sir." The Monarch mercenary group opened the ship's armory and took out all kinds of items from there. The dream walkers also stepped forward, and the elf druids and warriors also prepared themselves. Press the attack. Meanwhile, Saelsin turned his head and swept the area with the light he shot from his eyes. Quackwa-quackwa-bang. Following the trajectory where that eye light passed, the marble melted and became mushy, then exploded with flames from inside. Wow, this is really chaos. Cheek. A large amount of water was poured on the flames of the explosion. Casey had to focus on blocking the flames, erupting everywhere. The knights also had to distance themselves to avoid being swept up in that eye light. There was only one person bold enough to ignore that, Pantos. Pantos, who now only held a harpoon after the anchor chain broke, fell from the sky and thrust the harpoon into Saelsin's back. Thud. It was a surprise attack delivered while his body was surrounded by spirits and synchronized with the surroundings, an attack that the intact Saelsin would have noticed and blocked long ago. This meant Saelsin had weakened that much. Panto's harpoon deeply penetrated Saelsin's back and protruded through the hole where mud was spurting out. Ah! Saelsin spat out a handful of black mud from his mouth and roughly swung his hand. The light energy dwelling in his arm bounced Pantos far away. Saelsin staggered and grasped the harpoon blade with his hand, then pulled it out with force. Even with a broken body, he seemed to feel pain as his brow was deeply furrowed. But with this, he had shaken off all the troublesome ones. Saelsin spread new wings made of light behind his back, along with the halo above his head. The wings flapped once. Saelsin's body shot straight up like a flash of light. He intended to break through the ice dome and Clinton's magic circle and escape. Cough! Stop him! Terina coughed up blood and shouted. Cravat moved. The ancient curse he unleashed grabbed Saelsin's ankle. It was a curse that would burn divine power and age and rot flesh just by touching it, but Saelsin mercilessly cut off his own shin area. Flowers bloomed from the ground and shot seeds at Saelsin like a machine gun. It was Sedna's magic. The seeds burned away before even touching Saelsin, but some seeds reached his skin. The seeds that touched Saelsin's skin instantly germinated and transformed into large vine clusters that bound his body. Saelsin tore through even that with a sneer and a single flap of his wings. Then he threw the golden sword in his hand toward Sedna. Sedna had to hastily raise tree roots to defend herself. Though not as much as the Sword of Light, the golden sword was equally threatening. Once the obstacles disappeared, Saelsin charged toward the ceiling. No matter how large the barrier, Saelsin was confident he could break through it. Did you think I'd let you? It was almost simultaneous when Roger spread crow wings behind his back and followed. The moment Saelsin saw Roger, he changed direction in midair and charged toward him. Roger and Saelsin collided in midair. I'll kill you. I thought you'd ignore me and run away, but you're targeting me here. Do you still have leisure? Cutting off your breath or so is nothing. Is that possible? In that body condition? Don't put on airs. You're the one putting on airs, aren't you? Your body is more damaged than it looks. Saelsin's words were accurate. Though he was outwardly maintaining a facade of being fine, Roger's body condition was not very good due to repeated battles. Saelsin also knew this, which is why he thought of killing Roger in such an urgent situation. If he could just kill Roger, there would be no one left in this cage to stand in his way afterward. Die. In this world, I alone am enough to wield the power of God. The two figures crossed in midair, and black and white flashes burst in succession. Ah, no. Renée bit her lips as she watched that scene. Her trembling pupils captured their fight and glimpsed the future beyond. Saelsin's future couldn't be seen, but Roger's future was visible. What Renée saw in her vision was Roger's figure with his heart pierced by a golden blade. And now a gap was revealed in Roger's body as he retreated, and Saelsin was about to thrust the golden blade. No! Contrary to Renée's cry, Saelsin was certain of victory. Farewell. With a cruel smile, the golden sword pierced Roger's heart. Unlike himself, who had multiple vessels, Roger was an ordinary human. If his heart was pierced, no matter how great he was, there would be no way to survive. Seeing Roger's bulging eyes, it felt like all the irritation he had experienced so far was melting away. Ah, finally. It was done. He had finally dealt with the most annoying one. Arrogant fool. You should have accepted the proposal I made at the beginning. Sailsin marked Roger to his heart's content and tried to pull out the golden sword. Ding! A bell sound that couldn't possibly be heard from anywhere rang out. Chapter 722. What awaits at the end? 3. It sounded like the small chime of a bell and also like the morning bell that opens dawn. It was a guide that leads the dead on their path to death, and it was also a mother's embrace that warmly holds all those who grieve. What? What is this? Sailsin felt puzzled. Everything felt hazy as if floating in the air. A mental attack. No, it was something qualitatively different from that. He looked at Roger before his eyes. Roger, with a sword pierced through his heart and eyes wide open, showed no change in expression after that, as if time had stopped. An illusion. That wasn't it either. The sensation he felt in his hands was definitely vivid. There was no way he couldn't distinguish that. But how exactly? Right after, the world came crashing down. The scenery that melted and flowed away revealed what could be called the real reality beyond the curtain, and Sailsin was able to realize that it wasn't him who had thrust the sword, but Roger. Near his heart, where black filth was overflowing, Roger's sword stick was embedded. A sword stick with a crow's head carved on the handle, looking luxurious just by sight. It was unbelievable. What is this? Before he could even voice his questions, Sailson's wings disappeared and his body fell helplessly. Crash! A dust cloud rose as Sailson was slammed into the ground. His body was still refusing his will, as if he had just awakened from a dream. After struggling for a while, Sailson finally regained his senses and tried to get up when silver chains flew from somewhere. Clank! The silver chains bound Sailson's arms and legs, neck and torso, fixing him to the ground. What now? Sailson frowned. These silver chains were not ordinary chains. They bound the soul and prevented it from reaching the great flow. It was a power that only necromancers could handle. Finally caught you. Setidal, who had been hiding his body until now and waiting for this opportunity, spoke while holding a lamp in one hand. Setidal, you should know, right, that these chains are the worst compatibility for your weakened current state. So what Setidal was aiming for was the soul that had been accumulated for a long time, contained within this precarious vessel. But even Setidal couldn't easily recover or seal a soul of this caliber, even if it had been weakened to its limit. Crack, crackle. As if to prove this, the silver chains binding Sailson's body began to creak and crack one by one. You damned traitor! More fragments fell from near his heart, widening the hole, and more black liquid overflowed. It was such a large amount that it was impossible to know where in that body it had been stored. Then Roger flapped his black wings and slowly landed. Roger's cold gaze looked down at Sailson. It was a completely contrasting situation from when Roger was trapped in prison and first faced Sailson. Sailson looked up at Roger and asked, "What exactly did you just do?" Instead of answering, Roger turned his head to one side. Sailson's gaze naturally followed in that direction. There stood France, holding a small bell stained black in one hand. Clara Cohen's adopted son, and one of the Dream Walkers, a genius of dream magic who could take the position of master of the dream school if he wanted to. He who had not shown himself until now had finally appeared. That, however, what surprised Sailson was not France. Sailson's gaze was fixed on the black bell France held in his hand. It looked like an ordinary bell at first glance, but Sailson could feel the divine power flowing from the bell. A divine artifact. How exactly? What France was holding was one of the 3 divine artifacts possessed by Noxana, the goddess of night and death. It was another divine artifact, Lullaby, that formed a pair with nursery rhyme. Lullaby's ability was simple to overlay dreams onto reality. True to its name as a lullaby, it was a divine artifact that made opponents fall asleep and have dreams that felt real. What Sailson thought he had killed Roger just moments ago was also a dream he had due to the divine artifact. The master of dreams did not discriminate against people. Even if it was a monster that had accumulated filth for over 1,000 years, her compassion embraced him. There's no way you can handle a divine artifact in reality, especially a human. I'm no longer an ordinary human. Golden energy flickered in France's eyes. I am an apostle of Naxana, the goddess of dreams, a human who became a new apostle following Nerva. In a way, I'm in the same situation as you. An apostle of Naxana. Even so, bringing a divine artifact into this reality is... Right, that's impossible. With human power, that is. France calmly conveyed the truth. I didn't bring this. It's the final arrangement that the goddess shot with all her remaining power before falling asleep again. Before the goddess of dreams Naxana fell asleep, she shot one energy beyond the sky of the deep layers of dreamland. That was exactly the divine artifact lullaby that France was holding. I had some trouble finding this. It could only be used once, so I could only use it at the decisive moment. But looking at the current situation, it seems I used it well. The divine artifact lullaby had exhausted its power and was slowly turning to powder and disappearing. France drew a longsword from his waist. It was the first time he had drawn it since receiving it from Cerna, but the feel wasn't unfamiliar. It was made of the same material as the dagger used to defeat Nerva. No, something even stronger. A sword forged solely for this moment. France's gaze turned toward Cerna, who lay in the distance in a half-dead state. Cerna was watching him with her one remaining eye. Is today the day of our promise? Cerna didn't answer, but his eyes, filled with intense will, were saying yes. France gripped the longsword and slowly approached Salesyn. Your hands have been at work, and you've received help too. I don't dislike it, but I can't say I like it either. But those feelings have already disappeared. Step. France stood close to Salesyn and gripped the longsword in reverse. But as we originally agreed, I will fulfill the contract, because it's a promise. Stab. France's longsword pierced Salesyn's wound. The longsword trembled and then flowed down as if melting into Salesyn's body. Salesyn's upper body shook greatly with a jolt. The chains binding his body broke one by one. Krah! Salesyn's eyes rolled back and veins bulged in his neck. The energy that seeped in as the sword melted was encroaching beyond his body to his very soul. It was extreme poison. If he didn't immediately cut out and vomit a part of his soul, it would all be contaminated. Wretch! Black filth poured out from Salesyn's eyes, nose, mouth, and even the hole in his chest. After vomiting out the contents for a while, Salesyn's pure white hair lost its luster and became dry, and wrinkles began to form on his face. However, Salesyn's eyes were fiercer than ever. All the chains had been released due to his recent struggle. Salesyn sprang up from his position and lunged at France. You dare! Now that the divine artifact had completely disappeared was the opportunity. France didn't even try to step back. Before Salesyn could question that behavior, he felt a strange sensation along his chest. Looking down, he saw a disc embedded in the hole in his chest. Pure white letters were densely written on the surface of the disc. Ha! Salesyn couldn't help but utter such words. It was Roger who had embedded the disc in Salesyn's chest as he lunged at France. Did you think there was only one divine artifact? Roger, whom he had forgotten while focusing on France, had taken out a relic from his bosom and embedded it in his chest. Salesyn staggered backward. He trembled with both hands trying to pull out the relic, but could only pitifully scratch its surface. The pure white energy of the relic began to flow through Salesyn's body. Ah! Salesyn felt his head turn white from the pain of his soul burning. This was the first time he had experienced such pain. It felt like his brain was being burned with a poker, bugs were biting him, and every cell was being torn apart. How? Salesyn asked with a trembling voice. The device you destroyed was meant to activate this relic, no, this divine artifact. Having destroyed it, you probably judged that there was no way to properly operate this divine artifact now. That was why Salesyn had anticipated victory, but you seem to be forgetting something. It's not only the device that's needed to handle this divine artifact. Something was just needed to bear the divine power originally contained in this divine artifact. At those words, Salesyn's eyes widened. His pupils, overflowing with black liquid from burst blood vessels, trembled as if in disbelief. Originally, it was this Galahad castle that had to bear the divine power. But if it can just contain divine power, anything else is possible, just like right now. Roger calmly stated the shocking fact. To utilize a divine artifact, a vessel capable of withstanding such power was needed. The first was Galahad Castle. Now that it was destroyed, Roger was using Saleson's body as the second option. Cry! Saleson reached his hand toward Roger, but pure white flames ignited at the tip of his outstretched hand, turning to black ash and scattering with a crumbling sound. Save me, please save me, Saleson begged. You know too, don't you? With this power, you can become a god of this world. Pure white flames ignited all over Saleson's body and consumed him. This was a phenomenon caused by divine power overflowing to the outside. If only you and I join hands, why are you trying to give that up? You can live above everyone, omnipotent like a god. Everyone held their breath and watched the scene. Roger spoke coldly to such a Saleson. I am human, and I will continue to be human. The flames flowing through Saleson's body intensified, becoming like a bonfire. No, Nuo, don't worry. You won't spend the journey alone and lonely. That's what this divine artifact was made for. The flames grew larger and stronger, but those flames caused no damage to the surroundings. The flames that seemed ready to expand soon condensed around Saleson and became a pure white sphere. Soon the top of the sphere cracked like a hatching egg, and a pillar of light shot up high into the sky. The ice dome created by Maria's Selmore and Clinton's magic circle were pierced by the pillar of light and instantly vanished. The dark clouds were thus revealed. When the pillar of light pierced through the clouds tore apart with a ripping sound, creating a huge hole. Beyond that was a pitch-black night sky, and the light pierced through the center of that night sky. Crack! The sound of something breaking vividly echoed in everyone's ears. Roger looked at the scene and muttered calmly. An arrow meant to pierce the heart of only one being. The space struck by light shattered like glass. The being hidden beyond it revealed itself. What is that? This is crazy. Am I dreaming right now? Even Casey Selmore, who usually experienced various incidents and prided herself on having a strong heart, felt the strength leave her legs at the scene unfolding before her eyes. The black sky had shattered, revealing a void space where no one knew what existed. Beyond that, something enormously huge, impossible to estimate in size, was looking down at them. The grayish-white thing looked like a giant overlooking this world. The overwhelming presence felt from the giant gave a distant feeling that just looking at it with eyes would twist one's mind somewhere. There was too much information coming through the optic nerves for the head to accept. Everyone instinctively realized what that was. That was a god, a terrifying being that far transcended humans, the chief god Lumensis. They were now seeing with their eyes the god that everyone revered as the god of light and father. But Lumensis was very different from what they had heard. He didn't look benevolent, nor did he feel sacred. Rather, he was closer to the opposite. He looked like a tyrant and destroyer who wanted to dominate and manipulate the world as he pleased. Lumensis' eyes turned toward them through the shattered space. They worried that if he just raised his hand and brought it down, the entire continent might be blown away. At that moment, a pure white arrow pierced through Lumensis' heart. It happened before Lumensis could even react. Light exploded. It consumed all of Lumensis, filling the void space and even tearing apart the darkness beyond the sky. Clang! The sound of something breaking was heard. At the same time, people felt that something that had been oppressing them since birth had disappeared, like invisible shackles or chains being released. They looked at the sky. The black sky burned in white light, scattering beautiful powder around. Countless starlight filled the pitch-black void where nothing had been visible. That starlight soon disappeared into the dawn's twilight. Behold! Everyone looked at Roger. Beyond his shoulder, the sun was rising through the horizon. Crimson light scattered, creating a purple boundary between the deep blue sky. The colorless sky was dyed with natural light. Why was it? It was just an ordinary sunrise that could always be seen, yet why did it feel so beautiful? This is what I give to you, Roger said, looking at the rising sun. Freedom, chapter 723, The Wings of Freedom, 1. Ah, finally. Cerna looked at the brightening sky with white rays of light and smiled faintly. A soft and warm touch was felt on his forehead. It was a familiar sensation. Do you remember? At the clear voice that brushed against her ear, Archimedes nodded slightly. Every time you charged at me in the past, I would knock you down and always let you rest your head on my lap like this. Why are you talking about something from 1,000 years ago? Cerna burst into hearty laughter while looking at the sky. It's all over. Yeah, the cage is broken, and the oppressor who suppressed this world has disappeared too. Now this world will flow in a direction no one can predict. Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad. Given the humans I've seen so far, it could change for the worse. But then again, given the humans I've seen so far, it could also change for the better. It will depend on what the people left behind do. Yeah, that Lumensis bastard. How satisfying. To think he'd have his heart pierced by the caged canaries he looked down upon so much. Blinded by greed, he didn't know that the holy grail he arranged would become the poison that would stab him. Yeah. Hey, Archimedes. Yeah. Tell me, Cerna. I was really struggling. While doing this crazy thing, I wondered hundreds and thousands of times whether I should give up. Is this really right? Will the moment I'm waiting for come? Maybe it will never come at all. Yeah, I did so many bad things on the way here, things I would have scoffed at in the past, but now I know. I learned their pain and suffering, their sadness. Even knowing that, I kept walking. Everyone called me crazy, but the truth is different. I knew it all. No, maybe that's why I went crazy. Cerna, Archimedes, Cerna asked with a faint voice. Did I do well? That question encompassed so many things. The footsteps of 1,000 years that he had lived and walked were all melted into it. There was no way he had done well. Even though it was for this purpose, what Cerna had done would never be forgiven by anyone. But yeah, you did well. Only one person. Only Archimedes who could understand Cerna. Gently stroking Cerna's forehead, she affirmed his life. You worked hard. Ha ha ha, Cerna laughed. In fact, he knew better than anyone that he would not be forgiven. But at this moment, Archimedes affirmed his life to bear part of his sins. Knowing it wasn't the right thing to do, he willingly chose to endure it. I thought I would meet an end befitting the deeds I've committed. Cerna's remaining eye slowly closed. This, too, isn't so bad. Cerna's stirring body went limp. Life completely left his body, and his body scattered like powder from his feet. Archimedes captured Cerna's final moment in her eyes until his form completely disappeared. Roger just stared endlessly at the light of the dawning morning. The cage was broken. He could feel it. People wouldn't notice, but Roger, who was sensitive to divine power, was different. In his eyes, he could see Lumensis beginning to slowly crumble. Beyond the cage, in the imaginary space invisible to others' eyes, there Lumensis had his heart pierced, and from the hole in his heart, white powder scattered as he suffered in agony. But he cannot break the cage. He can only writhe in pain until just before death in that space. Finally, Roger lowered his head and turned around. He felt all the people around him looking at him. Their expressions hadn't escaped the afterglow of the shocking scene they had witnessed moments ago. Rather than relief that this war was over, they wanted to ask Roger, but it seems I don't have the luxury to give answers. As Roger muttered this, a bluish pillar of light shot up from inside the spire. While everyone was confused by the sudden event, the blue pillar scattered like a fountain and gathered around Roger. Roger deployed the bluish magical power gathered around him with spells, recombining them to draw complex diagrams. What was completed at the end was a single gate. If not now when the cage is broken, there won't be another chance. Looking at the gate swirling in blue, Roger stepped toward it without hesitation. Wait, WH, where are you going? When everyone couldn't come to their senses due to Roger's sudden action, there was only one person who moved. Before anyone could catch him, the one who threw herself into the gate where Roger had disappeared was a girl with ash-gray hair. It was Renee. As she threw herself into the gate, the door contracted like a dart and disappeared. The people left behind could only watch the scene in a daze. Roger walked the path. No, should this really be called a path? Walking on what seemed like white glass, or perhaps ice plates, or finely crafted crystal, Roger fell into thought. At the end of this path was the goal he had so desired. Such thoughts were washed away by the sound coming from behind. Wait! Roger stopped walking and slowly turned around. There he saw Renee, hands on both knees, gasping for breath. Huff, Huff, why are you so fast? Renee, how did you get here? Roger was about to ask her that, then recalled the nature of her magical power. I see. Your magical power protects you even in here. It must be thanks to that you were able to chase and find me even in this imaginary space. Imaginary space. Renee, who had finally caught her breath, found Roger's words completely incomprehensible. This place is the gap between dimensions. Nothing is filled here, but at the same time everything exists. We call it imaginary space. H here. Renee looked around. Unlike the empty-sounding name, imaginary space. This place where she was walking looked like a beautiful tunnel decorated with crystals. Looking at the walls, countless mirrors reflected her image. Renee looked at those images closely and couldn't help but be surprised. All the images of herself in the mirrors were different. What is this? Those are your past forms. Based on the memories you've lived so far, the walls of this corridor show them. Teacher, no, Brother Heathcliff, what exactly are you trying to do? Renee couldn't understand why Roger had come to such a space. There's a lot to talk about, so let's share it slowly while walking. Roger moved his steps, and Renee hurriedly followed behind him. As you know, I am the illegitimate son of Emperor Bretus, and the holy grail that Lumensis arranged as a vessel to contain himself. As Roger passed by the walls of the crystal corridor, his image was reflected like mirrors. Roger's image carved on the walls reflecting from various angles was different each time. The appearance of the Emperor's illegitimate son, Heathcliff. The appearance of Theon's teacher, Roger Chelisai. The appearance of Machiavelli holding a rifle. The appearance of Moriarty wearing a monocle. The appearance of Van Helsing armed with various weapons. Various other appearances that Roger had experienced throughout his life passed by one by one. Renee watched the scene with somewhat enchanted eyes. Those are the different sides of brother that I didn't know. After passing by like that, Roger briefly stopped walking. What was reflected on the wall where he stopped was the appearance of young Roger, who looked about 7 years old. The Emperor didn't welcome me. Because I was so outstanding, he was jealous of my talent. All the blood relatives were like that. They tried to kill me because I was an eyesore. How terrible. The methods were various. But I, blessed by the gods, didn't die easily. Then one day, under the pretext of going on an outing, they took me all the way to the back of the castle. Renee saw the past scene reflected on the crystal wall. It was the image of Roger being pushed and falling down into an abandoned well. For several days and nights, no one came looking for me. Roger, who had fallen to the bottom of the well, was miraculously uninjured anywhere. But the approaching hunger was unbearable even for him, blessed as he was. Yes, if this is how it's going to be, let's just die. Let's die and be freed from this pain. As Roger was making such a resolution, what he discovered was a very small fragment. At the bottom of the well, a fragment is buried in black soil with only a small part exposed. A fragment that glittered under the moonlight. Discovering it, Roger picked it up with his hand as if possessed by something. A fragment that seemed to have fallen from some disk. By itself, it had no meaning, such a fragment, but Roger was strangely drawn to it. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the whim of someone on the verge of death. And soon, at the moment when moonlight bloomed fully at the bottom of the well, the relic fragment that Roger held created a hole in the air along with light. Young Roger opened his eyes wide in surprise. That bluish hole was only about the size of a hand mirror. It couldn't be entered, just something for viewing, that kind of mirror. However, young Roger saw a certain world through that hole. At that moment, one goal was born in Roger's heart. It was a kind of instinct engraved deep in his bones, in his soul. Let's survive, and let's make sure to return. As Roger made such a resolution, as if someone was bestowing a blessing on him, a girl with blonde hair appeared above the well. That was the end of the scene that this memory composed. Renee, everything I've done so far was only for this moment. Roger moved his steps. The corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly finally reached its destination. At the end of the crystal corridor was a blue door like the gate Roger had first created, changing identities and wandering the continent, collecting relics and breaking the cage, piercing Lumensis' heart. All of that was nothing more than additional processes for this. When the Cardinal used the holy relic on Roger, the reason Roger was fine, even after being hit directly by that holy relic, was precisely because of this. From the beginning, his purpose wasn't something as grand as overthrowing the continent. From before until now, his goal was always one. And finally, I have arrived. Renee, who crossed the final door following Roger, had to frown and cover her eyes with her hands due to the blinding light. Eventually, when Renee lowered her arm, what she saw was an utterly amazing sight. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of car horns ringing in her ears. Many people coming and going everywhere. Buildings reaching toward the sky and electronic billboards with rapidly changing screens. Where exactly is this place? Renee felt dizzy from the scene she was seeing for the first time in her life. The place where I was born, and the place I absolutely had to return to. Let's go. Roger began walking. His torn clothes and wounds were quickly restored through magical power. Renee, extremely tense, froze stiff and stuck close to Roger's side. Wow, look over there. Is that a foreign model? Pretty hair color. Passers-by glanced at Roger and Renee. At the unfamiliar language and people's gazes, Renee hunched her shoulders, but Roger just walked quietly as if uninterested. After walking, they eventually saw a residential complex where people lived. Among them, Roger stopped in front of a house located in an alley with few people. Where is this? A fortune-telling shop. You wait here. Roger left Renee behind and went inside. The fortune-telling shop was filled with brass incense burners and various Buddha statues, and many paintings hung on the walls. Roger felt indescribable emotions at this scene. A place he had disliked, yet was simultaneously familiar with, and had missed terribly. Roger stood in front of the sliding paper door installed inside the fortune-telling shop, then took a deep breath for a moment. After organizing his thoughts, he opened his mouth with a calm voice. It's me. Come in. Permission was granted. Roger opened the paper door and entered. There sat a woman who appeared to be in her mid-30s, wearing hanbok, staring intensely at him. The moment Roger saw her face, he unconsciously clenched his fists. The woman, who looked slightly older than the face Roger remembered, opened her mouth. Sit down. Roger sat down and faced her. How many minutes passed as they exchanged gazes without words? The first to speak was Roger. It's been a long time. The fortune today said a very welcome guest would visit, and it was true. The woman, Roger's previous life's mother, before he was Heathcliff, spoke with an expressionless face. What brings the son who left home here? Chapter 724, Wings of Freedom, 2. Have you been well all this time? Though he asked that question in truth, there was no way she could have been well. After all, she had to live after sending her son away. I've been getting by well enough. However, his mother was no ordinary person either. Roger nodded slightly at her appearance as she spoke nonchalantly with an expressionless face. But you seem to have not been well. Why do you think that? I can see your fate. I can tell that you've endured all sorts of hardships to get here. If it were before, I wouldn't have listened to your words. I would have dismissed them as irrational, unscientific, and too abstract. Roger calmly conveyed his thoughts to his mother. But now I know. All those words you said to me were truly sincere advice. This time is the same. You knew I would come, and you were waiting like this. So, what did you come all this way here to say? You're no longer a person of this place. You're someone completely unrelated to me. Roger took a moment to steady his breathing, then bowed his head toward his mother. I'm sorry. Because I didn't listen, because I ignored the warnings you gave me countless times, this disaster happened. I don't regret that I died. But I know that the longing and sadness I left behind for those who remained is beyond description. The woman's eyes trembled slightly. Though she was trying hard to appear strong and composed, in a corner of her heart, the sadness of a mother who had sent away her child that day still remained. Even knowing that the child had returned in a different form, wounds carved in the past don't heal easily. I came all this way to tell you this. The reason Roger collected the relics. The reason he broke the cage, defeated Lumensis, and gave people freedom. It was not to save them, nor to bring punishment upon Lumensis, nor was it a sense of justice to set the world right. He was simply a son who had caused his mother to fall into sadness and wanted to convey that indescribable guilt. That was all. The beginning of the great event that shook the entire continent was an all too selfish and personal goal. Therefore, the moment Cerner heard Roger's true purpose, he couldn't help but understand Roger, just as Roger had understood him. "I'm truly sorry." And now Roger clearly conveyed his honest feelings to his mother in order to release all the resentment that had built up over the years. The foolish son, who had always hidden his true feelings and only made sharp remarks, could repent for his mistakes and reveal his sincere heart. It took nearly 28 years for that to happen. Even at Roger's apology, she said nothing. She knew how difficult things her son had gone through. She could keenly feel the suffering he had endured. Therefore, she couldn't carelessly speak. What Roger carried wasn't light enough to be comforted by just a few words. Still, as a mother, she wanted to say this one thing. "You've worked hard." Just that one sentence surprisingly released the inner resentment that Roger had built up over the past decades. Though it might not be everything, just the fact that the path he had walked wasn't wrong was salvation enough for Roger. "So, have you completely returned now?" "Not yet. This time I only came experimentally, so I have to go back. However, since I've opened the path, I'll be able to return faster than before next time." "I see. Don't worry, I won't make you wait long." Roger bowed his head and stood up from his seat. "Who is the child outside?" As befitting a skilled fortune teller, his mother immediately noticed the presence of Renee waiting outside. "She's one of the students I teach. She has very excellent talent and ability. I thought my son had brought a daughter-in-law after such a long time." Though it was the same blunt tone as Roger's, it was definitely a joke. It was her own mature way of softening the atmosphere so as not to feel sad about parting. "Next time I visit, I won't be alone. There's someone I'd like to introduce to you separately. If you meet them, you'll probably find it quite interesting." Roger opened the sliding door and came outside. "Well then, I'll be going now." "Yes, let's see each other again later." She didn't say farewell. If she said that, it would become an eternal goodbye again. Knowing this, Roger nodded in response to her words about seeing each other again instead. When he came outside, Renee, who had been anxiously waiting with her back against the wall, hurriedly followed him. What exactly happened? Let's walk for a bit first." Not understanding the situation, Renee had no choice but to follow Roger. Suddenly visiting a country with a culture and customs she couldn't even imagine was mentally exhausting for her. Roger and Renee went to a quiet park where people didn't come and sat on a bench. It was a time when even children were gone to kindergarten, so all that could be seen in the park were pigeons gathered in small groups pecking at the ground. As you probably noticed, this is where I used to live. It's the story from before the person named Heathcliff Van Brettis was born. Like a previous life. That's right. I lived here and died in an accident, then was reborn as Heathcliff. Because of my constitution of being loved by the gods, my past memories were completely preserved. Though it was something close to a curse, thanks to it I survived, so it's quite a strange thing. Flap, flap. The pigeons all flapped their wings and flew up at once. When I fell into a well as a child, I accidentally discovered a fragment of a relic. Looking back now, I don't know if it was coincidence or fate, but it certainly became the turning point that changed my life. What unfolded beyond the bluish mirror-sized space was the landscape of 21st century South Korea that he remembered. The remnant of the past he remembered was spread out before his eyes at a distance where it seemed he could reach it just by extending his hand. But how is it possible after more than 20 years have passed? What surprised me when I first saw that scene was that this world, where at least 7 years should have passed since my death, had no changes at all. The flow of time was different. That's right. 10 years in the place we lived was 1 year here. In other words, not even 3 years had passed in this world since my previous life's death. That can't be. Since it's a different dimension, the flow of time could be different too. However, this time, because of me, a weak but existing passage was created between both worlds, so the misaligned time axes will be corrected. It won't take long for the flow of both worlds to become the same. Renee couldn't say anything. Considering what Roger had done, his actual desired goal was absurdly modest. Isn't it ridiculous? The goal of the Demon King, who made the entire continent noisy, was just to meet his mother. No, it's not ridiculous at all. Renée firmly shook her head. It's about going to meet family, isn't it? If I were in the same situation as you, I would have definitely made the same choice. Is that so? Roger chuckled and stood up from the bench, extending his hand toward the air. It's time to go back now. Already. Though I'm not without the desire to see more of this world, unfortunately the passage won't last that long. The duration of the crystal corridor isn't long. If we don't return like this, the corridor will collapse and will be lost forever. If the coordinates of our original world that anchor us disappear, we'll be trapped in imaginary space that belongs neither here nor there. When I teach you one thing, you understand too. That's right. Imaginary space is an unknown world that cannot be grasped by human knowledge. Because you and I are both people who handle the power of space, we were able to pass through there, but others wouldn't even dare to attempt it. Zzzzzing. The space reacted to Roger's mana, split apart, and created a blue gate in the air. Let's go back to the place where we live. Roger and Renée walked through the crystal corridor created in imaginary space again. When coming, the walls of the crystal corridor reflected that person's past appearance as they walked. Therefore, this crystal corridor carved that person's life story on the walls in chronological order. Renée saw her childhood self and the innocent times she spent with her mother. Meeting Heathcliff, meeting Freuden, meeting her uncle. Living like that, eventually losing her memories and thinking of her disguised uncle as her teacher, learning magic under him. Entering the long-awaited Theon, and they're meeting a person named Roger Chelisai for the first time. There were really many things that happened after that too. At the end of it all, the two people were now silently walking through the corridor made of crystal. You know, what? If we go back like this, what will happen to us? Well, though the Holy War has ended, I'll be remembered as the Demon King for eternity. Perhaps I might even be brought before an international tribunal as a war criminal. Would that happen? Renée, what do you want to do? I don't know. If it were before, I would have said I wanted to be a magic researcher, but I've changed too much now. Renée touched around her eyes with her white, slender hands. Judgment eyes and spatial attribute mana. It's a power that I both hate, and that's too much for me. Perhaps learning how to use this power will become my first priority goal. If you know the path you should take, that alone is enough. What remains is the persistence to keep moving forward without giving up. I think you'll be able to do well enough. Hee hee, is that so? It was the moment when Renée was laughing cheerfully. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The crystal corridor shook greatly, and broken crystal fragments fell down from the ceiling. Renée barely managed to keep her balance and avoid falling, then hurriedly looked around. What is this? Do earthquakes happen even in imaginary space? No, this isn't an ordinary earthquake. Look at that. Roger pointed beyond the ceiling. In the imaginary space revealed beyond the broken crystal fragments, a giant was glaring at them as if to kill them. Lumensis, who had been slowly dying with a hole in his heart, had struck the crystal corridor with his massive arm. What a persistent bastard. Is he trying to take us as companions on his way to death? For the actions of someone called a god, it's truly petty. And now is not the time for this. You're right. Renée and Roger ran. Seeing this, Lumensis let out a roar filled with rage. It was a soundless scream, but the entire imaginary space resonated thunderously. Though he was in the process of dying, he was still the main god of one world. Just his crying out with hatred made the entire space vibrate and accelerated the collapse of the crystal corridor. Rumble, rumble, crash. The crystal corridor shook, cracks appeared in the walls, the ceiling collapsed, and large debris fell down heavily. Roger and Renée had to keep running through the shaking corridor without falling. I can see the end over there, Ruor. Lumensis raised his left arm and struck the crystal corridor with all his might. Crack! Part of the crystal corridor collapsed and disappeared as if crumbling beyond imaginary space. Lumensis' left arm also couldn't withstand that force and scattered like powder. Due to overexertion while having his heart pierced, Lumensis' own death also accelerated. However, Lumensis was persistent. As if he would at least take Roger, who had made him into this state, with him when he went, he raised his remaining right arm. At the end of the broken corridor, Roger and Renee could only watch that scene. At that moment, whoosh, something like a giant tentacle emerged from beyond imaginary space and grabbed Lumensis' right arm. That wasn't all. An arm made of machinery grabbed his torso, and an arm made of transparent glass grabbed his legs. That is. Those are the forgotten guards who were imprisoned by Lumensis. Roger immediately realized who the owners of those arms were. Since they were the ones who always whispered to him, there was no way he wouldn't know. This is what they call karma. Whoosh. When the various arms grabbing Lumensis' body applied force, Lumensis' body was torn apart piece by piece. If it were before, the owners of these arms wouldn't have even dared to think of opposing Lumensis. But now that Lumensis had weakened, it was different. Even as his body was being torn apart, and he was falling into the same abyss as the guards he had betrayed, Lumensis glared at Roger with those blazing eyes. This detestable bad relationship is also over. Fall down there, Roger coldly declared toward Lumensis. Chapter 725. Finally smiling, Lumensis was torn apart by the guards he had imprisoned and disappeared beyond the imaginary space. Even with his heart gone and his body pierced through with pain, Lumensis did not die. His tremendous presence made him unable to die even in such a terrible situation. That was a welcome thing for Roger. The bastard would feel the pain of his body being torn for a very long time and slowly die. It was truly a fitting end for him. However, because Lumensis had destroyed the crystal corridor, they could no longer reach the exit visible beyond. What should we do? Should I use my magic instead? No matter how much spatial magic power you possess, if you do such a thing in imaginary space, you'll be bounced off beyond the coordinates. The distance to the exit was about 10 meters. Under normal circumstances, it would have been an easily traversable distance. But the problem was that those 10 meters were in imaginary space. Imaginary space was an unknown realm that had not been properly understood either scientifically or magically. In this place, even Renee's spatial movement magic wouldn't work properly. Rather than using such tricks, it would be better to jump across that space directly with one's own 2 feet. That's why Roger had created the crystal corridor to go to Earth after researching for a very long time, again and again. Now that the end of it had been destroyed by Lumensis, the path back to the continent was blocked once more. The aftereffects are gradually approaching. What? Look behind you. When Renee turned around as Roger said, she immediately turned pale. The crystal corridor passage they had walked along was slowly collapsing from beyond. The sight of the crumbling corridor turning to powder and scattering beyond the imaginary space looked like entering a beast's maw. It wasn't made to last long in the first place, so this is a natural result. Then what should we do? If they stayed like this, they would be caught up in the collapse approaching from the opposite side and fall into imaginary space. We'll have to cross over there. Is there a method? I prepared an escape device for moments like this. Roger spread his right hand upward. Shadows rippled above his palm, and a small crystal sphere appeared. It's a crystal escape device with coordinates set to head toward the exit, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Since it was made in the same form as the crystal corridor, it's safe from the unknown dangers of imaginary space, at least for a short time. Then. Renee's face, which had brightened up, crumbled the moment she heard Roger's next words. However, this can only be used by one person. It was made with the premise that only I would use it. That's. Renee bit her lips at the shocking truth and obediently nodded her head. You're right. I only caused trouble for you by following along unnecessarily. Renee shouldn't have been here in the first place. Roger's original purpose was to return to Earth alone to see his mother. In this situation, Renee was, speaking a bit coldly, close to an impurity. I'm fine, so you can go. This is something I have to endure. Renee spoke with a resolute voice, having steeled her resolve. What nonsense are you talking about? What? The one who will use this isn't me, but you. What on earth was he saying? Before she could even ask, Roger pushed the crystal escape device into Renee and activated it. The crystal sphere glowed and expanded greatly, swallowing Renee's body. Renee ended up trapped like she was inside a large soap bubble. W8, what are you doing? Renee pounded on the crystal sphere with both hands, but it didn't budge. Renee's trembling pupils turned toward Roger. You said you followed along on your own and did wrong, but honestly, I'm feeling grateful. What do you suddenly mean by? All the actions I was going to take are things that are hard to tell others about. They'd be hard to understand, too. Even if I went back and told the truth, people probably wouldn't believe my words. What I've worked my entire life to achieve would be dismissed as lies. Brother, but you saw with your own eyes what I did, and you even affirmed me. Roger let out a chuckle. Perhaps I was hoping for something like this. Even thinking about it himself made him laugh. He had lived his entire life wearing the mask of a strong person, yet at the very end, he was revealing such weakness. So if someone must live in this situation, it should be you. It was ironic and contradictory, but that's what made it human. A privilege that only one who gave up becoming a guard could enjoy. Renee, it was enjoyable being together all this time. Give my regards to the others, too. Roger lightly pushed the crystal sphere. The pushed sphere headed toward the open door beyond imaginary space while containing Renee. Renee looked at Roger's retreating figure and cried out desperately, Brother Heathcliff, take care. With that farewell as the last. Crash, the crystal corridor passage where Roger stood collapsed and his body fell down below, into the space beyond where nothing could be seen, where all colors were mixed together. No. Before Renee could cry out anything, the crystal sphere containing her reached the exit. Her vision changed completely with a flash of light. It wasn't the imaginary space where nothing existed, but the courtyard of Galahad Fortress where the final battle had taken place. She had returned. The people around were startled when Renee suddenly appeared with a flash of light in the air and approached her. Renee, how did this happen? What about Mr. Roger? What happened to him? Everyone had many things they wanted to ask Renee. It was a natural reaction since Roger had suddenly disappeared and Renee had chased after him only to return alone. However, the seemingly endless barrage of questions stopped sooner than expected. It was because Renee had collapsed in place and was shedding tears endlessly. Seeing that sight, people couldn't help but realize. They didn't know what had happened in that space beyond, but Roger Chelisai. No, Heathcliff Van Brettis would not be returning. Renee knew this too, which was why she hung her head and only shed tears. When everyone became solemn, one person spoke up. Wait, what's that in your hand? Alex pointed to something Renee was clutching tightly with both hands with his excellent intuition. At that indication, Renee finally realized there was something clasped in her hands. This is. It was a small jewel. The bluish jewel was as blue as looking at Roger's eyes. When exactly? Renee wondered why this was clasped in her hands, then couldn't help but realize. When using the crystal escape device at the end, Roger had naturally placed it in her hands while sending her away. She had completely failed to notice due to the shocking fact that Roger was staying there alone. Renee, who had stopped crying, lifted up the blue jewel. People's gazes fixed on the jewel. Is that a magic record? The first to recognize the jewel's identity was Clinton Rothschild. As a seventh-tier Grand Mage, he saw through that the jewel contained very sophisticated magical formulas. Renee instinctively flowed her mana over the jewel. The jewel trembled in response to Renee's mana, then expelled the massive formulas contained inside. The complex diagrams written in pure white code were so difficult that even the mages gathered here could hardly understand them. But Renee could know, precisely she could feel it. The magic written in this code was exactly what she could utilize best. It's not. Renee gripped the jewel tightly in her hand. Over yet. 3 years later. 3 years had passed since the Holy War ended. It was the 3rd anniversary of the war's end, and a parade was in full swing outside. For the past 3 years since the Holy War, the continent had been peaceful without war. There weren't even the natural conflicts that would normally arise among people. It was thanks to a new era opening. Beyond the eastern giant's backbone mountain range, in a place that had been revealed as unknown space. The discovery by explorers that there was a new continent and nations there shocked the entire continent. After the Holy War ended, a great earthquake occurred in the Giant's Backbone area. Part of the mountain range that seemed to divide the world collapsed, creating a passage to the other side. As a result, countless people flocked to the human wasteland region where the Giant's Backbone was located to seize opportunities. A new age of pioneering opened. With all nations' attention focused there was nothing to fight about. The era of peace continued in this way. Eventually, a festival was held to commemorate the third anniversary of the Holy War's end. At the sounds of people coming from outside the window, Renée stopped writing in the book she had been scribbling in non-stop. Then came the sound of knocking on the door. "Are you ready?" The one who opened the door and entered was a woman with pure white hair grown to her waist, Julia Plumhart. She had been mature even as a student, but now, 3 years later, she exuded such mature beauty that people would turn to look twice as she passed by. At those words, Renée turned her head and smiled brightly. "Yes, I just finished." As Renée stood up from her chair, her hair cascaded down. She, who previously had hair that only reached her nape, had grown her hair much longer over the past 3 years, now reaching down to her waist. The two walked along the path. Outside, fireworks were exploding, and a parade of mounted soldiers continued marching. People cheered, and large balloons lined the streets. Children ran around innocently, brushing past Renée and Julia. It's already been 3 years. That's right. More importantly, today is that day, isn't it? Yes. Renée nodded and answered Julia's question. The place the two were heading to was the De Valk Imperial Palace. The palace entrance was wide open in commemoration of the festival, and the guards who recognized the two immediately let them inside. Inside the palace, there were more mages than usual. They saw Renée and Julia and greeted them with light bows. Renée and Julia acknowledged those greetings and headed deeper into the palace. The place the two arrived at was a large indoor laboratory located in one section of the palace. "We're here. You're late." What came back to Renée's words was a sharp voice. The owner of the voice was Flora Lumos. She, who had now become the proper head of the Lumos family, was also an investor who had put enormous sums into this experiment. "Don't be so harsh. We were late because I was organizing the formulas one more time at the end." HMPH. Even if you didn't do it, other capable people could have done all that. Did you forget? You're an important person who absolutely cannot be absent from today's experiment. Manage your condition. Don't lose sleep checking formulas for no reason. Flora's tone was aggressive, but concern for Renée was embedded within it. Renée knew this too, so she responded with a smile. "Yes, I understand. Besides, there are other people here waiting besides you." "Flora is right." Saying this, Sedna Roshan appeared. No, now Sedna Plant. She was one of the important people who couldn't be absent from this experiment. "Sedna, have you been well?" "Yes, I'm always doing well." Sedna, who had grown taller than before, had a mature face that hadn't been seen before. Her hair had also grown a bit longer, maintaining a moderate semi-long style from the previously very short bob cut. The ends of her brown hair had a transparent silver tint. "Is the device all ready?" It was completed long ago. It was made through such hardship by Grandfather Clinton and the Empire's brains. "Would I treat it carelessly?" Sedna pointed to the center of the laboratory. There was an arch-shaped door made of metal. What supported that arched door were sturdy tree roots made using cells from the world tree. "You really completed it." "It's thanks to everyone's efforts. We shortened what would normally take over 5 years by 3 years. Just making that had cost enormous funds. However, those funds were raised more easily than expected. The Utah Kingdom sent donations via letter, who had become the new owner of Royal Street, gladly contributed money, and the Roshan family and the Imperial family also spared no support. Theon had also made the same huge investment. Of course, it was a considerable investment for Theon too, so Hugo Bertag, who had newly risen to the position of planning director, had worked overtime daily until his hair fell out. It was something he couldn't have imagined when he had just been promoted to planning director and was triumphant as if he owned the world. Hey, you came. Then Selina approached, shaking her pink hair. She looked exactly the same as 3 years ago. Teacher Selina, teacher seems to get younger every time I see you. Right, thanks for the compliment. Selina had also put her name on this research. She was also a force prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The dark spirit Esmeralda she handled had excellent effects in suppressing after effects in emergency situations. Um, so you were all gathered here. Then first Princess Aileen appeared with her guard. She was accompanied by Passius and still dominated the surrounding atmosphere with her lofty and arrogant appearance. Renee, it's been a while. Next to Aileen was third Princess Erendir. She secretly greeted Renee with lip movements and waved her hand, then received Irene's hot glare. How can royalty be so frivolous in behavior? Sister. Normally I wouldn't let such behavior pass, but since today is a special day, I'll overlook it. Leaving behind the dejected Erendir, Aileen stood in front of Renee. Are you prepared? Yes. Such a level of resolve won't do. I'm asking if you have the confidence to succeed by betting everything. That is. Despite the quite burdensome pressure, Renee answered without wavering. It's been the same since 3 years ago. At that answer, Aileen chuckled. Good, I'm looking forward to it. The experiment began. Renee put on a pure white robe over her coat. At first glance, it might look like an ordinary robe, but this was a protective artifact to block dimensional pressure within imaginary space. It was made by the continent's leading artifact makers, mages, and researchers putting their heads together. So the money that went into it was an astronomical amount. Wearing that, Renee stood in front of the metal arch, starting the device. The researchers activated the machines installed around with voices full of tension. Rough operating sounds came from various places as energy was supplied through the world tree's roots. The energy flowing through the roots reached the metal arch, and all kinds of geometric languages were carved on the arch's surface. Whir! A bluish gate opened in the center of the arch. Renee looked at that gate and took a deep breath once. Everyone was looking at her back with worried and expectant eyes. Carrying those various emotions on her back, Renee courageously spoke. Well then, I'll be going. Renée threw herself into the gate without hesitation. Chapter 726. Finally smiling, too, Renée headed beyond the dimensional gate created by connecting all modern science and magic, wearing a white robe. The moment she stepped forward, her vision changed, and an imaginary space like a universe filled with starlight unfolded. At that sight, Renée trembled. It was a scene that stimulated humanity's primal fear. The image of Roger falling down into that space was still vivid before her eyes. Renée steeled her heart. It's okay. I ran simulations countless times and conducted repeated research. I even prepared safety measures just in case. So it'll be fine. Making a promise to herself somewhat eased her mind. Renée threw her body down into the imaginary space as the pure white robe draped over her body glowed and gently enveloped her. Imaginary space is a place where dimensional pressure is constantly applied. Since the size and scale vary each time, she had to weave defensive spells to resist the dimensional pressure accordingly. Renée continued descending into the depths of the imaginary space, gradually crossing the sea of twinkling starlight as she fell into the deep abyss. Pitch-black darkness filled with nothing visible spread out. Just looking at it made the hair on her skin instinctively stand on end. She couldn't imagine what was lurking down there. That's what made it even more frightening. Setting foot in unobserved space was like that. This was a place where humans could never survive, especially if that time had been as long as 3 years, even more so. But still, I have to check. She couldn't believe it without seeing it with her own eyes. Reason told her that Roger was dead, but her heart believed that he was surely alive. Because he gave me the code with the magic design written on it. Then there must surely be a reason. Brother isn't someone who would act without any reason. The power of light surrounding Renée's body gradually weakened. No matter how sturdy the protective artifact was, it was straining to withstand the force of dimensional pressure. I can still endure it. I haven't reached the danger level yet, and I brought plenty of magic stones as backup. Renée gathered courage and entered the deep layers of the imaginary space. If Roger had fallen down, he would surely be somewhere around here. But just how far down do I need to go? If she continued like this, even the fixed coordinates would become distorted and she would lose her way back. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to find Roger and would become lost in dimensions forever. Renee bit her lip. She wondered if she should return now, but Renee decided to go just a little further. Just a little. Just a very little more. Repeating this to herself countless times, how far had she descended? The space that had been nothing but black suddenly brightened below, revealing a pure white space. Renee's feet, which had been endlessly descending, touched the ground. This place. It was a place filled with pure white sand. Above, the imaginary space spread out like a night sky. It was like being in a pure white desert in the middle of the night. Nothing could be seen in the desert. Literally, only undulating ridges were everything. Swallowing her saliva, Renee walked through the desert, crossing ridges and going down. How many times had she repeated this? Renee discovered something. It was some kind of structure made by molding sand. Renee examined the structure. The place touched by human hands looked somewhat like a statue. It couldn't have been formed naturally. Finally, Renee looked around. Beyond her field of vision, another structure was visible. Approaching closer, she saw a structure with a more distinct form than before. It looked like something roughly made by molding clay. She didn't know what it was trying to create, but she could feel that the skill level had improved. There's one here, too. The next thing she found had the appearance of a statue. Similar, but it bore human form. A gleam appeared in Renee's eyes. Renee kept walking. In the direction she was heading, structures made by molding pure white sand passed by one. Some took the form of trees, some bore human shapes, others looked like beasts. All of them bore the touch of human hands. Ha! Ha! Renee's steps quickened. She could feel that she was getting closer and closer. Her chest felt like it would burst with anticipation as Renee ran across the sandy ground without resting her legs. Renee, who had been running while panting, stopped walking and placed her hands on her knees to steady her breathing. Renee arranged her disheveled hair and looked straight ahead. Her pupils shook more than ever before. Her tightly clenched hands trembled, unable to contain her emotions. At the end of her gaze was a large stone tablet. With a width of over 10 meters, it looked like a giant canvas since it was made by molding pure white sand. On that canvas, the figures of various people were drawn. Among the images of people all smiling, many were people from Renee's memories, and in front of it was a person drawing. The black hair in her memory had grown longer than before. It was long enough to reach the ground, past the waist. But aside from that, nothing had changed at all. The hands of the man who had been drawing stopped. His head slowly turned, and sapphire-like blue eyes faced Renee. That color, like the sea, was exactly the same as what she had seen countless times in her memories. Renee lifted the corners of her trembling lips into a smile. If she didn't, she felt like she would burst into tears right away. I came. Ah, the man slowly opened his mouth. Having not spoken for a long time, he seemed unaccustomed to the very situation of making sounds. But perhaps quickly adapting, formalized language flowed out through his lips. Is it Renee? Yes. You've changed a lot. Roger's words contained multiple meanings. Renee had become a proper adult. She was taller than before, her hair was longer, and her atmosphere was quite mature. But what Roger was referring to included more than that. Can you now freely control your magical power? Renee answered with a trembling voice. Yes, all of it thanks to you, brother. That can't be. It was something you could achieve purely through your own efforts. I did nothing. But because of the magical formula you left behind, I was able to come this far. What Roger had left for Renee was dimension-crossing magic that he had devoted his entire life to researching, to move beyond the third dimension, crossing imaginary space to travel to other dimensions. For that purpose, he created tesseracts, Klein bottles, and coordinate designation formulas. He created magic that used shadows to leap across space, and finally created the crystal corridor. However, there were still many things he hadn't been able to create. Roger judged that it wouldn't be him who would complete it in the final moment. So he handed everything over to Renee and sent her back to the original world. even while sacrificing himself. I have many things I want to ask. Just how did you survive? People said you must have surely died. I didn't believe it either, but I couldn't shake off that anxiety. Is that so? Roger opened his mouth, recalling 3 years ago. At first, I thought I had died too, but I received help. Help? From whom exactly? Guards. Roger lifted his head. Having finished their revenge against Lumensis, they squeezed out what little power they had left to protect me. It was thanks to the help of such guards that Roger survived even after falling down into the imaginary space. Because of this, Roger was able to endure and survive in this place without dying even under dimensional pressure. The fact that he didn't need food intake was also for this reason. Even so, his body showed no signs of being gaunt anywhere. Therefore, it must be the power of guards. But I was merely alive. There was nothing I could do in such a place. This is an imaginary space with nothing in it. So I began to create things here, one by one. I gathered sand and did what I could. It was hard to endure without doing anything, making sculptures, drawing pictures, or writing. The possibility that he couldn't survive here forever couldn't be ruled out. When the power of the guards protecting him was exhausted, that would be his end, so Roger decided to leave traces of himself, so that if someone came to this place, they could discover them. The picture he was drawing now was the same. Tracing his memories, he drew the faces and forms of people he had met and formed connections with throughout his life. Just drawing them felt a bit lacking, so he added happy smiles to their faces, drawing and drawing again like that. Eventually, what remained last was his own appearance, but Roger couldn't bring himself to draw his own face in the end. He wondered if it was okay for him to intrude into this place where everyone was smiling happily. More than that, he couldn't envision himself smiling happily like those people. Due to those doubts and anxieties remaining in his heart, Roger stagnated before completing the final part of the picture. How long had it been like that? Finally, a person came. René, who was his student and whom he had sent away 3 years ago, had come all the way here, in a more grown form than he remembered. It seems quite a lot happened before you got here. That's right. It's hard to express in words. Do you know how difficult it was? It would have been absolutely impossible if I had been alone. If you had been alone. Everyone helped me. Senior Erendia, Empress Aileen Tuor, she's not a princess anymore. Principal Alyssa and teacher Selena, Sedna and Julia and other friends too. And various countries helped as well. The support funds sent by the Utah Kingdom were significant. The new magic tower didn't spare their support either. Language-using mages even came to help several times. Renée excitedly brought up stories of the people she had met. They were all people who existed in Roger's memories. Each of them had given Renée help, whether small or large. That's why Renée was finally able to come here. It wasn't through the power of one person alone. It was possible because everyone helped. How much time has passed in the outside world? 3 years. 3 whole years have passed since you disappeared and the Holy War ended. Renée bowed her head to Roger. I'm sorry. I should have come to rescue you sooner. Renée felt endlessly sad about the fact that Roger had spent 3 years alone in such a barren space. A person would go insane after enduring just a week in a place with no one else. But it wasn't just a month or a year, it was a full 3 years. Renée felt inexplicably heartbroken. If only she had done a little better, if only she had slept a little less, if only she had tried a little harder. Such hypotheticals never ceased. Seeing such a Renée, Roger shook his head. Don't blame yourself, I know, you must have done your best. During those 3 years you wouldn't have wasted a single day. Coming here is proof of that. Brother, 3 years. Yes, 3 years. Those guys, the students I taught, must have all graduated too. Yes, that's right. All the students you taught are each going their own way. Is that so? Roger turned his head and quietly gazed at the picture placed in front of him. 3 years. He moved his hand. A smile was carved onto his own face, drawn on the stone tablet. It was the time when Renée had come to find him, but it was also the time when this picture was completed. Well, it's faster than I thought. Renée held out the crystal orb she had prepared for Roger. It was an item made by imitating the crystal escape device that Roger had given to Renée. Its performance could be considered even superior. We'll use this to return to the coordinates you remember. Roger accepted the crystal orb. The usage was simple. He just needed to flow magical power through it. Roger was about to flow magical power when he suddenly looked down at his hair dragging on the ground beneath his feet. He had left it alone because it was bothersome to cut, but no matter what, it wouldn't be needed anymore. Snip. Roger cut his hair to his back. Then he gathered the remaining hair and tied it back. Let's go now. The crystal orb enveloped Roger and Renee's bodies. The two people's bodies slowly ascended. Leaping across the imaginary space, the dimensional gate could be seen in the distance as a blue dot. We've arrived, so it seems. Renee crossed the dimensional gate, pulling Roger's hand with a bright smile. Their vision changed with the light. He quietly gazed at the changed scenery. It was a wide cavity. All kinds of machines filled the surroundings, and plants were growing beneath the dimensional gate. He could feel the gazes of people around them. Researchers and mages who had participated in dimensional gate development were staring at Roger's appearance with disbelieving eyes. I never thought it would really succeed. Has our effort finally borne fruit? More than that, that person is surely. Even though 3 years had passed, there were people who recognized Roger. He was an incomparably famous person on the continent, so it was natural. Roger realized from the reactions of living, breathing people that he had finally returned. That's when it happened. The main door of the laboratory, shaped like a cavity, opened wide and knights in uniform came rushing in. While everyone was confused about what was happening, the knights surrounded Roger. Wait a moment. What is this? Renee was flustered and tried to say something, but Roger raised his hand to cut off her words. It's fine to go. But you don't need to worry. Since Roger said that much, Renee had no choice but to move away from his side and pass by the knights. From beyond the knights, first Princess Eleno, now Empress Aileen approached and stood in front of Roger. Demon King Heathcliff Van Brettis, you are under arrest. Aileen spoke in a cold voice and personally handcuffed Roger's hands. Feeling the sensation on his wrists, Roger quietly looked down at the handcuffs. Considering that he was the one who had caused the Holy War 3 years ago, it was rather gentlemanly treatment. Roger looked around. He could see familiar faces. The students he had taught had now become proper adults and established themselves. That fact made him laugh. Ha ha ha! Roger couldn't contain his rising joy and burst into laughter. Everyone was surprised by that reaction and widened their eyes. He laughed. Roger had laughed out loud, like an innocent boy. It was a face that usually only showed sneers, chuckles, or cold smiles. People who knew him realized that this man could make such a bright smile. Even Aileen could only stare blankly at Roger because of that smile. Eventually, Roger, who had stopped laughing, lightly wiped the tears that had formed at the corners of his eyes and said, Yes, shall we go now? Chapter 727. Epilogue. Hands unfolded the newspaper. The newspaper was buzzing with all sorts of incidents. It would probably be the same if he turned on the radio. This was a world where new events occurred one after another every day. A new continent beyond the giant's spine. Enormous dragons occasionally spotted beyond the clouds. Trade agreements between the Elf Kingdom and the Empire. However, no matter how carefully he read the articles, there wasn't a single word about the execution of Demon King Heathcliff. Well, that makes sense. What Demon King in times like these? It had been a noisy affair at the time, but even that was quickly forgotten. Now, a year later, that day's events weren't even properly circulated among gossip enthusiasts. Hans felt inexplicably melancholy. Brother. After the Holy War ended, when Hans heard news that Roger could be found, he spent all his money supporting dimensional magic. Roger actually did return, but Hans couldn't actually face him. Hans was also a war criminal from the Holy War that had occurred 3 years ago. No one would connect the beast of Jevodin with Hans, but when he moved, other people would be on high alert. Well, I have no such intention anyway. 1 year after the Demon King's death, the world was still peaceful. Hans folded the newspaper and placed it beside the table. The rocking chair he was sitting in moved on its own. Hans' gaze turned beyond the wooden railing. There, the golden wheat field of his dreams spread out. Hans picked up the beer mug with water droplets condensed on its surface that was placed next to the newspaper. The cool beer refreshingly quenched his throat. The sun setting in the west burned hotly, dyeing the wheat field orange. Yes, this was it. This was exactly the scene Hans had dreamed of. In a peaceful countryside, building his own house, and spending a comfortable retirement there drinking beer. He had finally achieved his dream. But what is this? I've achieved the dream I wanted so much, yet it seems like there's an unfillable emptiness in my heart. Hans missed the old days, the times when he was active with his colleagues at Owen's. It had certainly been difficult. There were many cases of overwork and headaches from work. Sometimes he even had to risk his life. Yes, if he had to be honest, it should have been something to shudder at. But why was it? Why did the scenery of those days always flicker before his eyes? Perhaps what I truly wanted wasn't this peace that's boring to the point of tedium. Hans, who had set down his beer mug, let out a self-deprecating smile and leaned back against the chair. But what could he do? He had to live like this anyway. It was when he was trying to steel his weak heart. Quang! From the deserted warehouse came a huge explosion, and the sturdy door of the warehouse was flung out and rolled across the ground. The incident happened so suddenly that Hans had to flinch. Hans' eyes turned toward the warehouse, and soon his expression became endlessly distorted. No, I gave you so much warning just recently, and you can't even last a day. I can't stand it anymore. Hans got up from the rocking chair and strode toward the warehouse. Black smoke was flowing out from the warehouse beyond the broken door. What did you do this time? When Hans shouted, a small shadow slowly walked out from inside the warehouse. Cough! Oh my, I was sure it would work well this time, but it's strange. Brown skin and snow-white hair, a petite build and overalls full of grease. Sheridan Ironfeet wiped her soot-covered face with a handkerchief and laughed. But it's okay since I didn't die, right? Okay, my ass. Can't you see the warehouse door flew off just now? Today it makes over 3 digits for warehouse repairs I've commissioned. Sheridan pouted her lips. That's because the warehouse is too weak. Next time, build a bigger and sturdier one. What's the warehouse supposed to be for in the first place? It wasn't made for you to experiment with explosives. Hans flew into a rage, but Sheridan didn't listen with even half an ear. You have so much money, yet you're so petty. You have money, too. How much did you get as severance pay? I don't have money. I spent it all. That's something to be proud of. So give me money. If not, I'll blow everything up. Now you're even threatening me. Hans squeezed his eyes shut. This damned dwarf girl had followed him all the way to where he was. Did she just follow him? She had arbitrarily remodeled someone else's warehouse, used it as an explosion laboratory, and even made a nest there. That's right. Hans wasn't living alone in his dreamlike paradise. He was stuck with one parasite named Sheridan. Oh God, why such trials for me? Oh, God is dead, isn't he? Hans let his shoulders droop. What could he do? This was all his karma. Just then, a window inside the mansion opened, and someone shouted loudly, "Dinner is ready. Come inside." It was Arpa who stuck his head out and shouted. It wasn't only Sheridan who lived with Hans. Naturally, Arpa was also staying here, depending on his care. Was it only Arpa? Brother, those two people bickering isn't just a day or two thing, so just ignore them. Betty's words from beside Arpa reached Hans' ears clearly. She could have said it quietly, but speaking so openly like that meant she wanted him to hear it. When he asked her why she did that before, she said it was because she was annoyed by the sight of the two of them being all lovey-dovey. Damn. She's Arpa's younger sister, and she's a kid, so it's hard to say anything to her. Betty, that is, Arpa's younger sister, had finally regained her memories with Arpa. Betty had suffered considerable mental confusion as a result, but now she had returned to normal under Arpa's devoted care. Betty chose to quit her job as Casey Selmore's assistant and stay with Arpa. Casey also gladly let Betty, who had been his assistant, go. I thought this moment would come someday. Now you too live the life you want. These were the words Casey had said to Betty as she was leaving. Of course, Betty didn't shed tears of emotion or anything like that at those words. What do you mean just let me go? Give me severance pay for all the work I did. Anyway, being such a spirited child, she was taking the position of the head of the household who ruled this house. Even Hans, the homeowner, sometimes had to watch Betty's mood. Wow, it's rice, rice. Today's a feast and a party. Sheridan, apparently too bothered to deal with Hans' nagging, immediately went into the house. A moment later, Betty's venomous shout of, "Where are you just walking in? Go wash up quickly," echoed from inside the house. Hans let out a bitter smile and headed toward the house. His dream house, his very own. Since it wasn't a place where he lived alone, it was naturally bigger than the modest two-story house he had originally envisioned. But he didn't dislike that liveliness so much. There was even a dining room for days like today when they invited guests. Hans, who had opened the door and entered, looked at the bulletin board attached right next to the entrance corridor. It was something Betty had made when she came here, saying she would write down the rules that must be followed in the house. However, as time passed, that became vague, and instead the purpose of this bulletin board changed to something else, namely photographs. Well now, Hans couldn't hold back the laughter that flowed out. On the top of the large bulletin board, things called photographs were fixed with pins and stuck closely together. Color photographs, they were called. There had been something like photographs before, but they were black and white things where you couldn't even properly distinguish people's faces. But now they came out in color, and with clearer image quality too. It wasn't magic, but power created through science. In the photographs imbued with various colors, the faces of various people were captured. You sent a bunch of photos again. Hans checked the package placed next to the bulletin board. When he opened the package and checked the contents, there were several newly sent photographs inside. The sender was Aiden. Well now, that kid who was learning under brother has become like this. Aiden had become an explorer who traveled around the world after graduating from Theon. Of course, there were many ups and downs before he became that way. But Aiden, who had unwavering persistence and passion, managed to achieve it. As a young man exploring various parts of the world and using his newly acquired camera to photograph still undiscovered magical realms, he was gaining considerable fame. Of course, by his side was Tracy Priad, a noble young lady who now stuck to him almost like a constant companion. Tracy's dream of reviving her fallen family had been fulfilled. She, too, was a talent counted among the best at Theon. So with her excellent abilities and fiery personality, she made great contributions to rebuilding the family. And finally, when she had some leisure, she now traveled the world with her husband Aidan Priad to support him. Hans moved to the next photograph. Oh, did they go here this time? The sea with the harsh fjord terrain of the north. There, Panto's back was visible holding a harpoon. After the war ended, Panto said he would go hunting again and roamed the north. And finally, he achieved his dream. This photograph was like that too. Pantos no longer rode around on a small boat. Instead, he roamed the seas riding something like a huge whale, the water elemental lord, a being whose very existence could cause tsunamis. He had become friends with the ultimate spirit after a bloody battle. Well, he was originally a monster-like person. Hans turned to the next photograph. There, Alex was captured holding a newborn baby, and Enya Joiners was sitting in a hospital room receiving postpartum care. The child born was a healthy son. Having met night parents, the child would grow up well without any trouble. Incidentally, Alex was now working as an instructor at the Night Officer Academy. The Night Officer Academy had also changed a lot. After the war ended, thanks to Luther Wardart digging up all sorts of corruption and completely overhauling the system. Hans carefully pinned the photograph and looked at the next one. There, Bellaruna was visible. Beside her was Chris Benimor, a teacher at Theon. Ah, just looking at it makes my skin crawl. The appearance of the two people looked so passionate that it was enough to give goosebumps even when seen through a photograph. Maybe it was because he had only seen Bellaruna's gloomy appearance, and now seeing her dressed up brightly for the man she loved through the photograph. It was beyond surprising to the point of shock, and even felt somewhat terrifying. It seemed like wedding invitations would fly over soon, and he was deeply troubled about whether to accept them or pretend not to know. Hans hurriedly moved to the next photograph. There sat Violetta in the mayor's office. Although she had been severely injured in the Holy War after becoming a color mage, She shook off her injuries and returned to Royal Street. She had always been capable, but whether she had undergone some kind of evolution after becoming a color mage, she instantly took control of the surrounding business area. Enormous amounts of money gathered, and her position grew day by day. Then she even ran for mayor of Leathervelk. Having the title of a woman from the underworld caused quite a shock, but Violetta didn't care about such gossip and proudly achieved victory. Now, as a proper mayor, she was diligently contributing to urban development. She was probably the most successful among the Owens members in terms of advancement. He looked at the next photograph. There, a young boy with light green hair was sitting quietly wearing clothing characteristic of the Beastmen. It was Leo, who had been Aiden's friend and one of Roger's students. Beside Leo, Iona was sitting demurely together in similar clothing. Only then could Hans realize. This clothing was what beastmen wore when holding wedding ceremonies. Leo had married Iona and became the son-in-law of the next beastman chief. Not only that, there were more photographs of various people. Hans carefully pinned those photographs to the bulletin board. Seeing the fairly large bulletin board bustling with photographs made him feel proud for no reason. Hans, come here and help carry the plates. He heard Betty calling from the kitchen beyond the corridor. Where would you find a tenant who used the homeowner like this? Hans trudged toward the kitchen as if he was now used to it. Soon the sunset faded and night arrived. The lights inside the kitchen turned on, and guests for the dinner began to arrive one by one. I'll get to eat delicious food after a long time. Let's go in quickly, Sedna. Ah, wait a moment. Since we're here, let's do this first. Sedna Roshan and Julia Plumhart pinned their photographs to the bulletin board. After the two went in, new guests arrived one after another. Senior, welcome. Renee, now that you've graduated too, calling me senior is a bit much, so wouldn't it be okay to just call me sister? Ahaha, is that so? I'm just used to this. Well, it's not bad to be called senior either. Renee and Erendia van Exilian also hung their respective photographs on the bulletin board before going in. Renee had become a proper magic researcher, and Erendia was studying hard to find her own path, unable to bear her sister's nagging. What? It looks like we're a bit late. Flora, that's why I told you to hurry. HMPH. As a noble, having a long preparation process is natural, Cheryl. For that being the case, you really worried about what to wear today. Be quiet. Flora and Cheryl also hung their pre-taken photographs on the bulletin board. I never thought I'd be invited to a place like this. More than that, are you okay, Wolf Prince? Please don't be like that, Duke Katatushan. Even now my head hurts from receiving education for family succession. You're talking about being well fed. Still, it's okay since you have a reliable friend by your side. Right, Henry, was it? Yes, I'm Henry Presto. I'm honored that you remember my name. Enough with the honor, what honor? Anyway, these young folks these days are more than in our time. It's not easy. Now, let's go in quickly. I heard Duke Lumos is already here first, so we can't be late. Yes, that's right. Highback Katatushan, Freud and Ulberg, Henry Presto. After the three left, other people visited. Oh my, it looks like many have already come. It's a rare dinner after all. There are guests coming today too. That's right. Oh my, look at the photographs. There are many nostalgic faces. More than half of them we still see now though. Mr. Wilford too. I'm just saying, the photographs go here right. Alyssa, Willow and Wilford. Merelda, come quickly, we're late. Selina, you look especially happy today. Your outfit is also really put together. But it's a rare meeting. It's natural. Is that so? What's with that reaction? Anyway, let's go quickly. Oh my goodness, look at me. I almost forgot this. Here, the photograph. Selina and Merelda also pinned photographs. It's been a while here too. Honestly, I'm not sure if I should be included here. Don't worry. It's a place for everyone to enjoy. I'm not worried, my love, because you're by my side. Chris, Bella Aruna and Chris Benimore. It's already bustling. Let me see how well our Betty is doing. Casey, don't act pathetic and behave yourself. Sister, I said I'll handle it myself. Casey Selmore and Maria Selmore. Aiden, what are you doing now? Come quickly, everyone's gathered. Tracy, don't be like that. We came as quickly as possible, too. Geez, I don't know when that laid-back personality of yours will change, Aiden. I thought it would get better after marriage, but it got worse. Ha ha, Leo, you're saying that too. But you seem to have gotten a lot better. Should I say you've become more honest? Right, Leo, you're unexpectedly a spoiled child. Iona, stop saying unnecessary things. More than that, Aiden, what are you doing now? I have to hang the photographs. I took them and sent them by delivery, but there are a few I haven't sent yet. Aiden hung the photographs he had taken on the bulletin board. It was a photograph of a dragon flying in the sky beyond the clouds. There were rumors that a woman with half white and half black hair was seen on the dragon, but it was circulating like an urban legend. The photograph was also taken from far away and was blurry, making it hard to confirm. The other one was a photograph of Catherine working in the villagers' fields. She had returned to the Unshow family and was living vibrantly there, helping with the villagers' work. All done. Let's go quickly with the latest. Hey, that can't be. With the group of four as the last, the bustling noise continued from the kitchen area. It was a natural reaction given the people who had gathered. Just when he thought all the guests had arrived, the front door opened, and a man entered, making the sound of his shoes. Ahem. He looked at the photographs attached to the bulletin board and soon let out a chuckle. Then, in the center of the bulletin board, in the empty space that seemed to have been left for someone, he fitted the last remaining puzzle piece. The man had once been Heathcliff, but was now Roger Chelisai. It was a photograph of him with his long hair cut short, smiling gently under the sun and turning to look back. Appropriate. The man muttered and soon headed to the banquet hall where everyone was waiting. Shortly after, the door opened, and the sound of everyone joyfully welcoming him echoed through the air. Main story end.